Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Bellatrix raised Harry as her dark heir? Here's a quick glimpse. Rescued from his relatives, Harry is raised by Bellatrix Black, shaping him into a powerful force in the wizarding world. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. The one thing that Harry liked about the way he looked was his bright green eyes. He thought that they were pretty cool, especially since nobody else he knew had the same color eyes. Though the one thing that Harry found to be weird and cool was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, he didn't know anybody else who had a scar like that. Harry quickly finished brushing his teeth and rushed out of the bathroom and downstairs to the kitchen. He had barely gotten in when he was stopped by his aunt, who stood in front of him with her hands on her hips and a cross expression on her face. "Why is it taking you so long to go to the bathroom?" she demanded, grabbing him roughly by the ear. "Uncle Vernon went in first," he explained, tears threatening to spill out his eyes. "Hurry up and make Dudley's breakfast." She pushed him to the kitchen counter before taking off her apron. "And try not to burn anything," she added before she took a cup of tea and sat down with her husband at the dining table. Harry rubbed his ear before he started making Dudley's breakfast. He had barely gotten halfway through when suddenly Dudley waddled into the room, yawning as he did so. Dudley rubbed his sleepy eyes before he spotted Harry standing on a stool so he could reach the counter and make breakfast. Dudley smirked as an idea came into his head. He tiptoed forward before kicking Harry's stool. Unfortunately, Harry had also been making Uncle Vernon's coffee at the same time, and it was hot, really hot. The hot cup of coffee ended up landing on not just Harry's arms, but Dudley's hand. Both screamed, with Dudley's being noticeably louder than Harry's. "What happened?" shrieked Aunt Petunia as she and Uncle Vernon rushed over. Both of them ignored the downed and tearful Harry in favor of looking at Dudley. "He burnt me," Dudley cried, tears shooting down his face. "It hurts," he wailed. "Oh, my darling boy," Aunt Petunia cried loudly as she pulled Dudley into a hug. "Get up, freak," Uncle Vernon growled as he lifted Harry up by the back of his neck. "Burn my son, will you?" he yelled, tossing Harry out of the room. Harry cried out in pain as he landed on his burnt arm. "I didn't do it," he cried, tears dripping down his face as his uncle picked him up by his shirt. "Calling my boy a liar, are you?" Uncle Vernon roared. "No, Harry tearfully started protesting, but his uncle didn't listen to a word he was saying as his attention was primarily on the burns on Harry's arms, namely how the burns were healing in front of his very eyes, healing far faster than what was natural. "Petunia, he's doing his freakishness again," Uncle Vernon roared before he opened Harry's cupboard door and tossed him roughly inside before slamming the door shut. "Stay in there, freak." Harry stayed quiet as he heard his uncle walk away. Harry had reduced himself to quiet sobs as he didn't want to keep crying out loud. He looked down at his arms. He was slightly happier when he noticed that they were no longer burnt, but the pain from the burns was still there. He lay on his mattress and sobbed into his pillow. This was just another day in his life. "Line break. Get the door, boy," his Uncle Vernon shouted when the doorbell rang the next day. Harry placed Uncle Vernon's coffee on the table. His uncle glared at him along with his Aunt Petunia, and so did Dudley, who had his hand bandaged. Harry wasn't sure why Dudley was blaming him for the coffee incident. It was Dudley's fault after all. Harry nodded to his uncle before he walked to the door, sidestepping Dudley's attempt to trip him by dodging his leg. Harry walked to the door and opened it and found a woman waiting at his doorstep. This woman was dressed odder than anyone Harry had ever seen. She was dressed in black high-heel shoes, a long black sleeveless dress along with a black corset, and long black fingerless gloves that stretched up from her hands to just under her shoulders. She had bright red lips, pale skin and long, curly black hair. Harry had to admit to himself that she was probably one of the prettiest women that he had ever seen, even if she dressed in a weird way. The woman blinked and stared down at him with wide violet-colored eyes. Her eyes seemed to be taking him all in, staying on his eyes and forehead for a bit longer than normal. "Hello," Harry spoke in a quiet voice. "Can I help you?" he asked politely. "You." The woman spoke in a soft voice before she suddenly started smiling widely. "Or so cute," she squealed before she grabbed him and pulled him into a hug. Harry froze, not entirely sure what was happening. The woman pulled back a bit and kneeled down before placing her hands on either side of his face. "Look at you, so adorable," she cooed. "The ladies will be fawning all over you once you're grown up. I'm going to make you my new baby." "What?" Harry blinked. "Do you want me to be your new mama?" she offered, seemingly genuine as she grinned at him. "New mama," Harry repeated in shock. "You can call me Mum, or Mummy or Mother or Mama." She smiled brightly. "Go on, say it, call me Mama." She looked at him expectantly. Mama," Harry repeated. "Yay." She smiled before pulling him into another hug. "You're going to be my little brat," she decided happily. "Boy, who is at the door?" Uncle Vernon shouted from the kitchen, causing Harry to flinch. "Excuse me," the woman said as she pulled away from Harry, a frown on her face. "I'm going to talk with your relatives." She grinned, looking positively evil. "Oh no, you are not," another voice said suddenly. Harry watched as a beautiful woman in a black dress appeared. Her hair was B***owned and her eyes blue. "But sissy," the black-haired woman whined. "They hurt my baby." "He's not your baby," the B***owned woman sighed. "Mine," the black-haired woman said in a possessive voice, sticking her tongue out at the other woman. "Merlin, give me strength," the B***owned sighed before looking down at Harry. "Now, are you Harry Potter?" she asked in a slightly warmer voice. Yes, miss." Harry nodded. "I am Narcissa, and this lunatic with me is Bellatrix," the B***owned began explaining. "I'm your mum now," Bellatrix said excitedly. "No, you are not," Narcissa said in an annoyed voice just as Uncle Vernon stormed into the hallway. "Boy, what are you doing out here?" he demanded angrily before he spotted Narcissa and Bellatrix. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Suddenly, a thin piece of wood slid into Narcissa's hand. She flicked her wrist in the direction of the door and the door swung shut before locking itself, causing Harry and his uncle to stare at her with widened eyes. She then flicked her stick in the direction of Uncle Vernon. Harry watched as the man's arm snapped to his side as his legs crashed together. His uncle went as stiff as a plank of wood before he toppled over and landed face first, though his face did land after his belly. "What a disgusting muggle," Bellatrix looked at him with disgust in her eyes. "Looks like he ate another muggle," she sniffed before she looked at Harry and her eyes widened. "What is that?" she asked in a dangerous voice. "What is happening?" Aunt Petunia rushed in, having heard Vernon fall. She saw her husband on the floor before she spotted the two women who were much better looking than her, but she didn't have time to feel jealous as she quickly noticed the stick in Narcissa's hand. "Freak!" she shrieked fearfully. "Get out of my house! Get out!" She quickly became quiet as she experienced the same thing that happened to Uncle Vernon and ended up falling face first, her nose breaking upon landing. "Vile creature," Narcissa sniffed before she looked at Bellatrix, who had narrowed her eyes at the shirt that Harry was wearing. "Bella, what's wrong?" she asked. "Whose blood is this?" Bellatrix asked in a slow but very dangerous voice, pointing to the blood stain on the shoulder of Harry's shirt. "It's mine," Harry gulped, looking frightened. Between the angry-looking woman and the woman who could freeze people, he felt like he had every right to be scared. "Who made you bleed?" hissed Bellatrix. It was Uncle Vernon." Harry cringed, expecting a beating to come soon. "You mean that fat lard over there?" demanded Bellatrix as she pointed to Uncle Vernon's downed body. Harry hesitantly nodded. "Nobody's allowed to hurt you, nobody," she growled as she stood up and pulled out her own stick before she started moving towards Vernon's body with murderous intent. "Bella, no," Narcissa said calmly as she stepped in front of her. "Bella, yes. Move, sissy," Bellatrix said impatiently. "No, Bella, you can attack the muggles or you can take Harry, you can't do both." Bellatrix paused and thought about it for several seconds. "No, I'm pretty sure I can do both," she said in a confident voice. "Damn it, Bella, will you please just use your occlumency skills until we've got custody of Harry?" Narcissa said in a tired voice. "I will deal with the muggles and call the DMLE, now. Harry is quite clearly not in the best of conditions, especially for a boy that's only 5 years old. Don't you think it's better for you to take him to Andy as soon as possible?" she asked. She watched as a war between vengeance and the desire to look after Harry was fought behind Bellatrix's eyes. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth before taking a calm breath. She'd leave the muggles alone, for now at least. There was always later. She turned around and looked towards Harry. "Now, "Come here, darling," she said in a kind voice as she held a hand out for Harry. She watched as the boy looked between her and everyone else in the hallway before he slowly walked over to her and placed his hand in hers, causing Bellatrix to beam. "He's chosen me over these filthy muggles." She internally cheered. "Not that I'm surprised, I'd have chosen a rabid dog over these zoo animals, but still, he chose me. Now, let's get you to your new home, maybe later we can get you a wand like mine," she said before the two of them disappeared from sight with a pop. Narcissa let out a small breath before she turned around to look at the two frozen adults. She was about to speak when the fattest boy she had ever seen, at least amongst boys of this age, waddled into the hallway, his face and mouth covered in chocolate. "Mom, I'm still hungry," he complained, kicking at his mother's leg. "Honestly, years from now when I am old and on my deathbed, my biggest regret and disappointment is likely going to be the fact that it's illegal to kill you," she told the adult muggles before flicking her wand and sending the child into a deep sleep. "Though then again, I'm sure a lady of my standing and skill can get away with a few things." She smirked evilly as the tip of her wand started glowing. Harry gasped as he suddenly felt like his entire body was pushed into a small tube. He felt himself twisting and turning and shaking before suddenly he fell onto his hands and knees. He barely noticed the dark floorboards he was on before he felt something climb up his throat and he ended up emptying his stomach onto the floor in front of him. He ended up vomiting twice before he finally remembered that there was somebody there with him. "Ew," Bellatrix said, sniffing as she looked down at him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Harry trailed off, cringing and expecting a beating to happen. "I know you didn't mean to do it, I'm not dumb." Bellatrix rolled her eyes before she waved her wand and the vomit vanished, including the small bit left on Harry's face. "How did you do that?" Harry blurted out. "Magic," Bellatrix answered simply. "Magic," Harry repeated in a shocked voice whilst supporting an expression of awe, one that Bellatrix found to be really adorable. "Yes, my little brat," she said affectionately as she rubbed his hair. "I can do magic with my wand." She twirled her wand briefly, sending a few sparks into the air. "Because I'm a witch," she said proudly. "A witch?" Harry gaped. "I thought witches are evil." "Some are," Bellatrix snorted. "Now, get up and follow me," she instructed. Harry had a whole ton more questions but decided he didn't want to make the witch angry and quickly stood up and followed after her. As he did so he took the opportunity to look around the building. It was a lot different from the Dursleys' home. It was all dark with only some torches on the walls for light. Harry didn't really mind the darkness, he was used to being in the dark. "Who is this?" a high-pitched voice demanded. The two stopped and turned around. Harry had been expecting a person but instead found himself looking at a picture of a woman who was wearing black clothes and had her black hair in a bun while looking at him with cold gray eyes. "Who said that?" Harry whispered to Bellatrix. "I did." The woman in the painting snapped, causing Harry to jump back. It moved," he blurted out, pointing at the painting. "Of course, I moved." The woman shouted at him, causing him to cringe and move back, only to stop when Bellatrix stepped in between him and the picture. "Do not talk to him like that," Bellatrix growled, pointing her wand at the portrait. "Did you bring a filthy muggle into my house?" demanded the woman. "He's not a muggle," Bellatrix said angrily. "He looks like a pauper." "I'm working on it," Bellatrix snapped. "You brought this boy into my house and it's not your house." Bellatrix cut her off. "Because you're dead, thank Merlin, and if you dare to ever insult my boy against then I will burn your portrait down with fiendfire." "You wouldn't," the woman shrieked, looking paler than before. "I hope you'll test me and find out," Bellatrix warned before she flicked her wand and a pair of curtains closed around the painting, silencing it. Bellatrix huffed before she looked at Harry who looked like he just had been attacked by a dragon. "Your pictures don't move?" she asked Harry curiously. "No," he said quietly, shaking his head quickly. "Muggles are so weird," she said with disbelief. What's a muggle?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "People who can't do magic," Bellatrix explained. "Oh, am I a muggle?" he asked. "No, of course not," Bellatrix snorted. "You're my brilliant magical boy," she told him. "I'm magical." His voice was small and filled with no small amount of disbelief. "Yeah," Bellatrix said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. She smiled at him before she placed a hand on Harry's back. "Now, some of the paintings here can talk. If they say anything mean to you then you come and tell me." she told him before she guided him towards the kitchen. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Harry spotted a beautiful brown-haired woman who was sitting at a table but had quickly gotten up upon seeing them. "Where is Narcissa?" the woman asked. "She's dealing with the Muggles," Bellatrix frowned. "Why do you sound jealous?" The woman couldn't help but ask. "Because I wanted to do it," Bellatrix complained. "They hurt my baby," she said, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry smiled slightly. He could admit to himself that he was starting to enjoy these hugs. "All right, let me see the damage," the woman said. Bellatrix let go of Harry and allowed the woman to approach. "Hello, my name is Andromeda," she said in a kind voice. "I'm Harry." Harry shyly introduced himself to the woman that looked a lot like Bellatrix. "It's nice to meet you," she smiled at him. "I'm Bellatrix's sister. I'm a healer. Do you know what that is?" she asked. "No, Miss Andromeda," Harry shook his head. "It's the same as a doctor," Andromeda explained as she took out her wand. "Now, hold still so I can give you a check-up. This might feel a bit weird but it shouldn't hurt." She waved her wand over him. Harry felt a tingle go over his body. Andromeda frowned and started waving her wand several more times before she stopped and stared at Bellatrix. "When Narcissa gets back, make sure she has sufficiently punished those Muggles." "That bad?" Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. "He's going to need a lot of potions," Andromeda told her bluntly. "When's the last time you ate something?" she asked Harry. The day before yesterday," Harry answered. "What?" Bellatrix yelped. "We need to get you some food." "Creature," she called. Harry was about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly a popping sound was heard and a small creature appeared in front of them. The creature was slightly smaller than Harry. It had wrinkly skin, a big nose, a bald head, was dressed in a pillowcase and had long bat-like ears. Whatever it wasn't human. Harry, having never seen it before and still not used to things suddenly appearing in front of him, jumped back and let out a small scream. The creature known as Creature suddenly found himself flying back and crashing into the wall behind him before flopping down onto the floor. Harry was staring at the downed creature with wide eyes before he heard a squeal of delight and found himself picked up into the air and pulled into another hug by Bellatrix, who was grinning like a loon before she sat him down on the table. "Did you see that, Andy?" she asked Andromeda in an excited voice. "My little boy did accidental magic. Sent the old elf flying." "Yes, I saw that, Bellatrix," Andromeda spoke up, slightly impressed. "And he's not your boy?" "Yes, he is," Bellatrix said stubbornly. "He's my brilliant magical boy." Mistress's young boy is indeed impressive," Creature spoke in a raspy voice as he forced himself up to his feet. "What is that?" Harry asked, pointing at Creature. "I am Creature, servant of the noble House of Black," Creature said proudly. "He's a house elf," Andromeda explained to Harry. "That's a magical creature. He does all the cooking and cleaning around the house. They're basically our servants," Bellatrix summed up. "Oh," Harry frowned and scratched the back of his head. "Am I a servant?" he asked. "Why would you think that?" Andromeda asked curiously. "Because I do all the cooking and cleaning for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon," Harry answered. "You are no servant of anyone," Bellatrix said in a firm voice. "You are my son, you serve nobody." Am I really going to be your son?" Harry asked hesitantly. "Yep," Bellatrix grinned before placing her hands on either side of Harry's head. She rubbed her nose against his before keying his nose and then forehead. "I'm going to make you my son," she told him, her grin as wide as ever. "We're going to be a family and grow old together and have lots and lots of fun." She giggled. I like that," Harry smiled back, suddenly feeling hopeful, at least for a few seconds. "But what about Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia?" he asked in a sad voice. "They won't let me go in." "We will worry about them," Bellatrix cut him off. "You're going to be my son, they can't tell you what to do anymore." "Really?" Harry grinned. His smile looked a lot like Bellatrix's. "Yes," Bellatrix replied. "Those silly Muggles aren't going to bother you anymore. I hate to be a downer but I should point out that you still have to apply to have custody of him," Andromeda spoke up. "Details," Bellatrix said dismissively before turning to Creature. "Creature, my boy hasn't eaten in 2 days, he's been starved by those stupid Muggles, make him some food." "At once, mistress," Creature quickly bowed. "Stupid Muggles dare to starve a wizard of the Black family. Should be executed," he mumbled as he walked off. "Creature should be stripping their skin," he continued mumbling and muttering the whole way out. Now, while Creature is getting you some food, we'll try and explain a bit about the wizarding world to you, Andromeda told Harry. Line break. Narcissa smiled to herself as she arrived at number 12 Grimmauld Place. She swiped a bit of dust off her shoulder before Creature appeared in front of her. Mistress Narcissa has arrived, Creature said, sounding pleased. How may Creature help? He asked eagerly. Where is everyone? She asked impatiently. They's be in the kitchen, Creature answered. Mistress Bellatrix is entertaining the new black son. That'll be all, Narcissa said, dismissing him before she walked away and headed to the kitchen, noticing that Walburga's portrait had been covered. Quite honestly, she was surprised that Bellatrix hadn't simply just burnt the painting down yet. She doubted it would be very long before she did so. Walburga was proud and stubborn, she wouldn't hold her tongue for long, and Bellatrix had apparently become attached to the Potter boy, so something would happen eventually. It was not a matter of if, only when. Narcissa walked into the kitchen and stopped to take in what she was seeing. Firstly, Andromeda was kneeling in front of the fireplace and had sticked her head into the green flames, obviously Flo calling someone. She then found Bellatrix sitting opposite Harry, lazily moving her wand around to control what appeared to be a small, green, toy-sized dragon that Bella had likely made herself. Young Harry was staring at the dragon with awe, hesitantly reaching out to pet it while Bellatrix looked as proud of herself as Narcissa could ever remember. I see that you've all been busy, Narcissa spoke up, causing Bellatrix and Harry to look away from the dragon. Ah, sissy, Bellatrix greeted her first. How are the muggles? She grinned. For some reason I got the impression that they were scared of me. I couldn't imagine why, Narcissa drawled with a small smirk on her lips before she turned her attention to Harry. I hope my sister has been treating you nicely. She asked. Yes, Miss Narcissa. Harry quickly nodded. It's Mrs., not Miss, Narcissa corrected him. But for you it's, Auntie Narcissa, Bellatrix added before Narcissa could say anything more. The B***own sister frowned at her older sister. She was about to insist that Harry call her Mrs. Malfoy, but then again, she did like the sound of being an aunt. Are you sure that she's all right? Harry asked hesitantly, pointing towards Andromeda. Yes. Don't worry, she'll be perfectly fine, Bellatrix said, finding his concern to be somewhat amusing. Yes, I am aware that muggles don't use the Flow network, but for us it is perfectly safe, Narcissa added. Now, we should work on getting you some food and clothes. She added. We've already got him food, Bellatrix said. Creature was sent off to get him clothes. Good, Narcissa said just as Andromeda pulled her head out of the fireplace, allowing the flames to die down and disappear. Ah, Narcissa, Andromeda said in a pleased voice. Did you punish the muggles? She asked as she stood up. Sufficiently, answered Narcissa. Who were you calling? My husband, he's willing to represent us in court, Andromeda said in a pleased voice. Do we really need your mudblood's help? Bellatrix complained. Bella, I will not have you insult my husband and do not use such language in front of young Harry, Andromeda admonished. What's a mudblood? Harry asked curiously. It's a bad word that Bellatrix should not be saying, Andromeda replied. And I don't want to hear it from you either, she told Harry. It's what most of us call witches and wizards that were born from muggle parents, Bellatrix explained. I think you'll find that most people just call them muggleborns, Andromeda huffed. Am I one of those? Harry asked with a small frown. No, you're a half-blood because both of your parents were magical, Narcissa explained before turning to Andromeda. Are you sure that your husband is good enough for this? He's more than good enough, Andromeda said confidently. He turned to Bellatrix to say something but stopped when she saw that Harry and Bellatrix were playing with the dragon again, both having evidently grown bored of the conversation. Oh, look at him, he's looking so handsome. Bellatrix cooed as she adjusted Harry's clothes. Harry blushed at her praise and mumbled out a, thank you, as he looked down at the floor, feeling embarrassed as he still was not used to such praise. He had only been in Bellatrix's house for a day, and it had already been the best day of his life. Not only did she feed him and treat him better than Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon ever did, but he had gotten an entire bedroom to himself. The room was even bigger than Dudley's room. It had a cupboard for him to keep him clothes, though he didn't have many of those, and a desk for him, even though he didn't really have any homework either. He also had a large bed that might have been even bigger than Uncle Vernon's. The colors of the walls and floor were black, but everything else was decorated in green and silver. Apparently, the room used to belong to Bellatrix's favorite cousin. After staying the night, Harry had been woken up by Creature, who had informed him that it was time to eat breakfast. Harry had been reluctant to get out of the comfy bed but forced himself to do so as he didn't want to upset Bellatrix. He had climbed out of the bed and headed down to the kitchen where Bellatrix had greeted him with another one of those lovely hugs of hers. "What do you want me to make you for breakfast?" Harry asked her. She looked at him like he had said something incredibly funny. "Silly boy, you don't make breakfast," she said in an amused voice. "That's Creature's job, you just come and eat." Then, to Harry's amazement, he ended up eating breakfast while somebody else had made it. The best part was that the food was delicious, and he had told Creature as much. The elf had smiled at Harry and complimented him several times before he walked off, leaving Harry to enjoy his breakfast until it was time for him to get ready. Bellatrix had sent him upstairs to get changed into the clothes that Creature had left on his bed. When Harry had come down whilst wearing his white-shirted, black suit, he had looked quite ridiculous in his opinion since he didn't really know how to put a suit on. His tie was most definitely not tied the same way he had seen Uncle Vernon do it, and he hadn't tucked his shirt in and somehow ended up with his leg sleeves being tucked into his socks, not to mention that he had no idea how to tie his shoes. But Bellatrix had barely given a single thought about his inability to put on a suit and had simply flicked her wand at him, causing his clothes to quickly put themselves right. Harry was barely able to blink before his tie was now properly around his neck, his shirt was tucked in, and his trousers were freed from his socks. A second later, Bellatrix was kneeling in front of him and hitting him with compliment after compliment. "Now," Bellatrix spoke, "when we get there, you stick to me at all times or Auntie, okay?" "Yes." Harry spoke before pausing. Yes, Mum." He added hesitantly and was rewarded with a beaming smile and another hug. "Oh, you called me Mum," Bellatrix said happily before pulling back and keying his forehead. Such a good boy. She managed to get out before the fire in the fireplace turned green and rose up, allowing Andromeda to enter. "Ah, hello Harry," she smiled. "Do I have to rescue you from my mad sister?" she asked, causing Bellatrix to give her an annoyed look. "No, thank you," Harry gave her a small laugh. "Now, Harry," Bellatrix spoke up. "When we get there, we're going to have a little meeting to decide who gets to become your mommy." Can I have you?" Harry asked hopefully. His one day with Bellatrix was already the best day of his life. "Tell the other people there that then maybe," Andromeda answered on behalf of a smiling Bellatrix. "Now, we should warn you Harry that not a lot of people will like the idea of Bellatrix looking after you." "Why?" Harry frowned. "Well, a long time ago a group of bad wizards would make Bellatrix do bad things," Andromeda said slowly, choosing her words carefully. "Now, because of that, people think that Bellatrix is bad." "But she's not, she's really nice," Harry argued. "Yes, we know that, but they don't," Andromeda explained patiently. "Oh," Harry's brow furrowed as he thought about what she said. After several seconds he turned back to Bellatrix. "I think you're nice," he told her, hoping it would make her feel better. "And I think you're adorable and precious," Bellatrix ruffled his hair. "Now, let's go my little prince." Albus Dumbledore, arguably the most influential and powerful wizard of all time, was not having a good day, not at all. It had all started when he had returned from a meeting with the school board, one that involved a lot of unnecessary arguing. As soon as he had gotten into his office, he had heard one of his various monitoring devices start to go crazy. The device, which seemingly only had the purpose of shining a small and barely noticeably green light inside of a large fishbowl, started acting a lot different from normal as it started making squeaking noises whilst the light had turned a near blood shade of red. Quickly realizing that the blood wards were failing, he rushed over to number 4 Privet Drive as fast as he could to see what the problem was. He quickly realized that the problem was a lot bigger than he had expected it to be since the Aurors had already gotten there before he had. After asking a few questions he learnt that a relative of young Harry had come and taken him away and was pressing abuse charges on the Dursleys. Dumbledore had been so shaken up by the revelation that young Harry Potter had been abused that he had not even thought to check up on the state of the Dursleys. If he had, then he would have learnt that several healers were currently looking over them. Instead, once he had recovered from his shock, he had begun fishing for more information about young Harry. The Aurors seemed reluctant to tell him anything, most likely because their superiors had probably ordered the information to be kept confidential. Still, despite that, he was able to coax bits and pieces out of them. He had learnt that the woman who had taken Harry was none other than Narcissa Malfoy, wife of Lucius Malfoy. He had headed back to his office as soon as possible to start thinking up plans to try and get little, innocent Harry away from Lucius's evil clutches when a letter had arrived by owl. A most interesting letter that revealed that tomorrow an emergency meeting would be held. It didn't take him long to put two and two together and to work out that the meeting was related to Harry Potter. He had spent several minutes wondering what Lucius was up to, and his best guess was that Lucius was planning to take custody of the boy who lived so he could use Harry's name, fame and family fortune for his own benefit. He guessed that the meeting would be a custody meeting. Most likely Lucius was hoping to gain official custody of Harry. Dumbledore was not willing to let that happen, not at all. All of which led to today. He was sitting in a Wizengamot meeting in his position as Chief Warlock. He saw Lucius sitting in his usual seat. Though the man looked bored, Dumbledore didn't relax at all. He was sure that Lucius had planned something. He continued looking around, spotting well-known faces like Minister Fudge, Amelia Bones, Cyrus Greengrass and Augusta Longbottom. Dumbledore knew that despite the top secrecy of the meeting, the majority of the people here probably knew what it was about. "Order, order," Dumbledore said loudly as he banged his gavel down to call for the room's attention. "I now call this meeting in session. This emergency meeting has been called for by Lady Amelia Bones of the Bones House, acting in her official position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The floor is yours, Miss Bones." "Thank you, Chief Warlock." Amelia Bones, a strong-jawed woman with copper-red hair and a monocle, stood up. "It is my unfortunate duty to bring to this court a victim of child abuse. Quite recently a child was found to be abused by his relatives and had been removed from their custody. Those people are currently in my cells, awaiting their own trial, but it seems to me that our priority should be to first house the child." Hem hem, a high-pitched voice cut through the air. Everyone turned their attention to the minister's undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, a small, squat woman with short, curly brown hair who had the unfortunate luck of looking like a toad. "That is very heartbreaking," she said, doing her best to sound convincing, though few were convinced. "But I don't quite understand what that has to do with us. Surely this is a matter that could easily be dealt with by the relevant ministry departments and does not require the attention of the whole Wizengamot." "If it was any ordinary child then you would be right," Amelia Bones replied. "But this is no ordinary child. The child is not only related to two well-known houses that have seats in this very room, but he is also of significant importance to the wizarding world." "Just who is this child?" Cyrus Greengrass asked, despite already having a good enough idea, as did the rest of the people in the room, judging by the way they started whispering to each other. "That would be Harry James Potter," Amelia Bones stated. Immediately the whole room erupted with noise as people began reacting to the news that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was abused. "Order! Order!" Dumbledore said loudly, banging his gavel down several times until the noise had quietened down. "I'm sorry, but did you say that the boy was abused?" Lucius spoke up, a concerned tone in his voice, though Dumbledore believed it to be as real as the man's claim that he had been forced to serve Voldemort during the last war. "Who would do such a thing?" he asked. Dumbledore twitched but did not do more than that, while Amelia sighed, knowing that the wizarding world's view on Muggles would likely plummet down after this. The people responsible were his relatives, his Aunt Petunia and uncle, through marriage, Vernon Dursley, she answered. "I don't recognize those names," Lord Knott spoke up. "I would have been shocked if you had," Amelia admitted. "They are both Muggles." She once again stopped as several members of the court began commenting on what she had just said. Half of the room appeared to be shocked while the other half was muttering about the Muggles. This continued until Dumbledore once again brought the room to silence. Amelia took that as her signal to continue. "We were notified of this abuse by a concerned citizen and have since then detained and arrested the Dursleys, who will be tried before being handed over to the Muggles' courts. However, this does leave us with the unfortunate problem of trying to find a place for Harry Potter to live." "And just where is Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked, unable to help himself. "He will be brought in soon," Amelia answered. "The boy was rescued from his aunt and uncle by a couple of relatives of his, one of which wishes to apply for custody of him." Before we bring him in, I would like to request for Dumbledore to step down as Chief Warlock for this meeting," she announced and quickly continued before people could start asking questions. "It is my understanding that Mr. Dumbledore was responsible for his previous placement, and I fear that it is possible for him to find it difficult to remain unbiased," she said, causing a lot of muttering to rise up. "I will, of course, stand down for this meeting if that is what the esteemed lord and ladies desire," Dumbledore said before calling for a vote. Unfortunately for him, he had ended up barely losing and had to nod his head before bowing out and allowing a temporary takeover of his position. Fortunately for him, his replacement ended up being Madame Marchbanks, who everyone could trust to be neutral and not be persuaded by either side, light or dark. "Bring in the boy," she ordered. Mere moments later, the doors to the chamber opened and in walked young Harry, looking incredibly nervous, followed by the woman he now knew as Aunt Andromeda, and with her was her husband, Ted Tonks, a brown-haired man wearing a gray suit. Though for most people, the biggest shock of all was the fact that he was holding the hand of the woman known to the wizarding world as Bellatrix Lestrange. "What are you doing here?" Augusta Longbottom yelled furiously as she rose to her feet, glaring down at Bellatrix. Augusta was an old woman with wrinkles on her face and hair that was now gray. She didn't dress in what one would consider normal clothes, as she often favored a green dress along with a hat that appeared to have a vulture fixed on top of it. Despite that, she was most definitely an intimidating woman, and her mere presence combined with her loud voice had easily startled Harry, who would have likely frozen in place if not for Bellatrix walking him forward to the middle of the room. "I am here to apply for custody of Harry," Bellatrix stated to the whole room. "Are you mad, Lestrange?" Augusta screeched at her. "My name is not Lestrange," Bellatrix glared at her. "I am Bellatrix Black." "A rose by any other name," Augusta spat out. "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen," Ted quickly spoke up. "I am Ted Tonks, lawyer for Miss Black," he said, gesturing to Bellatrix. "Good, she'll need one," Augusta growled. "She kidnapped Harry Potter," she accused, directing a finger at Bellatrix. "Stop being so loud," Bellatrix said with narrowed eyes. "You don't tell me what to do. I will when you're frightening him," Bellatrix growled, gesturing to Harry, who was now tightly gripping Bellatrix's hand and was trying to hide behind her. "She's right," Madame Marchbanks agreed. "Keep your voice civil, Augusta," she said. When she saw that Augusta looked ready to argue, she quickly cut her off. "This is apparently Mr. Potter's reintroduction into the magical world, and the last thing we need is for him to get the wrong impression of us." "Indeed," Ted agreed. "Besides, Lady Longbottom is mistaken, as my client did not kidnap Mr. Potter. Instead, she had rescued him from an abusive situation and had her sister, Narcissa, contact the DMLE as soon as possible." While he was speaking, Dumbledore's gaze had drifted at Malfoy's direction, and he had caught the brief look of surprise on the man's face, something which surprised him. When Bellatrix appeared, he had thought for a second that she was working with Malfoy, but he had his doubts when Andromeda Tonks, the woman had run away to marry a Muggleborn, had appeared alongside her along with that very Muggleborn. When Narcissa, Lucius's wife, was mentioned, he thought it was all a Malfoy plan until he saw Lucius's face. Apparently Lucius had no idea what was going on either. "Your client," Augusta said in a voice dripping with venom, "is a criminal." "Incorrect," Ted said simply. "My client was forced into the servitude of the dark wizard known as He Who Must Not Be Named. Through the bindings of a magical contract, she was no more responsible for her actions than someone under the Imperious Curse. Besides, she is not on trial today. As far as the law is concerned, she is a law-abiding citizen who does not even have a single minor felony on her record that was committed of her own free will. Ladies and gentlemen, my client is a wealthy pureblood from the most ancient and noble house of Black. Money would not be an issue when it comes to raising Mr. Potter, especially given the fact that the family still has many active businesses constantly bringing in large amounts of money each year. Not only that, but she has a large family support network in the form of not only my wife, her sister, but also her youngest sister, Lord Malfoy's wife." Ted resisted the urge to smirk at the constipated look on Lucius's face. He wasn't sure why Narcissa wanted her involvement revealed, but at least it provided him with some entertainment. "I must protest," Dumbledore said, speaking up. "While Miss Black is not a convicted criminal, that does not mean she is an ideal guardian for Mr. Potter. Perhaps we can find a better family, such as the Weasleys. Molly and Arthur are good friends of mine, and I am sure that they are willing to take him in and— Oh, and your last suggestion on where he should go ended up working out so well, didn't it? Bellatrix said with high levels of sarcasm. The Weasley family is dirt poor, and from what I understand, struggling to stay floating as it is. Lucius couldn't help but speak up. Do you truly want to burden them with another child? The boy who lived, no less. Besides, Harry's chosen me, Bellatrix said proudly. Most likely you forced him to choose you. Augusta snapped. Lady Longbottom, you are throwing out baseless accusations, Ted replied. Miss Black is related to my client through his grandmother, Doria Potter, born from the Black family. Meaning they are already family. My client wouldn't dare dream of hurting family. Your client is a murderous maniac. Augusta shouted. I should be given custody of Harry, my son was. Hold on, I believe that I am the better choice, Lucius interrupted. I think that is hardly an accurate statement, Dumbledore cut in. I will not allow him to go into the hands of a mass murderer. Augusta yelled furiously. Lady Longbottom, control yourself. Madame Marchbanks ordered. Perhaps the boy should go into the custody of the ministry, Umbridge suggested, causing a whole new bunch of arguments to start, sending the room into a chaotic mess of yelling and screaming as various people all started arguing and shouting over who should be given custody of Harry. This continued for several long moments until one voice decided to cut in after Augusta had sent one too many threats towards Bellatrix. Stop it! A young voice yelled, accompanied by a magical wave that shoved all the members against their seats while pushing Augusta back, so she landed on hers. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Harry, who was trembling as tears dripped down his eyes and his face was red as sobs started to escape from him. Oh, my sweet boy, Bellatrix quickly wrapped him in a hug that he returned. She allowed him to sob onto her clothes for several moments before she turned gaze onto the members of the Wizengamot with a look of fury on her face. Look at what you've all done, she hissed. You've frightened the poor boy. Hasn't he been through enough? I want Bellatrix, Harry sobbed. The boy attacked us. Umbridge was the first member to speak up. He should be taken into custody and— Are you daft? Andromeda burst out. It was accidental magic, not to mention self-defense. Let's also not forget the fact that he's a 5-year-old boy, Ted coughed. If anyone so much as lays a finger on this boy, then they will have me to answer to, Bellatrix said in a dangerous voice, reminding more than a few people why she was feared by Wizarding Britain. At that moment, Harry finally let go of Bellatrix and turned his gaze to the Wizengamot. He sniffed several times before gathering up his courage and speaking as clearly as he could. I want Bellatrix. Harry did end up getting his wish. Eventually the Wizengamot had decided to allow Bellatrix to have custody of him. The main objectors to this were Albus Dumbledore, Augusta Longbottom and the light-sided members, who wanted to keep their young hero away from Bellatrix. But, unfortunately for them, that didn't happen for a variety of reasons. Firstly, a lot of the Dark members that believed in the Dark Lord and that Bellatrix was one of them had voted in her favor as they thought it meant that they would have Harry Potter. Others voted for her due to her family heritage and the fact that she was a pureblood, some even because Harry clearly wanted to stay with her. The next day, the news of what had happened had sent shockwaves across the entire magical country. Everyone would soon know that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was adopted by Bellatrix Black. There were some that did believe that Bellatrix truly had been forced into serving the Dark Lord and that she was an acceptable guardian for Harry, but those people were only a small amount compared to the large quantities of people believing that Bellatrix was and still is a raging, mad woman who shouldn't be allowed near any children. Though that was all going on, Harry and Bellatrix remained oblivious as they had returned home and decided to dedicate the day to spending time with each other. A birdie, Harry is a birdie. Harry sang happily after breakfast as he flew around the kitchen whilst Bellatrix was heartily laughing as she used her wand to levitate him around the room, though she did it with enough skill that it looked like Harry was flying. That's it, my little bird, Bellatrix smiled brightly. Are you enjoying yourself? She asked. Yep, Harry chirped happily as Bellatrix continued to levitate him around the room for several more seconds before she flicked her wand, and he floated down to her lap where she caught him and pulled him into a hug as she kissed his forehead. I love it when you laugh, she whispered before her hands sneaked up to his sides and she suddenly began assaulting him with a tickle attack. No, Harry laughed as he valiantly tried to resist. Stop it. He giggled as he squirmed in her grasp. But you're so cute, Bellatrix protested before blowing a raspberry into his neck, earning more giggles. Bellatrix continued her assault for several seconds until the green flames shot up from the fireplace and Andromeda walked out followed by her husband, Ted. I see that you're both having fun, Andromeda commented with a smile. Now, Harry, you remember my husband, Ted, she said, gesturing to the man next to her. Hello, a red-faced Harry said whilst giving Ted a small wave. You're Auntie Andromeda's mudblood? He asked curiously. Bella. Andromeda frowned. What have I told you about teaching him that word? You can just call me Ted, Ted told Harry, sounding more amused than insulted. Hello Miss Black, he politely added to Bellatrix. Hello unacceptable suitor, Bellatrix stiffly greeted him. Andromeda looked like she was resisting the urge to strangle her sister. I'm Harry, Harry cutely introduced himself despite Ted already knowing, oblivious to the tension in the room. So you are, Ted nodded in such a way that it sounded as if he had just learnt something very interesting. It's nice to meet you again, so, how old are you? He asked, trying to make conversation. I am 1 2 3 4 5. Harry said proudly, counting the numbers on his right hand which he held up so that Ted could see. That's a pretty big age, Ted smiled at him. Now, Harry, I've brought someone for you to play with. Andromeda spoke up. Then, as if magically summoned, a wall of green fire shot up from the flow and a new person stumbled out from the flames. Harry blinked as he looked at the new arrival. She was clearly a girl that was a few years older than him. She obviously had to be since her hair was long, but he didn't know why her hair was pink. The girl, dressed in a blue skirt and white shirt, huffed and muttered something under her breath before she straightened up and smiled at everyone. Watch her, she waved with a grin. Did you have to bring your spawn? Bellatrix sighed, not really happy that her time with Harry was suddenly being cut short. Bellatrix, it's good for Harry to spend some time with other children, Andromeda told her off before turning her attention to Harry. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Andromeda said to Harry. This is Nymphadora. Mum, Nymphadora whined. Don't call me that. Sweetie, it's your name, Andromeda said whilst rolling her eyes. It's stupid, Nymphadora muttered before turning her attention to Harry. Just call me, Tonks, she said before she looked at Bellatrix. Hi Auntie Belle, she grinned. I am not, Auntie Belle, Bellatrix glared at her. You will call me, Aunt Bellatrix. Sure, Tonks shrugged before turning back to Harry. Anyway, you want to go and play? She asked Harry who suddenly looked a lot more nervous. The young boy looked up at Bellatrix questioningly. Go on then, Bellatrix said after a few moments. You go and play with Aunt Andy's brat while I deal with the adults. Don't call me a brat, Tonks said before she grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him out of Bellatrix's lap. Let's go and play upstairs, she suggested, just as they were about to move. The flow lit up again and Narcissa walked out of the flames, followed by a small boy with B***owned hair and gray eyes. Ah, it's good that you're here, Narcissa said when she saw Andromeda and her husband. I've brought a playmate for Harry and she stopped and trailed off upon seeing Tonks holding Harry's hand. You brought your daughter? She questioned Andromeda in an accusing tone. Yes, Andromeda said, confused as to why her younger sister seemed upset. Why would you do that? Narcissa asked, staring at Andromeda with narrowed eyes. Because we couldn't leave her alone in the house, and because I thought that Harry would like someone to play with, Andromeda answered slowly, still not having worked out what had gotten her sister to act like this. But I wanted my son to play with him. Narcissa whined, looking like she was seconds away from stomping her foot on the ground. Oh, Andromeda blinked. Excuse me, Ted spoke up. But why can't they both play with him? Exactly, Andromeda quickly agreed before Narcissa could protest. It would be a nice chance for the cousins to get to know each other, don't you think? She looked at Narcissa who looked seconds away from ranting. Fine, Narcissa huffed before she turned to the boy with her and tapped him on his shoulders. Go on, introduce yourself to your cousins. She told him gently. The boy looked hesitant before he stepped forwards and spoke with a slight hitch. My name's Draco, he said, trying to stay still. Hi, Tonks smiled at him. I'm Tonks and this is Harry, come on, let's go play. she said before her free hand grabbed one of Draco's. A second later she was pulling both wide-eyed boys out of the room. I think our daughter's taken charge, Ted grinned at Andromeda, causing the other two Black sisters to huff. Only until my son's older, Narcissa and Bellatrix said at the same time before pausing and looking at each other with narrowed eyes. Now, as entertaining as this is, why did you call us here? Andromeda asked curiously. I'm even more surprised that you wanted me to bring Ted along with me. That's because I require his services, Bellatrix said simply. Creature, she called. Mistress summons Creature. Creature asked as he popped in, performing a low bow to Bellatrix. Creature lives to serve. Fetch us all some tea, Bellatrix ordered. And yes, even the mudblood. She added when it looked like Creature was about to open his mouth. As mistress wishes, Creature nodded submissively before popping out of sight. Must you call him a mudblood? Andromeda glared at Bellatrix. That's just how Creature knows him. Bellatrix shrugged in a, nothing I can do about it, manner before continuing. Anyway, I will need both of you to help me, along with the Muggleborn and his law skills. Bellatrix grimaced as if calling Ted anything but a mudblood was a lot of effort for her. What did you do? Narcissa frowned. Oh no, dear sister, Bellatrix grinned. It's not what I've done, it's what I am going to do. Upstairs, while the adults were talking, Tonks had taken the boys to Harry's room and had sat them down so she could start telling them about Hogwarts. Though before that she had revealed the fact that she was a born shapeshifter known as a metamorphagus, and had wowed both boys by transforming her hair through various lengths and colors before turning it back to long and pink. Then she showed off her ability by giving herself a pig's snout, then a duck's beak. Once that was done, she had changed back to normal and started telling the boys about the magical world of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In a rather amusing sight, Tonks was sat on top of Harry's bed while Harry and Draco were sat cross-legged on the floor and gazed up at her like she was the guardian of knowledge that had chosen to kindly gift the mere mortals below her with the secrets of the universe. And I am definitely going to be Professor Sprout's favorite, Tonks told them. So, anyway, I became friends with the gamekeeper. He's this really nice guy called Hagrid. And let me tell you this, he is massive. She said dramatically to the two wide-eyed boys. Is he a giant? Draco whispered. No, but he looks like one, Tonks answered. His hand is nearly the size of your body. Wow. Harry gasped while Draco suddenly looked a lot more scared. Yeah. He's big, Tonks continued. But he's really nice. He took me out to the forest once. He showed me some animals like bowtruckles. What's that? Harry asked, quietly but curiously. It's like a little green plant thing that lives in trees, Tonks explained. They're really cute and nice as long as you don't mess around with their trees. That sounds nice, Harry smiled. It is, Tonks smiled back, enjoying the attention she was receiving. Anyway, Hagrid's really nice and he makes a decent cuppa, just don't ever eat one of his cakes. His rock cakes might as well have actual rocks in them. He lives in this wooden hut next to the school. Why doesn't he just live in a house? Draco frowned. I don't know, Tonks shrugged. Anyway, the nicest teacher is Professor Sprout. She's my head of house and she teaches herbology, which is learning about magical plants. I think the one who is the most fun is Professor Flitwick. He teaches charms. The worst is the potions teacher, Professor Snape, she added. That's my godfather, Draco pointed out, sounding somewhat offended. Sorry, but trust me, he's the worst. Tonks told him in an apologetic voice. My best class is Professor McGonagall's class, Transfigurations. That's basically where you use magic to turn something into something else. Oh, can you turn things into small dragons? Harry asked excitedly. What? Nobody can do that. Draco blurted out with disbelief in his voice. Bella, I mean, Mum, can do it, Harry said matter-of-factly. I know which spell you're talking about, Tonks replied. It's the Draconiphores spell. I haven't learnt that yet, it's a third-year spell. But I do know how to turn things into birds, she said proudly. Wow, breathed Draco as he stared at her with awe. Yep, one time I managed to turn an old book into a pigeon, which was great. Until it flew out the room and crashed into Snape's face. I am going to ask you a question that I have asked you repeatedly with varying degrees of emotion since I was 5, Narcissa said in a simple voice as she stared at Bellatrix. Are you bloody insane? Quite honestly, I'm of the opinion that I am simply so incredibly smart that the average brain cannot comprehend my genius and simply labels me insane to make up for their own failings, Bellatrix smirked. Or the more likely fact that you're insane, Andromeda cut in. Bella, why would you think that this is a good idea? Or even a necessary one? Because she's insane, Narcissa said before Bellatrix could respond. I'm not insane, Bellatrix sighed before turning to Ted. Are you going to back me up? I would, but you're insane, Ted replied. Sorry, that's just the way that I know you, he added with a small smirk. Touché, Bellatrix inclined her head slightly. Not that great but not bad, she told him before turning her attention back to her sisters. As I was saying before the two of you started making unnecessary, unfounded and ultimately annoying accusations, it is the best option available. Bella, you already have custody of him, Narcissa pointed out. Custody that could be revoked any time, Bellatrix countered. How long do you think that it'll be before that old bat Augusta does something? If I even defend myself then they could start to argue that I'm too dangerous to be near Harry. She added, causing the other two sisters to stop and stare at each other thoughtfully. You make a good point, Andromeda conceded. But still, she trailed off, giving Bellatrix a questioning look. If we do this then nobody will be able to take Harry away from me without a struggle and it will make us closer as a family, Bellatrix said, staring back and forth between both sisters. So, will you help me? She asked, allowing a silence to fall over the room. Fine, Andromeda said eventually, looking quite annoyed. Ted shall work on the legal side of it, she stated before giving Ted a questioning look. He rubbed his eyes for a moment before he nodded his head to show that he would help. I shall work on getting you the necessary potions, she continued. I'll help set it up, Narcissa said to Bellatrix. I've got to be honest, I never expected that this would be why you had called us here today. I was expecting to have my son spend some time with Harry while we catch up. I was not expecting to help you set up a blood adoption ritual. Mum, Draco whined. I want to stay longer. He yelled, looking to be on the verge of tears. It had quickly become time for Tonks and Draco to leave. Tonks had hugged both boys and had left with her parents after tripping over a chair. Draco, on the other hand, was much more difficult as he wanted to stay and play with Harry. Now, Draco, Narcissa said in a soft voice. Don't worry, we'll be coming back here tomorrow as well, and you'll have plenty of time to play with your cousin. Now, if we get back home quickly then I can have the house elves make you your favorite for dinner, how does that sound? She said with a smile, watching Draco's face cutely scrunch up as he mentally weighed his options. Fine, Draco mumbled a few seconds later. Good boy, Narcissa patted his back. Now, go and say goodbye to Harry before we go off. Draco sniffed before he nodded his head and saw Harry sitting in Bellatrix's lap across the room. He walked over to them and tapped Harry on his leg so he would look at him. Mum says I have to go now, Draco said sadly. Oh, Harry whispered in a disappointed voice. She said I could come back tomorrow. I'll bring some sweets, Draco added. I've got to go now, bye-bye. Bye, Harry said, giving him a small wave. We shall see you tomorrow, Bellatrix said before she looked in Narcissa's direction. Are you sure you don't need any help with dealing with your husband? She asked. Trust me, Narcissa smirked. I can handle Lucius, she said just as Draco stopped next to her. Goodbye Harry, we shall see you tomorrow. She added before she and Draco exited through the fireplace. Don't worry, Bellatrix told Harry, who seemed quite sad. They'll be coming over tomorrow, she told him, hugging him to her body as she rocked back and forth. I like them, Harry said quietly as his back rested against her. They were nicer to me than Dudley. That cousin, Dudley, of yours is a stupid muggle who has been raised and molded by even stupider muggles, Bellatrix told Harry, keying the side of his head. Forget all about them, they're not your family, I am. We're your new family and we're going to look after you and love you forever. In fact, I have a surprise for you. She grinned when Harry looked back and stared up at her. What is it? He asked in a curious voice, looking up at her with his bright emerald eyes. I've decided that you and I are going to perform a blood adoption ritual, she told him, sounding as if Christmas had come early. What's that? Harry asked, tilting his head slightly as he tried to remember if he had ever heard something like that before. Well, before you were born, your daddy took a bit of himself and put it together with a bit of your mummy, Bellatrix began explaining, remembering the script that Andromeda had given her and insisted she use since Harry wasn't old enough to have the birds and the bees talk. Then that made you, she continued, whilst Harry gave her his full attention, looking every bit like the perfect student. But now, because I am your new mummy, I want to put a bit of me in you so you can have 3 parents instead of 2 and I can make you properly my son, would you like that? She asked, keying his nose affectionately. So, you'd be my real mom. Harry blinked. Yep, Bellatrix grinned. We'd be a proper, real mother and son. That sounds amazing, Harry said excitedly. So, should we do it? Bellatrix said, unable to stop herself from laughing at his excitement. Yes, please, Harry said quickly. You'll have to be patient, my little prince, Bellatrix replied. Your aunties and Aunt Andy's mudblood are going to set everything up for us, it'll take 2 days. Until then, we've got plenty of time to spend together, what would you like to do? She asked. Can you show me how to do magic? Harry asked hopefully. Oh, you want to learn magic? Bellatrix stared at him proudly. Fine, but if I teach you then you have to promise not to tell anyone until I tell you to, not even your cousins, promise? She asked, holding a hand up. Promise, Harry said with all of the seriousness a 5-year-old boy could muster before he shook Bellatrix's hand. Good boy, Bellatrix said once they both let go. Now, I'm a witch and you're a wizard, what that means is that we can both make magic. When you're young, you can't properly control your magic, that's why sometimes if you get really upset or angry then magic happens without you meaning to, that's called accidental magic. Normally, when a witch or wizard is 11, they get their own wand. What wands do is make it easier to do magic. Now, normally kids are not supposed to be getting wands before they turn 11, but the Black family have never really paid attention to that particular rule. Still, remember that you can't tell anyone, Mummy might get in trouble if you do, understand? Yes, Mum, Harry quickly nodded. Good boy, Bellatrix rubbed her nose against his before she pulled back and continued talking. We have a few backup wands in the house, we'll test them out and see which one works best for you, then you can practice with that one. Creature, she called. How may Creature serve? Creature asked as he popped into existence. Bring me some wands, Bellatrix ordered. Harry needs one. Of course, mistress, Creature obediently bowed before popping out of sight. He returned a few seconds later with a box full of wands. He opened the box and levitated them onto the table next to Bellatrix and Harry. Now, try this wand, Harry, Bellatrix said, pulling out a black wand and handing it to Harry. Harry took the wand and frowned. He moved it slightly and gasped when suddenly a hole appeared in one of the walls. Not that one, Bellatrix said, taking the wand out of Harry's hand and giving him a brown wand. Try this one, she told him after absently waving her own wand and repairing the wall. Wave it around. Okay, Harry whispered before he waved the wand. He blinked when a wall of fire rose up in front of them. Not that one either, though it does look fun. Bellatrix pointed her wand at the flames and extinguished them before she took the wand away from Harry. The pair continued trying out different wands for another 15 minutes with varying results. Nearly each time ended up with Bellatrix or Creature magically repairing something. Harry had apologized a few times, but Bellatrix had waved him off and encouraged him to keep trying out before eventually Harry waved a brown-colored wand and a small bunch of yellow sparks flew out of it. Bellatrix looked thoughtful. Not a perfect match for you, but it's good enough. That's be Mistress Doria's wand, Creature spoke up. Harry's grandmother. Bellatrix blinked. Yes, mistress, Creature confirmed. This belonged to my grandmom, Harry whispered to himself. Well, isn't that amazing? Bellatrix laughed before she took out her own wand. Now, we're going to start with something basic. I'm going to teach you how to make light with your wand. The word you have to say is, Lumos. Her wand lit up, a small light appeared on the tip of her wand. Now, you try it, remember, say, Lumos, put the wand down and practice saying it first. Harry placed his wand on the table before he repeated the incantation several times, with Bellatrix correcting his pronunciation until he got it perfect. Good, now try it with the wand, she told him, placing the wand in his hands. Okay, Harry took a deep breath. Lumos, he said. He waited but the wand didn't do anything. It's not working, he frowned. That's because you have to mean it, Bellatrix told him. Magic is about intent, that means it's about what you're thinking and feeling. You have to really want the wand to make light. I want you to imagine that if you can make a light appear on your wand, then you'll get your favorite food for dinner and you'll be the strongest wizard ever, and you and I can stay together forever." Harry paused as he mentally digested Bellatrix's words. He looked at his wand and focused, imagining all of the things Bellatrix told him, imagining that the only thing he needed to get all of that was to make the wand make some light. He stared at the wand with as much intensity as someone his age was capable of. "Lumos," he said. Nothing happened. "Lumos." He half yelled and was quickly rewarded when the tip of his wand shined a bright light that he had to quickly shield his eyes from. The light continued blinding the whole room until Bellatrix intervened and snuffed it out. I did it," Harry whispered to Bellatrix as he looked at her. I really did it," he said again, pride in his voice. "Yes, you did," Bellatrix said, seeming even more proud than Harry was. "I think this deserves a reward." Creature. "Yes, mistress." Creature spoke up quickly. "Make Harry a feast fit for a king," she ordered. "At once, mistress." Creature bowed his head before looking at Harry. "Young master will be an excellent wizard, a good wizard for the House Black," he added before popping out the room. Harry and Bellatrix had been happy to spend the next 2 days getting to know each other. During that time Bellatrix had taught Harry 2 other spells besides the wand lighting spell, the first of which was a stinging hex. Secondly, she had taught him how to levitate things with the levitation charms, though he couldn't levitate much at the moment. Once those 2 days had ended, Harry and Bellatrix had found themselves in the Black family ritual room with Andromeda and Narcissa. The room was quite simply a dark and empty room with a few torches fitted to the walls. While it didn't look much, it was magically enhanced and capable of withstanding a great deal of damage. Narcissa had drawn up a ritual circle on the ground and had placed a bowl in between Harry and Bellatrix as the two sat in the middle of the circle, cross-legged and facing each other. Andromeda stood nearby with a variety of health potions ready as Bellatrix explained how the ritual would work to Harry, who had been nodding along to her explanation. While he didn't understand everything, he was able to understand what he had to do during the whole ritual. Once the ritual had started, Bellatrix and Harry had remained quiet as Narcissa had begun chanting something under her breath as she waved her wand around in circles, causing a blue dome to appear on top of the lines of the circle. Once Narcissa had finished chanting, Bellatrix had picked up a small knife and handed it to Harry. Harry took his right hand and held it above the bowl. Bellatrix had told him that the knife had been enchanted it wouldn't hurt him, but he couldn't help but be doubtful. He placed the tip of the knife on his palm and began cutting down, letting some blood drop into the bowl below. Once that was done, Bellatrix had uncorked a potions bottle and spilled it all into the bowl before she took the knife and cut her own palm, letting an even larger quantity of blood drip into the bowl. Harry took in a deep breath before he picked up the bowl and gulped as he looked at the mixture inside of it. "Are you ready?" Bellatrix asked him. "I think so." Harry sniffed, taking a deep breath. "Whenever you're ready, my little prince, Mama loves you," Bellatrix whispered to him, smiling brightly at him. Harry couldn't help but smile back. He breathed in before he placed his lips to the bowl and began drinking. Harry groaned as he felt himself waking up, not entirely sure what had happened. He remembered doing the ritual and nothing past that. As his eyes opened, he quickly realized that he was in his room. He coughed before he was able to force himself to a sitting position. He was barely sat up when the door swung open and Bellatrix walked into the room. "Ah, and there's my handsome prince." She smiled brightly as she rushed over and sat down next to him before pulling him into a tight hug. "What happened?" Harry asked as he hugged her back. "Oh, you fell asleep during the ritual. You must be exhausted," Bellatrix said as she pulled away. She reached for the nightstand next to Harry and picked up a potion. "Here, drink this. Aunt Andy said it would give you some energy. Don't worry, this won't taste as bad." Harry looked doubtful but obediently drank the potion, finding himself quite pleased when it tasted like juice. "Thank you," he said once he was done. "You're welcome. Now come here, I've got something to show you." Bellatrix grabbed his hand and stood him up before walking him out of the room and into her room, where she made him stop in front of a full-length mirror. "Tada!" Bellatrix blurted out, gesturing to his reflection. "What?" Harry trailed off as he looked at his reflection. Harry, having at least a rough idea of what his own face was supposed to look like, was quickly able to pick up on the differences. His face looked minorly different from before. It seemed to Harry like his cheeks were slightly higher than before. His hair, which was usually a scruffy, rough and wild mess, was now a silky mess that looked like it could at least be combed. The weirdest change for Harry was his eyes. His eyes, usually an emerald green, were now much brighter than before and had a bit of violet in his irises. "I'm in your eyes," Bellatrix giggled, pointing to the violet part. "Now, I'm thinking, we should change your name." "Circa. Change my name," Harry repeated, shaking his head to clear it before he looked at Bellatrix. "Yes, you're now a proud member of the Black family," Bellatrix explained as she kneeled down so she could look him in his eyes. "You're my son, my family. I want to make you completely mine with a new name." "I was thinking, Hydrus, if you like it." "Hydrus," echoed Harry. "You see, in our family we like to name our children after space stuff," Bellatrix explained. "Hydrus is a star constellation." "Consta-pation." "No," Bellatrix laughed. "Constellation, it means a pattern of stars." "And do you know what Hydrus means?" she asked him. He shook his head in the negative. "It means water snake," she told him. "That sounds like a much cooler name than Harry, don't you think?" "So, do you want to change your name?" she asked. Harry frowned and looked between her and his reflection in the mirror. He stared at himself for several seconds before he turned back to Bellatrix. I like Hydrus," he smiled. "Multicorphers," Hydrus incanted, aiming the wand at his own clothes and laughing when his red shirt turned a dark green. "I did it," he told Bellatrix proudly. "Of course." Bellatrix scoffed, as if it was ridiculous for him to not be able to accomplish it. "You're picking up spells at a fairly impressive rate, especially for your age. It must be the black blood in you." She grinned. "Master Hydrus is proving to be a respectable member of the Black family," Creature complimented as he levitated some breakfast plates onto their table. "Powerful, good for family. Mistress, 2-letter be arriving today," he added, handing Bellatrix a letter. Bellatrix merely raised an eyebrow before opening the first letter and reading it. "What does it say?" Hydrus asked curiously. "Your Aunt Andy and her little pink thing is coming over tomorrow," Bellatrix answered, rolling up the letter before lazily tossing it over her shoulder. "Do you mean Tonks?" Hydrus asked, laughing a little at his mother's description. "That's what I just said," Bellatrix confirmed with a nod. "I like Tonks," Hydrus smiled. "She's funny, and she makes funny faces. Oh, and I like Draco too. He told me that he'd bring me wizard sweets next time he comes." "Then you'll have some tomorrow, because he's coming as well," Bellatrix added. "Really?" Hydrus asked excitedly. "Yep," Bellatrix smirked before she opened the next letter. "Harry, eat your breakfast and then we can go shopping." "Shopping?" Hydrus asked, eyes widening slightly. "Yes, we're going to go out and we're going to have a lot of fun," Bellatrix whispered as if she was telling Hydrus a massive secret. "We're going go out and buy a lot of stuff and we're going to have lots of delicious food. So, I'd hurry if I was you," she told him and watched with amusement as Hydrus's face lit up and he quickly started eating his food like his life depended on it. Meanwhile Bellatrix's gaze returned to the letter that Dumbledore had sent her. She knew it had no spells on it, the black wards and Creature would make sure of that. She read through it once more. It was essentially Dumbledore asking for permission to see Harry. "Harry," she mentally scoffed. "His name is Hydrus, and he's mine. I'm not letting Dumbledore, or anyone take him away from me." She took her wand out and tapped the letter. A large "No" appeared in red on the parchment. She handed it to Creature and ordered him to send it back to its sender. She had barely done that before she looked back at Hydrus, who had finished his breakfast and was staring at her with a hopeful look along with a milk mustache. "When are we going?" he asked excitedly. "Are you sure it's safe?" Hydrus asked as he held onto Bellatrix's hand. She was dressed in her favorite black outfit, but this time also made sure to wear a large dark green coat. She had also dressed Hydrus in black shoes, black pants, a white shirt and a black waistcoat with green lining. To Hydrus's surprise, the clothes were actually surprisingly comfortable, so much so that it barely felt like he was wearing anything. He quickly realized that magic was at work and had asked Bellatrix, who had confirmed it for him. Another surprise was his hair. Bellatrix had waved her wand and created a comb out of a plate and had got to work fixing up Hydrus's hair, the end result being a nice head of combed hair that caused Bellatrix to squeal and hug him for being cute. "The flow is perfectly fine," she reassured Hydrus before they stepped into the fireplace. "Now, remember to step out on time or we'll get pushed out." she added before grabbing some flow powder and throwing it onto the ground below them whilst yelling, "Leaky cauldron." Green flames rose up and engulfed the two. Hydrus instinctively closed his eyes as he felt like his whole body was being picked up and moved by something. A second later Bellatrix pulled his hand and he had opened his eyes just in time to step out of a fireplace and into a new building. Hydrus looked around and found himself in what appeared to be a pub. He saw lots of people that he was guessing were witches and wizards. There was a bar nearby and behind the bar was a white-haired man who was cleaning out the inside of a mug. The man looked up with a smile that quickly disappeared when he saw who had just walked in. Miss Black," he blurted out, causing the whole pub to go silent as everyone looked in their direction. Hydrus nervously pulled himself closer to Bellatrix, who looked unfazed by all the sudden attention. "Glad to see you remember me, Tom," she drawled. "My son and I will be using your entrance to head into the alley, as is tradition for a young wizard's first time entering Diagon." "Bless my soul." Tom's gaze moved from Bellatrix to Hydrus. "It's Harry Potter," he gasped. "Harry Potter," one of the bar patrons blurted out. Hydrus practically glued himself to Bellatrix when he saw many people stand up and move towards him. His eyes widened as the people rushed towards him. Bellatrix quickly pulled her wand out and waved it, creating a magical shield that many people ended up walking head first into before everyone had stopped and stared at Bellatrix, who was now glaring at them all. "My son is not a tourist attraction, nor is he some toy for you all to play with," she said in a cold voice as she lowered the shield. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd rather his first time at Diagon Alley not get spoiled by you all." She gave Harry's hand a light squeeze before they both started walking to one of the pub doors. "And his name is Hydrus Black," she added over her shoulder before they exited the pub. What was that all about? Hydrus frowned once they were out of the pub and standing in front of a brick wall. "Remember that I told you we're famous?" Bellatrix asked. Hydrus's frown grew bigger as the memory of Bellatrix explaining his fame came up to the front of his mind. The way she had explained it, the wizard that had killed his birth parents had cast a spell that couldn't be blocked at him, and somehow Hydrus had survived and ended up getting rid of the wizard, which made Hydrus famous. "Still, it's weird," he said in a quiet voice. "I know, but unfortunately, you may have to end up getting used to it," she told him apologetically before tapping the bricks on the wall in a pattern. Once she was done, the bricks started moving apart and to the sides. Once the bricks were out of the way, Hydrus was met with the sight of a long, cobbled alley. He saw what seemed to be hundreds of people walking around, all dressed in wizard clothes, entering and exiting through the various, oddly shaped buildings around them. "Welcome, Hydrus, to Diagon Alley." Bellatrix couldn't help but smile as she looked at the shocked look on Hydrus's face. "This is amazing," Hydrus gasped as he and Bellatrix started walking down the alley. "Yeah, we're going to do lots of fun shopping, but first I think we need to go head to Gringotts." "What's that?" Hydrus asked curiously. "It's the Wizarding Bank, that one over there," Bellatrix explained, pointing down the alley to a large white building. "We need to get some money and check your account." "I don't have an account," Hydrus frowned. "Yes, you do," Bellatrix told him. "Your old parents were rich, they definitely had left you some money." "Oh," Hydrus blinked. "Are we rich?" "Of course," Bellatrix said without hesitation. "The Black family is one of the oldest magical families around, we've got tons of money." "Wow," Hydrus said in a quiet voice as he processed what he learnt. "That's nice," he said eventually, smiling up at Bellatrix. "It is nice," Bellatrix agreed, smiling back just before they reached the steps of Gringotts Bank. "Mum," Hydrus whispered, gently tugging on her arm. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to the two guards at the front of the bank. They were both small, not quite as small as a house elf, but small. They had long ears, but unlike the house elves, their ears were pointed, as were their long noses. To top it all off, they were also in possession of a set of razor-sharp teeth that wouldn't look out of place in a shark's mouth. These particular ones were each holding a spear of all things. "Those are goblins," Bellatrix said in an unimpressed voice. "They control and operate the bank." "Are they nice?" Hydrus asked her. "No," Bellatrix said honestly. "A lot of people always say we should be nice to them, but I don't see the point. They don't like us and they're not going to suddenly start being nice if we do. When we go in, just stay quiet and don't talk unless somebody asks you something, okay?" "Yes, Mom," Hydrus nodded obediently. "Good boy," Bellatrix said before the two walked into the bank, past the sneering goblins on the outside so they could find themselves inside a massive room on the inside with a lot more goblins. There were goblins in the corners of the room, walking around it and on all of the tills. Every single one of them appeared to be either sneering or ignoring the various humans walking around. Bellatrix led them to the closest available till and spoke to the bored-looking goblin. "Goblin," she called, "I wish to see the Potter account manager and withdraw some money from the Black Vault." The goblin looked up from his paperwork, looking thoroughly unimpressed with Bellatrix. "Wait there," he drawled before pressing a button on his desk. 10 seconds later a new goblin walked up to them. "Follow me," it said before walking off without waiting for them. Hydrus blinked before he started following it along with Bellatrix. Roughly an hour later, the pair had exited the bank. Hydrus, who earlier had feeling bored out of his mind, wore a happy smile on his face. He wasn't entirely sure what had happened since his attention had started drifting once his mother and the goblins started discussing bank details. He had tried to pay attention but the whole thing had been utterly boring and Hydrus's mind had started thinking about any and everything it could think of to keep him from falling asleep. Though he had most definitely gotten woken up when the goblins took them in their cart to take them to their vaults, the cart had moved really fast in almost every direction Hydrus could think of. It was exactly what he had imagined a roller coaster to be like. He had enjoyed it immensely as evidenced by his cheering throughout the ride. Bellatrix had enjoyed it too, given the way that she had been laughing. "Where do we go now?" Hydrus asked excitedly, eager to see more. "Well, first we're going to go and get some nice lunch at a restaurant," Bellatrix told him. "Then we're going to go do our shopping, and then we're going to finish it off by getting some ice cream." "Really?" Hydrus asked, looking excited enough to burst. "Sweet Merlin, he's adorable," Bellatrix thought to herself. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Hydrus was sitting in his room in his chair and reading one of the many books that his mother had gotten him. The book that he was currently reading was part of what she had called the Mudblood package. Apparently it was something that they gave to children that had come into the wizarding world when they were 11 so they could learn all about the wizarding world. "Master Hydrus," he heard Creature call from outside of his room. "Mistress Bellatrix's guests have come." "Coming," Hydrus called before closing his book and leaving it on his desk. He got up and headed out of his room and down the stairs before he entered the drawing room and found his mother talking with Aunt Andromeda along with Aunt Narcissa. The two of them had brought Tonks and Draco, much to Hydrus's delight. "Hi," Hydrus smiled as he walked up to them. "Hello dear," Andromeda greeted him first. "My, he is certainly looking a lot better," Narcissa commented. "Watch her Harry," Tonks greeted him next. "Why do you look different?" She frowned, noticing the slight changes on his face and the way that he had finally managed to tame his hair, not to mention the hint of violet in his eyes. "Mum blood adopted me," Hydrus explained. "After that I woke up like this," he finished by gesturing to his face. "Oh, and Mum changed my name," he added. "Yes," Bellatrix spoke next. "His name is now Hydrus Black," she told them with a smirk. "Can I change my name?" Draco asked his mother. "No, you can't," she said almost instantly. "But he changed his name," Draco protested, pointing to Hydrus. "Why can't I change my name?" "There is nothing wrong with your name," Narcissa rolled her eyes. "Besides, the only reason Harry became Hydrus is because he was blood adopted." "But Draco was about to argue when Tonks cut him off. "Don't bother," Tonks told him. "Mums get stubborn about names," she said, directing a sour look at her own mother. "I like my name," Hydrus shrugged. "Draco, don't you have something for Hydrus?" Narcissa suddenly asked. Draco frowned for a second before he realized what his mother was telling him. "I brought you some wizard chocolates and sweets," Draco said in such a way that it sounded like he was expecting Hydrus to drop to his knees to thank him. The boy took a small brown bag from his mother and held it in his hands like it was a great treasure. "Cool," Hydrus grinned as he took the bag. "Why don't you kids go upstairs and try them?" Andromeda suggested. "We're going to have some sister time while you do that." "Okay, Mom," Tonks said before grabbing a hand from each boy. "Come on," she told them before she began pulling them out the room. "So," Narcissa said once the kids were gone. "What happened?" "Well, first thing in the morning I get a letter from the old goat," Bellatrix growled. "He wanted to meet Hydrus. I sent back a, no, he's lucky I didn't," curse my response. After that I took Hydrus to Diagon. I bet he enjoyed that, Andromeda replied. He loved it, Bellatrix nodded. But then we got to the bank, she continued. Apparently the bloody goblins had no idea where the Potter vault keys were. They didn't have them. Andromeda blinked. Wouldn't they have been in the Potter's house? They weren't there, at least that's what the goblins say. I don't actually think the sour little buggers had checked. Bellatrix shrugged. The goblins said they were going to make a different key and mail it to me after they changed the vault. Locks. Has someone been stealing from the Potters? Narcissa asked. No, the angry little midgets said that nothing had been taken, Bellatrix responded. I reckon Dumbledore probably has them. He would have investigated and visited the house, he could have taken them. Perhaps, Andromeda frowned. It's not a real frog, is it? Hydrus asked, holding a chocolate frog packet in his hand as they all sat in his room. Hydrus and Draco were sat on the floor while Tonks sat on the bed, just like last time. No, Tonks snorted as she opened her own packet and quickly caught the frog-shaped chocolate as it jumped out. It's just a spell to make them move like one, she explained before she quickly bit off its head and showed Hydrus that it was still moving. See? She asked with a mouthful of chocolate. It's just normal chocolate, real tasty. She added before she started eating the rest. Hydrus looked unsure until Draco started eating one as well. Hydrus opened his packet and followed Tonks's example by quickly catching the frog before it could leap out. Sorry, Mr. Froggy, Hydrus apologized before started eating it, being pleasantly surprised by the taste. Did you like it? Draco asked. It was nice, Harry nodded. What card did you get? Tonks asked curiously as she pulled out a card from her package. Hydrus frowned and looked at his own and pulled out the card from it. I got some guy called Nicholas Flamel, Draco spoke first, staring at his card. I got Dumbledore, Tonks complained. I already got two of him, she stopped and looked at Draco. Want to swap? She offered, holding out her card. No, Draco quickly refused, holding his card to his chest. Get, Tonks said under her breath as she put her card down. What do you got, Harry? She asked. It's Hydrus, Hydrus corrected her before he looked at his card. I got Merlin. Wow, Tonks sounded impressed. Nice, he's a good one if you want to start collecting. Now, what are we eating next? Bertie bots every flavor beans, Draco answered as he pulled out a single large packet and opened it. I'll tell you, they mean every flavor, Tonks told Hydrus. Last time I got one that tasted like chocolate, before that I got one that was wallpaper flavored. How do you know what wallpaper tastes like? Hydrus couldn't help but ask. It was an accident, Tonks muttered before she took a yellow bean from Draco and dropped it in her mouth. It tastes like car tires, she groaned. How do you know what that tastes like? Hydrus once again asked. Tonks was saved from answering by Draco who had eaten a green once. Tastes like water, Draco said. Water doesn't taste like anything, Tonks argued. Yeah, it does, it tastes like water, Draco countered. Hydrus decided to take one before the two started arguing. He took a red one and placed it in his mouth. Tastes like pizza, Hydrus grinned. Lucky, Tonks said. Be glad you didn't get a bogey-flavored one. I'm not even going to ask how you know what that tastes like. So, besides Dumbledore having the key, is there anything else you've learnt from Gringotts? Andromeda asked with a small frown on her face. She couldn't help but get the feeling that her crazy sister was hiding something. Past experience had taught her that whenever Bellatrix had news she would like to save the worst news for last. Well, there is one thing, Bellatrix wrinkled her nose angrily. It's pissed me off to no end. Well, what is it? Narcissa asked impatiently, rolling her eyes. There's a marriage contract for Hydrus, Bellatrix growled furiously. There's a what? Andromeda blinked as Narcissa merely raised an eyebrow. A marriage contract. Bellatrix snapped. Some stupid little bint is trying to steal my boy from me. And just whom is the contract with? Narcissa asked calmly. The Greengrass family, Bellatrix grunted, a sour look on her face. Bellatrix, the girl is near enough Harry's age, Andromeda pointed out. It's Hydrus. And I don't care, she's trying to steal him from me. Bellatrix hissed. Don't be dramatic, she's 5, Narcissa sighed. I am sure that she won't be trying to steal him from you. We will make it perfectly clear to her that you are always going to be part of Hydrus's life. Damn right, I will be. Bellatrix exclaimed. I'd like to know just why Hydrus is contracted with the girl in the first place. Andromeda asked. Bloody Regulus was supposed to be contracted with the Greengrass family because Sirius ran away, Bellatrix replied. But he's gone, and there were no women in the family by the time the contract got passed down to Regulus, seeing as the last one had died. The contract has since passed on to my sweet and innocent, Hydrus. They're to be wed if they are of age. Relax, sister, Narcissa sighed. I'm sure the contract has an escape clause. There is an escape clause, Bellatrix huffed. They simply just must not want to marry each other once they're of age and then the contract is cancelled. Then why are you so upset? Andromeda couldn't help but ask, wondering why her sister was so upset when there was such an easy way out of the contract. Because it's a blatant attempt to steal my boy from me. Bellatrix shouted. Merlin help me with 1,000 wands. Narcissa closed her eyes and took a very long and incredibly deep breath before she looked at her sister. Bella, Hydrus is not leaving you, nor will we allow anyone to steal him from you. As for the girl, she'll be raised of pureblood and should understand how this world works, and we can explain everything to the both of them. If they got along then they can have a future together, if not then it's possible that they can just be friends. She's not taking my boy away from me, Bellatrix muttered. Of course not, Narcissa said patiently. Okay, so then Rocky is just in the corner of the ring and is covered in all this blood. Tonks all but yelled at her captivated audience consisting of Draco and Hydrus. Draco had a slightly disbelieving look on his face while Hydrus was listening to her with such attention that it was like she was revealing the secrets of the universe. And then they fight for a few more rounds and Apollo is looking at him like he's crazy because he won't give up. And then they keep fighting and then it's the last round and the two keep fighting and punching each other really hard and then the bell rings. The round ends and the whole crowd cheers. People run into the ring, all cheering and taking pictures and stuff like that. And Rocky just starts yelling for Adrian. And they do this romantic thing where she runs into the ring. Yeah, Draco said impatiently, waving her off. Who won the fight? He asked, deciding to cut to the big question. Apollo won, Tonks shrugged. What? Draco blurted out with disbelief. We went through all of this for some loser who does all this training and doesn't even win. It wasn't about winning, Tonks began. Father says that that's what losers say. It was about him doing his best and fighting to the very end, Tonks continued as if Draco hadn't spoken. I think it sounds nice, Hydrus spoke up. Ask your mum if you can come to my house, Tonks told Hydrus. You can watch it on our TV. Tonks added just before a knock was heard on the door. A second later the door slowly opened to reveal Creature standing in the hallway. Mistress requests your presence downstairs, Creature told the kids before giving them a low bow and walking away. Your elf is creepy, Tonks whispered to Hydrus. No, he's not, Hydrus frowned. He looks it, Tonks shrugged before they all stood up and walked downstairs where the three black sisters were waiting for them. Ah, Hydrus, we have some news for you, Narcissa said, deciding to be the spokesperson here. What is it? He asked curiously. Around 10 minutes and a lot of questions later, Hydrus had a fairly good idea of what was happening. Apparently there was this girl and if they both wanted to then the two of them could become married when they were older. He wasn't entirely sure what that had meant but Tonks had explained it simply enough for him. It means you become a mummy, and daddy, Tonks explained with the air of a teacher explaining a subject to a student. Shut it, Pinky, Bellatrix rolled her eyes. That's not what it means, that's just what normally happens. Bellatrix frowned before she considered the possibility of a future where Hydrus would give her grandbabies and her frown lightened quite a bit. When you're married that means you become best friends, Andromeda spoke up, settling on what she thought was a fairly family-friendly explanation that would do for now. Oh, Hydrus frowned as he thought on what Aunt Andromeda had told him. That sounds fun, he smiled, happy at the idea of having a best friend. The next day it had been decided that Bellatrix would go and have a meeting with the Greengrass family. Narcissa insisted on coming, mostly to make sure that curses didn't fly but also since she was a fountain of knowledge when it came to pureblood customs. Though this brought another problem since Bellatrix didn't want to bring Hydrus with her to the meeting, afraid that the experience would trouble him, not to mention that she didn't want him there in case curses did end up flying despite Narcissa being there. Bellatrix had intended for Hydrus to stay at home under the care of Creature, but Andromeda had quickly volunteered to look after him. Bellatrix had protested, not wanting to let her son stay in a mudblood's house, but her protest quickly died down when Hydrus begged to go, having remembered Tonks's offer to watch Rocky. Meaning, Bellatrix had reluctantly allowed him to go to the Tonks house. "So, here we are," Andromeda said as she and Hydrus flowed into the Tonks family home. Hydrus stepped out of the fireplace, stumbling slightly but altogether sticking the landing. He paused and looked around, seeing what looked like a regular house, but it was even bigger than the Dudleys' house. It smelled nicer too. "Nymphadora is in the next room," Andromeda told him, gesturing to the room after using her wand to remove the dust from both of them. "My husband is there as well, they'll look after you for a bit. I've just got to finish some paperwork and then I'll start making some lunch for you." "Okay, thanks Aunt Andy." Hydrus smiled at her before he walked into what was apparently the main room of the house. Once inside he spotted a fancy-looking ceiling light, a big and surprisingly clean window, a black sofa placed against the wall opposite the fairly large TV, a second sofa on the right side of the room and a big, comfy-looking armchair next to the first sofa. The walls were all a simple-looking cream color, while the floors were gray hardwood. Sitting in the armchair was Ted Tonks, who was relaxing in a red tracksuit. Meanwhile Tonks was sitting on the sofa opposite the TV, dressed in purple pajamas. "Hi," Hydrus said softly as he walked in. "Oh, hello Harry," Ted greeted him. "It's Hydrus," Hydrus reminded him. "Oh, right, sorry," Ted apologized as Tonks grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him onto the sofa she was sitting on. "Glad you're here," she grinned, before turning to her father. "Dad, Hydrus hasn't seen Rocky yet, can we put it on? Please," she begged. All right, Ted grinned as he got up and walked over to the TV. "If it'll keep you both happy and quiet and in one place for more than half an hour then it'll be worth it." "Were you exercising?" Hydrus asked, looking at Ted's tracksuit. "Yeah, a little," Ted answered. "Now, the TV's set, I'm going to go get changed and have a quick shower. I'll be back in 15 minutes, I expect the house to be standing when I come back." He sent an amused look at Tonks before leaving the room. Honestly, Tonks huffed once he was gone. "He has no trust in me, I haven't even broke anything this week," she said before the film started. "So, do you like it?" Tonks asked once the film was done, staring at Hydrus. Hydrus, for his part, had barely even noticed that Ted had returned partway through the film. Having never been allowed to do more than glance at the TV when living with his relatives, he had cherished the opportunity to actually watch a film and had wanted to make the most of it, putting his full attention into watching the screen in front of him. Though it wasn't very fast-paced and he sometimes found it hard to understand what they were saying, he loved it. Except the icky parts with Rocky and Adrian, which Ted had thankfully fast-forwarded through for him. By the final fight, a storm could have probably blown through the house without Hydrus being any the wiser, given how focused he had been on the screen. "It was amazing," Hydrus grinned. "That was the best film I had ever watched," he told them, choosing not to mention that it was the only film he had ever watched. "I had heard that the film was inspired by Muhammad Ali," Ted spoke up. "Who?" Hydrus blinked. "You don't know who he is?" Ted blinked. "He's only like one of the greatest boxers of all time." "My uncle didn't let me watch TV much," Hydrus admitted. "Wait here, I've got some recordings of him," Ted said before he got up, seemingly excited to show it to Hydrus. "Before you do that," Andromeda spoke up as she entered the room. "Perhaps it's best for the children to have some lunch first," she said, sending a look to Ted who nodded sheepishly. "Probably best," he agreed. "Do you think I could ever be that fast?" Hydrus asked, as he stood next to the fireplace. After an enjoyable lunch, Hydrus had all but run to the TV so that Ted could show him the boxer he was talking about. Hydrus had practically devoured the tapes that Ted had showed him. Even now he struggled to get the images of Muhammad Ali dodging punches out of his mind. "Maybe, if you train hard enough," Ted said thoughtfully. "Though, I doubt your mother would want you to take up boxing. If she was ever going to let you go into any combat sport then it would be dueling." "Dueling?" Hydrus blinked. "Basically you fight with your wand," Tonks explained. "Mum says that your mum is a dueling champion." "She is." Hydrus gasped and quickly looked at Andromeda who was looking annoyed with both Ted and Tonks. "Yes, she is," Andromeda confirmed. My sister has always been good at dueling, but personally I think it would be better if you chose a different hobby, like painting. She said hopefully, but that hope had died down when she the look in Hydra's eyes, reminding her very much of the look Bellatrix had when she had learnt about the violent sport. Crap, I've already lost him to dueling. Is there something wrong, Hydrus? Bellatrix asked at dinner. The two had been sat at the table, eating their dinner quietly and comfortably. Bellatrix had at first been very quiet, thinking about her meeting with the head of the Greengrass family. But as the dinner continued, she would spot Hydrus glancing at her and quickly looking down when she looked back. Her mind had jumped to several conclusions about why he looked bothered, and that led to her considering how good it would be if she stormed down to the Tonks' home to demand an explanation. Hydrus coughed as he looked up from his food, looking quite nervous. Aunt Andy said that you're a dueling champion. Yeah, I am, Bellatrix said slowly, nodding along as she tried to work out what the problem was. Could you teach me? Hydrus asked hopefully. What? Bellatrix blinked, her whole body freezing. You want to learn dueling? From me? If it's all right, Hydrus said quietly, wondering if he was in trouble whilst sincerely hoping he wasn't. You really want to learn dueling? Bellatrix asked quietly. Yes, please, Hydrus said hesitantly. That's great. Bellatrix burst out excitedly, causing Hydrus to jump in his seat. Really? Hydrus asked. Yes. Bellatrix cheered before she got up. She quickly rushed over to him and pulled him into a big hug. Of course, I'll teach you. My little boy's going to be the best. Really? Hydrus repeated himself, causing Bellatrix to let go and look him in the eye. Oh yes, Bellatrix licked her lips. I'm going to train you up, make you the strongest wizard ever. She said, looking mad with excitement. Hydrus stared at her for several seconds, taking in what she said. He imagined his wand in his hand, Bellatrix standing next to him, images of Rocky and Muhammad Ali flew into his head, he imagined the look of pride Bellatrix would have on her face. Slowly, his lips curved up into a smile that just provided more proof that he was indeed the son of Bellatrix Black. All right, that's it, wonderful, now try again. Bellatrix told him. The two of them were downstairs in the basement, inside a very large room that had been designed for dueling practice. It had magically reinforced walls along with several training dummies and enchanted floor mats. Okay, Hydrus said before he let out a deep breath. Incendio! He yelled, shooting out a small fire blast that shot towards Bellatrix, who effortlessly got rid of it with the barest flick of her wand. Not bad, she smiled at him. Try and make your wand movements a bit quicker. She told him, beaming with pride. Okay, Incendio! Hydrus yelled, this time his fire blast came out much quicker. That's good, Bellatrix praised him. Now, I want you to try again, but this time let the magic flow through your wand, imagine the fire being even bigger. Bigger, Hydrus repeated to himself. Bigger, bigger. Incendio! He roared, a hot burst of fire erupted from his wand, coming out much faster and larger than the last one. Awesome. He grinned. Yes, it was, Bellatrix agreed. If you keep improving then I can start teaching you even more spells, bigger and better ones. Like what? Hydrus asked eagerly. Well, when you're a bit older I can teach you the fire whip, she said, pointing her wand to the side and allowing a whip made of fire to shoot out of it. Hydrus gasped as Bellatrix directed it all around in every direction with the barest of movements and pure, perfect control. A second later he watched as the whip disappeared and Bellatrix grinned at him. There are other fire-related spells, but if you be really good then when you're an adult I can teach you how to use this spell. Fiendfire. She pointed her wand to the side and Hydrus took a step back as the whole room seemed to heat up as flames burst out of Bellatrix's wand, growing larger and larger until they had nearly reached the ceiling. The burning, bright flames started taking the shape of a large snake. Hydrus watched as the large snake hissed and started moving around the room before its eyes locked onto Hydrus. That's enough out of you. Bellatrix pulled her wand back, a look of concentration on her face. The snake screeched loudly before the flames suddenly started growing smaller and smaller until they were removed from existence. That was amazing, Hydrus blurted out. Yep, Bellatrix agreed. But that spell is technically not one that I'm allowed to teach you, so don't tell anyone about it, okay? I won't, promise, Hydrus said immediately. Can I try it? No, Bellatrix said quickly, sounding far more stern than Hydrus had ever heard her sound. That's a very dangerous spell that could end up seriously hurting or even killing experienced and trained adults. I don't want you to ever use that without my permission. You got it? She asked, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Yes, Mum, I promise I won't try it. Hydrus told her sincerely. Good, she said in a satisfied voice. Now, I think that's enough training for today, let's go up and have some scrummy cake. Okay, Bellatrix said as she and Hydrus stood by the fireplace in the kitchen, both dressed in their best wizarding clothes. When we go to the Greengrass house, you just be polite and nice like always. Okay, Mom, Hydrus nodded as they stepped into the fireplace. Good, and let me know if they be mean to you. Bellatrix frowned before she picked up some flow powder. Greengrass Manor, she said, tossing the powder down and allowing a bright green fire to rise up and envelop the two before transporting them all the way to the Greengrass house. As Hydrus stepped out of the fireplace, he took a moment to look around and take in his new location. The walls and floor were whiter than snow, a large and pretty gold chandelier hung from the ceiling, the windows were all large and as clean as a whistle. The furniture was all a dark blue, and much like everything else, it just screamed, rich. Ah, Miss Black, glad you could make it, a voice called. Hydrus looked to his left and found a family of 4 standing there, waiting for them. The first was a man with short dark brown hair, dressed in a gray suit. Next to him was a beautiful B***owned woman dressed in light blue robes, her hair done up in an elaborate bun. The woman held a brown-haired girl in her arm that looked to be about 3 years old, and standing in front of them was a B***owned haired girl with blue eyes that was dressed exactly like the woman was. It appears introductions are in order, the man said, looking at Hydrus. I am Lord Jean Greengrass, this is my wife Cynthia and my youngest daughter, Astoria. He added, gesturing to the woman and the brown-haired girl before he placed a hand on the shoulder of the B***owned girl. And this is young Daphne. He added, not noticing the uncomfortable look on Daphne's face. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Greengrass, Hydrus said with a short bow, remembering how both of his aunts had drilled into his head how he was supposed to greet a head of an ancient and noble house. My name is Hydrus Black. I've heard, Lord Greengrass said, staring down at Hydrus. Perhaps the kids should go and play, Bellatrix suggested, as she took a step forward so she was right behind Hydrus. Perhaps you're right, Cynthia agreed. Daphne, go and take Hydrus with you up to your room and keep him entertained while we talk. She ordered. Remember to behave. Yes, Mother, Daphne nodded before she looked at Hydrus and gestured him to follow her. Go on, Bellatrix whispered to Hydrus, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Hydrus gave her a small smile before he followed after Daphne, following her out of the room and all the way up to her room. This is my room, Daphne said as they entered into a room that, while large, looked remarkably simple. There was a cupboard for clothes, a desk, a window and a bed, and that was it. The walls were all pink while the floors were all a light gray. Do you have any toys? Hydrus asked once she closed the door. Only 2, Daphne admitted. She looked hesitant for a moment but started walking over to her cupboard. She opened it and pulled out 2 princess dolls. These are the only 2 that Mother said I could have. Lucky, Hydrus said, I used to stay with my aunt and uncle, they didn't let me have any toys. Really? Daphne asked, staring right at him. Yeah, they were mean, Hydrus frowned. But now I'm staying with Bellatrix, and she said I can have as many toys as I want now. That sounds nice, Daphne said with a small smile that only lasted about a few seconds. My mum and dad don't want to give me more. Why? Hydrus asked. Daphne looked at him for a moment before she shrugged her shoulders. Well, Mum says that you and me are going to be best friends now, so, when I have a toy then we can share it. Really? We can? Daphne asked, staring at him like he couldn't possibly exist. Yeah, Hydrus smiled, positive that Bellatrix would let him play with Daphne. Thank you, Daphne smiled brightly at him before she looked down, a shy look appeared on her face. Do you want to play? She asked hopefully, holding out her princess dolls. Hydrus's nose wrinkled as he looked at the girly-looking dolls. Fine, he said eventually. But I'm going to pretend that mine is an alien, he declared, taking one from Daphne. What's an alien? She asked curiously. I really do think that you should consider, Lord Greengrass said, letting out a deep sigh. This relationship would be highly beneficial for both of our houses, and the best option is to encourage my daughter and young Hydrus to follow along with it. We've going around in circles for the last hour, Bellatrix muttered, scratching at her left eyebrow for a moment before she lowered her hand and stared at Lord Greengrass. I will make myself perfectly clear, I will not be forcing or even encouraging my Hydrus to pursue any relationship. He will have whatever relationship he wants, whenever he wants. I am perfectly willing for your daughter to spend as much time with Hydrus as he wants, but I will not interfere in his relationship. Do not for a moment think that I don't know that you simply want to have the glorious name of the Black family attached to House. Now, Miss Black, please, Cynthia spoke up, holding a sleeping Astoria in her arms. We only want what is best for both houses. Of course, Bellatrix snorted. Either way, my decision is final. Hydrus will have whatever relationship with your daughter that he wants. End of story. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and fetch my son, it's time for us to get going. She told them, standing up and walking off without waiting for a response. She walked upstairs and after a few moments was able to find Daphne's room thanks to hearing their voices. As she got closer to the door she was able to hear more, hearing what sounded like a great deal of laughter. She opened the door and found the two children playing on the floor. Daphne was giggling and hiding a toy doll behind her hands while Hydrus was widely waving the other like it was a wand. And then I blast your princess. Hydrus declared, pointing the toy at Daphne's toy. No, you won't. Daphne laughed, taking the toy and hiding it behind her back. Then I blast you first. Hydrus said without missing a beat, pointing the toy at Daphne now. Can we keep the blasting to a minimum? Bellatrix said, catching the attention of both kids. Hydrus, darling, it's time to go now. Mum, can't we play for a bit more? Hydrus asked, sounding almost as hopeful as Daphne looked. Please. Not today, Bellatrix told him, before staring between the two kids. But I will let Daphne come over soon so you can play more then, okay? Thanks, Mum, Hydrus grinned as he and Daphne got up. I'll see you later, Daphne. He told her. Okay, Daphne mumbled, taking a step back. Bye-bye, Hydrus, she said, hugging the doll to her chest. Bye, Hydrus gave her a small wave before he walked out of the room. We shall see you another time, Miss Greengrass, Bellatrix said, looking at the girl who looked noticeably sadder than before. Goodbye, she said before she closed the door. She sighed and grabbed Hydrus's hand before she walked him down the stairs where the rest of the Greengrass family were waiting. Daphne shall be allowed to come to my house once a week, she told them before any of them could start to speak. Hydrus appears quite fond of her. She added before she and Hydrus stepped into the fireplace. I shall be most displeased if Daphne should find herself unable to come. She sent them a meaningful look before they flowed away. You're flourishing your wand too much, Bellatrix told him, dodging a light red beam. Try the spell again. She held her wand out and gave him a meaningful look. Hydrus took a deep breath as he aimed his wand at the wand in Bellatrix's hand. He mentally ran through the wand movements for the spell. The spell was a lot harder than the other ones that Bellatrix had been teaching him, but he had been making progress in it. He took a deep breath before he performed the movement while also saying the incantation. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot out from his wand and collided with Bellatrix's hand, causing her wand to fly out of her hand and land in between them on the floor. I did it. Hydrus cheered. Yes, you did, Bellatrix smirked as she walked forwards and picked up her wand. It's not perfect, that'll come with practice, but yeah, you did it. Well done, I think it's time to call it a day. Come on, let's go up. Can I practice more, please? Hydrus asked. Hydrus, I have things to do, Bellatrix told him. I'll practice on the dummies, please can I practice a bit more? He begged. Fine, Bellatrix said after a few moments. Creature, she called, causing the house elf to pop into the room. Hydrus is going to practice his disarming curse, you shall watch him and make sure that he doesn't attempt any other spell besides that. And after half an hour I want you to tell him to stop and come upstairs. As mistress commands, Creature bowed his head as Bellatrix turned and left the room. Thank you, Hydrus whispered to Creature before turning to the dummies, missing the surprised look on Creature's face. The next 10 minutes were spent with Hydrus practicing the disarming spell on the dummies, with Creature even being nice enough to pick up the fake wands and put them back for Hydrus. After that, Hydrus frowned and stared at the closed door before he looked at Creature, who was looking back at him curiously. "Creature," Hydrus whispered, "there's something under my bed, can you please get it for me?" he asked. At once, Master Hydrus, Creature nodded. He popped away and popped back a few seconds later, holding something that looked to be a small ladder made of thin ropes and tiny yellow rungs. "What is this?" Creature asked, handing it to Hydrus. "It's an agility ladder," Hydrus told Creature. "It helps me practice my footwork," Hydrus told him, having gotten it yesterday when Tonks had visited. She had handed it to him, telling him that it was a gift from her dad before she explained what it was and how to use it. Apparently boxers used it to improve their footwork, something which could end up being handy in duels according to Tonks. "Interesting," Creature murmured but didn't say anything else as he stepped back and watched Hydrus start to practice. As Hydrus continued to practice, Creature continued to watch, remembering the other master that Hydrus reminded him of. He just hoped that Hydrus didn't end up suffering the same fate. "And we're done," Bellatrix smiled to herself, having finished setting up Hydrus's room. At first she had been content to allow him to keep the room just like how Regulus had left it, but then she had decided that she wanted her boy to have an original-looking room. She had taken her wand out and started making changes to it, all the while getting Hydrus's opinion on all the changes she had made. The walls were a reasonable shade of green, not too bright and not too dark, except for the wall behind the head of Harry's bed. That wall was now all black with the exception of the giant green snake with silver fangs that she had painted on the wall, evidently hoping to nudge her boy in the direction of a certain Hogwarts house. She had gotten him a new desk and a wardrobe that was magically expanded on the inside so it could hold enough clothes to fill up 10 wardrobes. She also enchanted the ceiling so that at night it would look just like the sky outside. The hardest part was making sure that it wouldn't actually rain inside of his room or make noise that would keep him awake. "It looks really nice," Hydrus complimented her, looking around the newly designed room. "I'm glad you like it," Bellatrix said, affectionately ruffling his hair. Hydrus didn't seem to mind and actually leaned into her touch instead of trying to get away from it. "Can we go and practice some more magic?" Hydrus asked hopefully. He couldn't help but smile when Bellatrix started looking at him with pride. "Of course we can, my little prince," she said, placing an arm around his shoulders and leading him out of the room. A few days later the newly formed mother and son duo flowed to Malfoy Manor to attend Draco's birthday party. Bellatrix had originally not wanted to go, not wanting her precious boy to have any more contact than necessary with her sister's slimy husband, but Narcissa had insisted and had promised that he would be perfectly fine. They had both arrived in the dining hall, where a lot of other people appeared to be waiting. The vast majority filling up the massive room were adults, all of them dressed up to look as nice as possible. Bellatrix and Hydrus were wearing expensive black wizarding robes with silver lining, so they didn't really look out of place. The vast majority of people here seemed to be people that worked at the ministry, leaving Bellatrix to believe that Lucius was using Draco's birthday as an excuse to start working on gaining more political power. She noticed the Minister of Magic out of the corner of her eyes. He was there with the unfortunate sight that was his undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed as she recalled the last time she had met that repulsive woman and how she had tried to get her Hydrus into the custody of the Ministry of all things and how she had tried to have him arrested for accidental magic of all things. Bellatrix had told her sister that she would not start any problems at the party, but if someone else did then Bellatrix had no problems with finishing it. Bellatrix continued looking around and spotted Draco with his mother and father, talking with two families, one of which were the Greengrass family, the elder two having brought both of their daughters, while the other family were the Knotts. Lord Knott was a foul-looking, brown-haired man while his wife was a rather plain-looking brunette. With them was a young boy, skinny with brown hair. She guessed that he was the Knott's son. All of them were also dressed up in expensive clothes, clearly wanting to impress. "Ah, Bellatrix," Narcissa said in a pleased voice when Bellatrix and Hydrus approached. "Ah, and you've brought young Hydrus, it's good to see you again." She smiled at him. "You too, Aunt Narcissa." Hydrus smiled at her. "Is that a new necklace?" he asked curiously, gesturing to the silver necklace she was wearing. "Oh, this old thing." She laughed, gesturing to the necklace whilst enjoying the attention of everyone nearby, quite glad that Hydrus brought it up. "It's just a little present that Lucius had gotten me for my last birthday," she told him in a casual tone whilst placing a hand on her husband's arm. "Ah, and here we have young Mr. Harry Potter," Lucius said, staring at Hydrus. "His name is Bellatrix Black," Bellatrix cut in with a heavy glare. "I would have thought that my sister had informed you of that by now." Yes, of course, forgive me, it had simply slipped my mind," Lucius said in a smooth voice before turning his attention back to Hydrus. "So, how are you enjoying your return to the wizarding world, Hydrus?" he asked in a conversational voice. "It's really nice, Mr. Malfoy," Hydrus said in a happy voice. "That's good, you like it much more than the Muggle one?" he asked with a small smirk. "Yep," Hydrus chirped, not even needing a moment to think about it. "Of course he does," Lord Not grunted. "What's not to love here in the wizarding world? The lad's also lucky enough to be with us, the height of the civilized wizarding world." "I believe introductions are in order," Lucius said. "Hydrus, this is Lord Not and his wife. A pleasure to meet you, sir," Hydrus said respectfully, bowing his head at him before doing the same to Lord Not's wife. "Good, you have manners," Lord Not said in a tone that bordered on approval. "Introduce yourself, boy," he told his son, pushing him slightly in Hydrus's direction. "I'm Theodore Not," the boy said in a formal tone, holding out his hand. "Nice to meet you," Hydrus said, giving it a good shake. "And you remember Lord and Lady Greengrass," Narcissa said, gesturing to the Greengrass family. "It's good to see you again, Hydrus," Lord Greengrass said. His wife gave Hydrus a nod before she started focusing on Astoria's hair, which had somehow gotten messed up. "Hi Daphne," Hydrus greeted Daphne, who smiled at him. "Hi Hydrus," Daphne smiled at him. "Oh, I got you a present," Hydrus told Draco, pulling out a bag of sweets for him. "Thanks," Draco grinned, reaching for the bag, only for it to be snatched from Narcissa. "Not now," Narcissa told Draco. "You've already had enough sweets for today." "But Mum," Draco started to protest but was quickly cut off by his mother. "None of that," she told him. "You will spoil your appetite and then you won't be able to have any cake later," she told him. Draco's face had a constipated look, as if he was trying hard to work out a way to have both his sweets and cake at the same time. "Now, since Hydrus's is finally here, why don't you go and play with your friends?" she suggested. "You could show him the present your father got you," she added, causing Draco's eyes to light up. "Follow me," he quickly told the other kids before walking away. The rest of the children sent questioning looks to their parents and went after Draco once they received confirmation. "I couldn't help but notice the large amounts of ministry workers here," Bellatrix commented before giving Lucius a knowing look. "Never one to waste an opportunity, are you?" "My dear sister-in-law, I am quite sure that I don't know what you mean," Lucius said innocently. "These are just simply my invited guests for my son's birthday party. He certainly seemed like he's enjoying himself," Lord Greengrass commented. "Why wouldn't he?" Lucius smirked. "He's been quite happy to have a large amount of presents today. Not to mention he now has a lot of friends to invite over," Narcissa smiled, despite being upset that she wasn't able to invite Andromeda. As much as she might have wanted to, it would not have gone well if the so-called blood traitor had showed up to the party. Not to mention he loves his latest pet. "Whoa," Hydrus gasped as Draco brought them to a massive room where his present was waiting for them. There were a few people coming in and out of the room, staring at it, gossiping whilst staring at it. In the center of the room, there was a large glass tank on top of a table. Inside the tank was a log, a few small trees, a small little hole filled with water and a small brown snake resting on top of the log, staying so incredibly still that it looked like it was sleeping. "Your parents got you a snake," Theo said with disbelief. "Yep," Draco said proudly. "It's amazing," Daphne whispered as they walked over to it. "Have you named it yet?" Hydrus asked as they all stared at it. "Not really," Draco admitted. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "I don't know," Draco frowned. "Hi," Hydrus said, waving at the snake. He was thoroughly surprised when the snake raised its head and stared right at him. "Hello Mr. Snakey," Hydrus said. "Greetings, speaker," the snake replied, bowing its head slightly to him. "Whoa, can you understand me?" Hydrus asked, looking like Christmas had just come early. "Yes," the snake said simply. "Hey Draco, this is amazing," Hydrus turned to Draco who was staring at him with a shocked look on his face. "What?" he asked, before looking around and seeing that Daphne and Theo were also staring at him. A further look showed him that even all of the adults were staring at him. The stares lasted for several moments before the adults started whispering to each other and many of them quickly left the room. What? Hydrus repeated himself after another short silence where everyone continued to stare at him. You were hissing at the snake, Theo whispered, looking between Hydrus and the snake. No, I wasn't, Hydrus frowned. I was talking to it in English. No, you weren't, Daphne said with a slight shake of her head. You were definitely hissing at it, promise. Could you understand it? Draco blurted out. Yeah, Hydrus said slowly, not entirely sure what was going on. A short while later Bellatrix walked into the room, followed by the Malfoy parents plus Lord and Lady Nott with the Greengrass family bringing up the rear. Hydrus, Bellatrix said quickly. Why are some people telling me that you are a Parselmouth? I'm a what? Hydrus asked in a confused voice. A wizard or witch who could speak Parseltongue is known as a Parselmouth, Narcissa explained. It basically means that you can talk to snakes. Oh, Hydrus blinked before looking up at Bellatrix. I was just saying hello to the snake and then it started talking back to me and everyone is saying that I was hissing at it when I wasn't. It sounded like hissing, Draco quickly spoke up. Talk to it again, Bellatrix told Hydrus, looking excited. What should I ask? Hydrus asked, still somewhat confused. Anything, Bellatrix said before gesturing him to talk. Okay, Hydrus frowned before looking at the snake. Excuse me, Mr. Snake, what's your name? I don't have a name. Oh, my name is Hydrus. I still don't have a name. The snake replied, doing its equivalent of a shrug. He said he doesn't have a name, Hydrus told the rest of them, trying to ignore their stunned looks. This is amazing. Bellatrix squealed before hugging. Hydrus, sounding and looking like Christmas and her birthday had come at the same time. Hydrus was still a bit confused, but his mother seemed to be happy so he decided that whatever was happening couldn't be that bad. Incredible, Lucius whispered to himself while Lord and Lady Greengrass stared at Hydrus like he was a large pot of gold. Indeed, Lord Nott said, having heard Lucius. The boy will make a fine addition to the Black family, he added before sending a look at his son, as if disappointed that he wasn't the one that was revealed to be able to speak Parseltongue. Oh, we're going to have so much fun with this, Bellatrix whispered to Hydrus before letting him go and turning to Narcissa. I do hope you don't mind, sister, but I'd prefer it if Hydrus and I make an early exit. I'm sure that you understand that he and I do have a rather large amount of things to discuss. Of course, Narcissa said, as composed as ever, at least out on the outside. I hope you don't mind if I escort my sister to the flow, she told Lucius, her tone may have been questioning but they both knew that it was not a question. Of course, Lucius nodded. Come Bellatrix, Hydrus, Narcissa told the two. Bye, Hydrus waved to the other children before Bellatrix grabbed his hand and escorted him out with Narcissa. I can't believe it, Narcissa whispered to Bellatrix once they were far enough away from anyone else. I can't either, Bellatrix grinned before looking down at Hydrus. I am profoundly proud of you right now, she told him. Oh, thanks, Hydrus smiled up at her, not really sure what profoundly means or why she was so proud of him, but he decided to just be happy that she was happy. Master Hydrus, Creature's voice pulled Hydrus out of his sleep. The young man blinked his eyes repeatedly before raising a hand and rubbing at his eyes. Come in, he called out sleepily, not bothering to get out of bed since he was far too comfortable. A second later the door to his room opened and in walked Creature. Good morning, Master Hydrus, Creature greeted him. Morning Creature, Hydrus yawned from under his bed covers. Mistress Bellatrix wishes for young master to get ready and come downstairs. Creature informed him. Creature also wanted to wish Master Hydrus a happy birthday. Thank you, Hydrus smiled, remembering that today was indeed his birthday. Not that had mattered much in the Dursley household, his last birthday he had simply been allowed to go to his cupboard earlier than usual. Though, he couldn't help but feel like things would be different this year. He wondered if his birthday would be anything like Draco's birthday. Master is most kind to thank Creature, Creature said, bowing his head and treating Hydrus with the same sort of respect one would often reserve for the ruler of England. Creature shall be leaving kind master to get ready. Creature added before turning and walking out of the room, closing it behind him. Hydrus snuggled deeper into his bed for several long moments before he forced himself to get out and get ready. 10 minutes later he was walking down into the kitchen where Bellatrix was waiting for him. There's my birthday boy. She grinned widely before pulling him into a hug. Not even 3 seconds later he was pushed into a seat at the table just before Creature levitated some food onto the table. I made your favorite breakfast for you, Bellatrix said in a proud voice. Thank you, but I thought Creature made the breakfast, Hydrus said in a questioning tone. I made him make it, Bellatrix told him without missing a beat. Now, eat up, we have a big day planned for you. Really? Hydrus asked in an excited tone. Am I going to get a computer? He asked with a grin. What? Bellatrix blinked. A computer, Hydrus repeated. Dudley got one for his last birthday, he added. I'm going to get you something better than a computer, Bellatrix stated confidently, not wanting to admit that she didn't know what a computer was. Anyway, she quickly spoke up when she saw Hydrus open his mouth. Eat up quickly if you want to enjoy your birthday, she told him as she affectionately ran a hand through his hair. Hydrus's eyes widened before he quickly began consuming his food as fast as he could, something that didn't really go well since he ended up choking on his food in record time. Hydrus, you're not supposed to eat like that. Bellatrix sighed as she waved her wand and Hydrus's food popped back out of his mouth and onto his plate. But you said I had to eat quickly, Hydrus protested. Not that quickly, Bellatrix replied, rolling her eyes. Oi Dumbledore, you old sod, you there or what? A female voice asked impatiently. Needless to say, the headmaster of Hogwarts was not used to being addressed like that. Dumbledore looked up from his desk and towards his fireplace where green flames had lit up and he was able to make out the shape of someone's head in the flames. He stood up and walked over to it. Upon closer inspection he realized that the person that was calling him was none other than Bellatrix Black, aka the current guardian of one Harry James Potter, the boy who lived. Mrs. Lestrange. Dumbledore spoke in a curious voice. I most certainly was not expecting to have you call me today. My name is Bellatrix Black, she said through gritted teeth. Dumbledore was able to make out her glare even through the flames. Of course, I apologize, Dumbledore said, not sounding very apologetic. How may I help you? Hydrus's birthday is today, Bellatrix began. Hydrus? Dumbledore asked. Don't pretend that you don't know, Bellatrix huffed, having no doubt that by now the old man had likely heard the rumor of her changing Harry's name to Hydrus. I might have heard some rumors but I do believe in confirming facts, Dumbledore replied. And I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to young Mr. Potter. Black. Bellatrix shrieked at him. His name is Hydrus Black. Forgive me, it was a slip of my. It wasn't. And don't pretend otherwise. Bellatrix snapped. Are you going to listen to me or do you merely intend to enrage me further? What is it that you want, Miss Black? Dumbledore asked calmly, smiling down at her. Hydrus's birthday is today and I want to get him a present, specifically I want to get him the Potter family cloak. She said and Dumbledore immediately stiffened. I know that you have it, Dumbledore, the grubby little midgets at Gringotts told me that you do. I want that cloak, and I want it sent now. You wish for me to come and deliver it? Dumbledore asked, his voice devoid of any tone. No, Bellatrix said instantly, not wanting the man in her house or anywhere closer to her son than necessary. You will open up your fireplace and allow me to enter and then I will take the cloak and then we shall not interact ever again any more than strictly necessary. I'm afraid that I do not have the cloak with me at the moment, Dumbledore said, lying his asterisks off. Well, that's a shame, Bellatrix said, her eyes narrowing. I wanted to give it to Hydrus for his birthday, but it appears I must settle on just giving him his other presents. However, I do want that cloak returned within a day, any longer and I go to the authorities. Miss Black, Dumbledore frowned. Is that really necessary? He asked. He truly did not want to give up the cloak, especially to such a dark witch. Very, Bellatrix said simply. Give my son his property back, or else. She threatened before cutting the call and pulling her head out of the fireplace and removing her silencing charm just in time to hear Hydrus coming down the stairs. He walked into the room and she smiled at him. Ready to go? She asked. Yes, Mum, Hydrus nodded before noticing her kneeling in front of the fireplace. Who were you talking to? He asked curiously. An annoying old man. That was great. Hydrus grinned as his trip to Diagon Alley came to an end. He had enjoyed his day a lot so far. They had left around noon and headed to the bank to collect some more money before they went on their trip. First they had stopped at the bookstore where Bellatrix had gotten him a couple of new books on dueling and spells, then they had headed to get some delicious chocolate ice cream. Shortly after that they had gone to a clothes shop and Bellatrix had gotten him some lovely new clothes, something Hydrus couldn't help but appreciate. And since Creature could keep popping in and out to take their stuff for them, they didn't have to carry their shopping everywhere. It was after that when things had nearly gone bad when a reporter had found out that the famous boy who lived had come to the alley, and had tried to get an interview. Bellatrix had threatened to hex him if he didn't go away, but the man had been persistent. It was at that point that Bellatrix had simply grabbed him by his jacket and pulled him in closer before whispering something into his ear. Hydrus wasn't sure what Bellatrix had said, but it was probably something very scary since the man had turned quite pale before he rushed away, keeping his legs as closed as possible. After a bit more shopping, Bellatrix had taken him to a store that sold broomsticks and she had gotten him his very own broom. It was a training one, but Hydrus was still pretty excited and couldn't wait to fly it. Though Bellatrix had told him that he had to wait till tomorrow to use it. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," Bellatrix said in a pleased voice as they headed back towards the apparition point, "and luckily for you, we're not even done yet." "Really?" Hydrus gasped, sounding both delighted and excited. "Yep, I've got some more surprises for you at home," Bellatrix grinned. "Now grab my hand," she told him, holding out her hand. Hydrus didn't hesitate and simply put his hand in Bellatrix's before she apparated them both away and they landed inside the entrance hall of their house. "Hey, you're getting used to that," Bellatrix noted. "A bit," Hydrus agreed, still feeling uncomfortable but not like he was going to vomit. "Now, come with me and close your eyes," Bellatrix said. "I've got one more surprise for you." "Okay, Mum." Hydrus smiled before obediently closing his eyes and allowing her to lead him to one of the house's many rooms. "You can open your eyes now," Bellatrix said a few moments later. Hydrus opened his eyes and froze at the sight in front of him. On the wall in front of him was a silver banner with the words, "Happy Birthday," written in green. In the corners there was also several multicolored balloons. But what really caught his attention were the people in front of him. He saw his Aunt Andy and Aunt Narcissa. They had brought Mr. Tonks along with their children. "Happy birthday, Hydrus." Andromeda spoke up first. "This is all for me." Hydrus blinked before staring questioningly at Bellatrix. "All for you, my little prince," Bellatrix cooed before keying him on his forehead. "He looks like he's enjoying himself," Narcissa commented to her sisters as the three watched the kids sitting together in a corner of the room. They weren't quite sure what the trio were discussing, but they looked fairly happy, so they decided to butt out of it. "Yes, I'm glad that they're getting along," Andromeda smiled. "I think we should break up their little conversation," Ted spoke up, standing a respectable distance away from the three sisters. "And why's that?" Bellatrix asked sharply. "Because it looks like Nymphadora might end up punching Draco," he said casually before gesturing to Tonks, who was looking quite annoyed with Draco, who had apparently done something to irritate her in the few seconds that the sisters weren't looking. "She will not," Narcissa said quickly, looking ready to hex someone. "Kids, how about we open Hydrus's presents now?" Andromeda quickly suggested. "Presents?" Hydrus blurted out with a big grin. "Yes, shall we start?" she asked. "I shall go first," Narcissa sniffed before waving her wand and summoning two wrapped presents into the room. "Here you go, Hydrus," she said, levitating them down into Hydrus's lap. "Thank you, Aunt Narcissa." Hydrus smiled brightly before quickly trying to open his presents. He opened the first one and found a collection of wizarding chocolates and sweets. He placed them down before opening the second and discovering a black notebook and a fancy golden quill. "The book is charmed to produce more pages when it runs out," Narcissa explained with a smirk. "You'll be able to write and draw in it for years and years before the enchantments wear out." "That's so cool," Hydrus stared at with amazement. "It is fairly cool," Narcissa agreed, looking pleased with herself. "It's all right, I suppose," Andromeda said casually. "Well, what have you got that is so much better?" Narcissa glared. "Well, first of all, I've got him this," Andromeda said, pulling out a small wrapped present and handing it to Hydrus. He opened it and saw what looked to be a golden ball. "It's called a golden snitch," Andromeda explained. "It's part of a game called Quidditch." "I know about Quidditch," Draco said quickly. "I can teach him to play," he added, puffing out his chest. "It's moving," Hydrus gasped as a pair of small, thin wings grew out of the ball. The wings began flapping up and down so fast that they were barely visible. Hydrus let the ball go and soon it ended up flying all around the room, moving so fast that it was barely visible. In Quidditch, there's a player called a seeker, Ted began explaining. It's his job to catch the snitch. Hey, I'll tell him how to play. Draco glared at Ted just before Hydrus's right arm snapped out and he caught the snitch. Got it. Hydrus cheered. My son's already a talented Quidditch player, Bellatrix laughed loudly. I got him a present as well. Tonks said quickly. What? Andromeda blinked. You didn't tell us about it, she said before sharing a confused look with Ted. It can't be a surprise if other people know about it, Tonks huffed, as if her mother was being unbelievably ridiculous. What is it? Hydrus asked, placing the snitch in the box that it had come in. This. Tonks grinned before reaching into her pocket. Ow, she yelped, pulling her hand back out quickly before she scowled. You can come out now. She growled before reaching in and pulling out Hydrus's present. What is that? Hydrus's eyes went wide as he took a step forward to look at the thing in Tonks's hand. It was small, green, humanoid creature that looked to be made of twigs and bark. It had 3 differently sized legs, along with 2 arms that had different sized fingers. It had 2 small leaves growing out of the top of its head, and Hydrus was just about able to see the small eyes and mouth it had. Is that a bowtruckle? Andromeda asked, unable to hide the surprise in her voice. Got him from Hogwarts, Tonks grinned. Thought Hydrus would like him. And which teacher let you take it? Ted asked. Well, none of them had stopped me from taking it, Tonks pointed out, choosing not to mention that she hadn't exactly told them. He looks amazing, Hydrus whispered as he walked closer. Hello, he greeted the creature. My name's Hydrus, can we be friends? He asked hopefully, holding his hand out. The bowtruckle stared at him for several moments before walking across Tonks's hand and into his, causing Hydrus to smile brighter than he had all day. What's his name? He asked Tonks. I call him Bowie. Tonks shrugged. Hi Bowie. Hydrus smiled at the bowtruckle. He watched as Bowie waved back at him. That's cute and all, but I am not about to be showed up by your little pink monster, Bellatrix whispered to Andromeda before she walked forwards and put a hand on Hydrus's shoulder. That's a lovely little present, maybe you'd like to have mine now. But you already got me the broom and the books. Hydrus pointed out, sounding somewhat confused. Hydrus, this is your first birthday with me, it's going to be your best, Bellatrix told him confidently. Creature, bring Hydrus's present. A second later something appeared on a nearby table, covered in a black cloth while Creature stood next to it. Reveal it, she ordered. As Mistress wishes, Creature nodded before pulling the cloth off to reveal a glass tank. Inside the tank was a small wooden log, a little pond, some small plants and the most noticeable thing, which was a young black snake. Did you bring him a snake? Andromeda and Narcissa blurted out. I thought he'd like it, Bellatrix said defensively. That's awesome, Hydrus yelled before rushing closer to the tank. Told you, Bellatrix said, clearly Hydrus's approval was all she really needed. He looks awesome. Hydrus breathed as he looked at the snake in the cage. He heard a small squeak and looked down to see Bowie was looking quite frightened. Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't hurt you, Hydrus told him before looking at the snake. Hi. He greeted the snake. He watched as it raised its hooded head. You speak? The snake asked. My name is Hydrus, Hydrus told the snake. What's your name? I don't have a name, the snake replied. I can give you one if you want, Hydrus offered. I don't care either way, the snake hissed, sounding indifferent. Bellatrix. Did you really just get him a snake? Andromeda stared at Bellatrix with wide eyes. Yep, Bellatrix said proudly. King Cobra. You mean to say that you got him a snake that's capable of growing up to 18 feet long and has enough venom in it to kill an elephant? Narcissa exclaimed, somewhat surprised that she hadn't yet gotten used to her sister's craziness. I did, Bellatrix confirmed with a pleased smile. Mom, Hydrus spoke up. Can I give him a name? He asked hopefully. Of course, Bellatrix immediately nodded. What name are you planning to give him? Onyx, Cole, Titan, Rocky, Hydrus grinned. I cannot believe that you got your son a snake, Narcissa said, shaking her head. He can speak to them, of course I was going to get him one. Bellatrix said in an exasperated voice. Mom, can I have a snake? Tonks asked hopefully to her mother. Absolutely not, Andromeda said, speaking faster than anyone had ever heard her speak. Not even fair, Tonks muttered. Bellatrix sat in her chair, watching with a pleased smile as she saw Hydrus sitting on the floor, chatting with his new snake, all the while his little Bowtruckle was perched on his shoulder and seemed to be playing with Hydrus's hair. Her little prince seemed to have a good connection with animals, she noted. As she watched him enjoy himself, she began thinking about the Potter invisibility cloak. Dumbledore had done as she had said and sent it to them. Although she was mostly known for her skills with a wand, she was also pretty intelligent, at least if you asked her. She had Creature intercept any owls that would be arriving and had him take the cloak before an owl could reach the house. She knew that Dumbledore knew where her house was, so she wasn't overly worried about tracking charms, but that still didn't mean she would let something that old man sent into her house without checking it. And it was a good thing that she did. She had found several tracking charms on the cloak. There was a small possibility that there were more, as she could reluctantly admit in the privacy of her own mind that Dumbledore likely had far more knowledge about spells than she did. Instead of taking the cloak into the house, she had ordered Creature to take it to Gringotts and put it in her vault. As of right now, she had stopped considering removing the tracking charms as she had come up with a better idea. She was well aware that the wizarding world thought her to be a crazy witch. She didn't think that they weren't exactly wrong, while considering Albus Dumbledore to be a beacon of light. Perhaps it is time to tip the scales slightly, she thought to herself. Hydrus, she called, causing Hydrus to look up from his new pets and give her his undivided attention. He truly is adorable, she thought to herself as she stared into his beautifully green eyes. Go get ready, we're going to Aunt Andy's house. Really? Hydrus grinned excitedly. Can Rocky and Bowie come as well? He asked hopefully. Not this time, maybe next time, she replied, causing Hydrus to pout for a second. Okay, Hydrus said with a small sigh before hissing something to Rocky, who hissed back before nodding his head. Sorry Bowie, Hydrus apologized to the little Bowtruckle in his hand. We got to go, he added. Rocky will look after you. He told them. Bowie's small eyes widened significantly at that piece of news. Don't worry, Rocky won't hurt you, Hydrus told him. He's actually really nice and I made him promise not to eat you. He said he doesn't even eat Bowtruckles anyway. Bowie still looked doubtful but eventually nodded his head. Bellatrix, Andromeda said in a surprised voice as she opened her door to find Hydrus and Bellatrix standing at her doorstep. Hydrus, what are you both doing here? We came to visit you, Aunt Andy. Hydrus said in an excited voice. Can we come in? Bellatrix asked impatiently. I don't want a muggle to see us. Honestly, Bellatrix, Andromeda sighed as she waved the two of them inside and closed the door behind them. You act like they would bite you if they get too close. They can try, Bellatrix snorted. I'd just hex them. Of course you would, Andromeda said patiently. Now, is this a social visit or do you need something? She asked. I need your mudblood's help, Bellatrix answered bluntly. Bella, Andromeda said disapprovingly. Will you please stop using that word in front of Hydrus? I'll stop calling him Mudblood when you stop calling your little pink thing Nymphadora, Bellatrix replied, crossing her arms. But that is her name, Andromeda frowned. She still doesn't like it, Bellatrix pointed out. There's no arguing with you, Andromeda rolled her eyes before walking away. And yet you still try, Bellatrix said before she and Hydrus followed after her. Watch her Hydrus, Tonks grinned at him once they entered the kitchen where they found Ted sipping on some tea whilst reading a newspaper as Tonks sat next to him and finished consuming a sandwich that obviously had jam in it, judging by the fact that a lot of the jam was all over Tonks's mouth. You do realize that if we were ever in a state like that then Mother would have hexed us. Bellatrix whispered to Andromeda whilst gesturing to Tonks. Like she was perfect parent material, Andromeda snorted. Bellatrix paused before nodding her head in agreement. Hi Aunt Bellatrix, Tonks said after finishing her sandwich and hopping off her chair. She moved towards Bellatrix with her arms spread, clearly intending to hug her. Though she was stopped when Bellatrix suddenly whipped out her wand and pointed it directly at Tonks's face. But I didn't even do anything, Tonks said in an annoyed voice. Bellatrix simply sighed before waving her wand, cleaning up Tonks's face. These clothes are expensive, you pink monstrosity, Bellatrix sighed. You will be clean when you touch me. Whatever, Tonks said dismissively before stepping forward and hugging Bellatrix's waist before letting go and pulling Hydrus into a hug. Have you come to play? She asked hopefully. She and Hydrus both looked up at Bellatrix, waiting for her verdict. Very well, Bellatrix said to Tonks. But I am expecting him back in the same condition that he's in. She warned. Of course, Tonks snorted before grabbing Hydrus's hand. Come on, she told him. We can play in my room, she said before pulling him with her out of the room. Miss Black, Ted nodded to Bellatrix as she sat at the table while Andromeda sat next to him. Muggleborn, she replied in a formal voice. Bellatrix, Andromeda let out a deep sigh. What? Bellatrix said defensively. It's better than mudblood, isn't it? Anyway, I need your help, she told Ted. You're a good lawyer, aren't you? Decent, he confirmed with a small nod. Now, what have you done? He asked in a business-like tone. Why are you assuming that it was me who did something? Bellatrix asked. Because that's the reasonable assumption anyone with common sense would make, Ted replied. I didn't do anything, I'm here because I want to sue the people that did, Bellatrix replied. Oh, and who exactly do you want to sue? Andromeda asked curiously. Dumbledore, Bellatrix answered, causing Ted and Andromeda frown before they both stared at each other for several seconds. Once their non-verbal conversation had finished, they both turned to Bellatrix, who had been looking at them both impatiently. What's the problem? She asked. Why do you want to sue Dumbledore? Ted eventually asked. He had in his possession a Potter family heirloom, an invisibility cloak, Bellatrix began explaining. I threatened to sue him if he didn't return it to Hydrus. He won't give it back. Andromeda asked with disbelief. Oh no, he did, Bellatrix replied with a small shake of her head. But the problem is that he had casted several spells on it before sending it back, including tracking charms. I want him charged with stealing and tampering with Potter family property. Bellatrix told them. Right, Ted said in understanding, taking a deep breath. I don't know that we can charge him with stealing. Dumbledore will likely claim that the late Lord and Lady Potter permitted him to have it before they died. But we can try and get him with a tampering charge and maybe more, depending on what spells are on the cloak. Though I should give you a fair warning, whatever we do will not likely result in big problems for Dumbledore. The man's too well connected and powerful for that. I don't care, Bellatrix stated bluntly. I want him to be punished in whatever way we can, even if it's just his reputation. Okay, Ted sighed before pulling out his wand. With a small flick he summoned a notebook to his hands along with a quill. He tapped the quill with his wand and it quickly sprang to life and hovered in the air for a second before writing in the book. Anything else? He asked. Yes, I want to sue those idiots that are making the boy who lived books, Bellatrix scowled. They're using my Hydrus to make themselves money and he's not getting a single coin from them. Right, Ted nodded as the quill continued to write. I can see how that would be a problem. That seems like a much simpler case, thank Merlin. Is there anything else? He asked. No, Bellatrix said, shaking her head in the negative. Not at the moment, anyway. Great, now that business is over, how has little Hydrus been? Andromeda asked with a smile. He's been great, Bellatrix said, a genuine smile appearing on her face. He's really enjoying his birthday presents. He was reluctant to let the snake out of his sights. I still can't believe that you brought him a snake, Andromeda replied. Narcissa brought her spawn a snake and nobody complained, Bellatrix pouted. Because we know that Narcissa wouldn't let the snake out of the cage to play with her child, Andromeda pointed out. That's because her child is boring. Mine can speak to snakes, Bellatrix said proudly. Oh, and I've decided that I'm going to start teaching him how to use knives soon. What? Ted blurted out, looking worried. Why? It's a Black family tradition, Bellatrix shrugged. We're trained to use various different types of knives from birth, she told him before turning to her sister. What sort of knife do you reckon Hydrus might like? She asked thoughtfully. I feel like he might end up liking a karambit knife, Andromeda guessed. It's not really my favorite, but I think it would look very cool to a boy his age. Are you planning to teach our daughter how to use a knife? Ted asked Andromeda, hoping for a resounding, no. No, Andromeda said immediately. Are you mad? Neither one of us is stupid enough to put a blade in the hands of that walking disaster, Bellatrix scoffed just before a knock was heard. The trio looked to the door where Hydrus had peeked his head in. Mum, are you finished? He asked quietly. Yes, we're just talking now, Bellatrix told him. Is something wrong? No, but can you come and watch Rocky with me? Hydrus asked hopefully. I beg your pardon. Bellatrix blinked. Can you watch Rocky with me? The film. Hydrus repeated. Please, I haven't watched it with you. Tonks is setting it up on the TV. Of course, Hydrus, Andromeda said before Bellatrix could reply. Give her a few minutes. Great. Hydrus grinned before rushing out of the room. I do not want to waste time watching those silly muggle things, Bellatrix told Andromeda, sending her a small glare. Please, Andromeda rolled her eyes. Just try it, it would mean a lot to Hydrus and he clearly wants to watch it with you. Hydrus is taking quite an interest in boxing, Ted added. I've been teaching him a bit of it. Isn't that muggle sport where they stand around and punch each other? Bellatrix asked as she wrinkled her nose. Not quite that simple, but yeah, that is the general gist of it, Andromeda confirmed. I think it would be quite good for him, Ted said. Especially if you put everything he learns from it into his dueling skills. What do you mean? Bellatrix frowned, staring at him with narrowed eyes. Well, boxing involves a lot of footwork and generally speed. Ted shrugged. Something that I think would be good for any aspiring young duelist. Bellatrix hummed before standing up. Fine, she sniffed. I'll see what's so great about it, she said, sounding like it was the last thing she wanted to do. A minute or so later Bellatrix would end up watching Rocky with Hydrus and Tonks, never saying a word until the end, at which point she complained about Rocky not being able to win, which led to Tonks informing her that he would win in the rematch in the next movie, leading Bellatrix to demand that Tonks put it on while also telling her to skip straight to the fight scene. By the end of it Bellatrix had somehow been convinced to watch a real video of Muhammad Ali, who according to Hydrus was the best boxer in the world. By the end of it she turned to Ted and fixed him with a blank stare before finally letting out a lengthy sigh. Fine, you can continue to teach him boxing, she told him. Hi Rocky, Hydrus said when he and Bellatrix got back home and found the snake curled up by the fireplace. It raised its head and gave them both a small nod just as Creature appeared in the room, holding a small rat. Master, Mistress, Creature nodded respectfully to both of them before looking to Rocky. Dinner, he told the snake before placing the rat near Rocky, who immediately lunged for the rat when it tried to escape. Poor rat, Hydrus said in a quiet voice as he watched Rocky kill the rat. Where's Bowie? Hydrus asked Creature, who simply pointed up at the chandelier above them where Bowie was perched all the way on top. How'd you get up there? Hydrus blinked. Welcome everyone to the British Under-12s dueling tournament. The announcer yelled into his wand, his amplifying spell making his voice echo across the stadium. The cheer of the crowds erupted into the air, the gathered witches cheering happily and loudly, especially the parents. The stadium was nowhere near the biggest to ever exist, but it was still fairly big. The crowd seats were filled to the max. There was a small booth on top of a connected tower for the 4 judges and the announcer. In the center of the stadium was a lengthy, blue dueling platform that was 6 feet tall in height. I am your announcer for this event, Theo Hubbard. Together with us today is our referee, Ben Keaton. The announcer continued as a tall, stocky man with combed brown hair climbed up onto the platform, wearing red robes and a badge on his chest that was made of black and white stripes. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank our proud sponsors for this tournament, the Nimbus Broom Company. They've recently released a new and improved version of their last broom. That's right folks, out now and in stores is the Nimbus 1500 Max. A better quality broom, you will not find. And now, let's get to the action. Starting first, entering from the left and in the blue corner, accompanied by his father, Richard, is 11-year-old Anton Oliver. From the left side of the stadium a B***owned haired boy dressed in light brown robes, accompanied by a similarly dressed brown-haired man that had to be his father. The two proudly walked over to the platform, smiling and waving at the cheering crowds before climbing up the platform and stopping just short of the referee. And now, the announcer continued. Entering from the right side of the stadium, in the red corner, accompanied by Bellatrix Black, is none other than Britain's very own Parselmouth, the boy who lived, the 10-year-old Hydrus Black. The crowd's cheers had noticeably dimmed down as Hydrus and Bellatrix walked out. Bellatrix wore her best clothes, all in black of course, wearing her hair in a tight bun with a few loose strands framing her face. Her beautiful lips were painted in an eye-catching and pretty shade of purple. A confident smirk on her face and a twinkle in her violet eyes made it clear just how confident she was in Hydras's chances of victory. Speaking of Hydras, he wore loose black trousers that had legs tucked into his knee-length gray boots. Tucked into his trousers was a black shirt that had the Black family crest on his chest. Combined with this, he wore an open light gray robe that fit perfectly with his black shirt. A wand holster was fitted to his waist and his hands were covered in black dueling gloves. His shoulder-length hair was put into a small ponytail. He walked with pride and wore a smirk that matched Bellatrix's. The two didn't pay attention to the lack of cheering from the crowd and simply climbed the platform and walked over to their opponents. Their reputation amongst the British public was a bit weird. Some liked Hydras for being the boy who lived and some thought it was the worst thing in the world that he had become a Black. Not to mention Bellatrix's suing Dumbledore all those years ago didn't help matters. Unfortunately for them, Dumbledore didn't suffer much beyond a fine and a slightly damaged reputation. They stopped just short of the referee, but instead of standing perfectly still like the Oliver duo, Bellatrix had stopped behind Harry and had wrapped her arms around his shoulders as she hugged him while leaning her head on her arms. Not very impressive looking, are they? She whispered into Hydras's ear, causing him to let out a small laugh. What's so funny? Oliver demanded, not looking impressed. Nothing, Hydras said innocently, though the tone was rather ruined by his grin. Okay, Referee Keaton spoke up. You both know the rules. No illegal curses obviously, he said, despite knowing that the two underage children likely didn't know or at least have the ability to perform those curses. No trying to kill each other. You will stop if and when I say so. First person to win is the one who loses their wands or is unable to fight back. Falling off the platform will result in you being eliminated. Don't worry though, there are cushioning charms. Now, blue corner, are you ready? Yes, Anton said quickly. Atta boy, Richard proudly patted his son's shoulder. Red corner, are you ready? The referee asked. Yep, Hydras grinned. This'll be fun, Bellatrix giggled. Parents, off the platform, duelist will take their position. Referee Keaton ordered. Good luck, Anton, Richard said to his son as they walked to his side of the platform before Richard walked off the platform. Have fun, sweetie, Bellatrix said as she and Harry arrived at his end of the platform. She gave him a small key on his head before gracefully walking off the platform. Duelist, wands at the ready and face each other. Referee Keaton ordered. Hydras and Oliver turned and faced each other. Hydras and Anton both removed their wands and held them in their hands. Duelist bow and stand ready. The two each gave the other a small bow before taking their dueling stances. Anton took a stance where he stood sideways while his legs were spread with his wand at chest height while his other arm was held up behind his back as a counterweight. There we see young Anton taking a classic dueling stance, an oldie but a goodie, the announcer said before speaking in a confused tone. Though Bellatrix Black's stance is noticeably different. Hydras's stance was indeed very different, as he had chosen a boxer's stance with his weight on the balls of his feet with his left arm in front while his wand hand was under his chin with his wand pointing to the side and away from his face. Anton let out an amused snort as he stared at Hydras, though Hydras didn't react at all. His face blank and his eyes narrowed with focus. Duelist, ready, the referee asked once he was off the platform. Begin, he yelled. Get him, Anton, Richard yelled. And the duel is underway. The announcer yelled just before Anton immediately started firing a trio of stinging hexes at Hydras. Hydras tilted his head to the right to avoid the first. He hadn't needed to move for the second one as it had went wide anyway, then he ducked under the third. Oh, young Anton's opening attacks didn't seem to do much good as Mr. Black dodges them all with ease. Anton growled before firing an itching hex followed by another stinging hex before finishing up with another itching hex and a trio of stinging hexes. Anton goes on the offensive again, but look at Hydras, the announcer enthusiastically said, as Hydras stepped back and tilted his body from side to side to avoid all of Anton's attacks. Unbelievable, the kid's harder to catch than a niffler. You even trying? Hydras taunted him. Shut up and fight back, Anton yelled before firing another stinging hex, looking noticeably more tired. Go for his legs, Richard hissed at his son, who immediately sent a leg locker at Hydras's legs. Hydras easily sidestepped it before sidestepping another spell. Now, go on the offensive, Bellatrix yelled. A switch seemed to be pressed inside Hydras's head since his eyes narrowed as he jumped over another spell, and as he landed he stretched his right hand out and aimed his wand before he sent a stinging hex which managed to hit Anton in his knee, causing him to gasp and stumble back, barely staying on his feet. And it now looks like Black is going on the offensive. He's had enough of dodging and is now returning the favor. The announcer commentated. Oh, another stinging hex to Anton's shoulder and, wait. He blurted out as a disarming spell shot out from Hydras's wand and hit Anton, knocking his wand out of his hand and sending him backwards onto his back. A disarming charm, simple but incredibly effective and sure to leave you stunned, just like my ex-wife's lawyer. Winner. Red corner. Referee Keaton announced. And the win goes obviously to young Heir Black. The announcer cried out excitedly. What a duel. What a show. Black moves on to the next round. That's my boy. Bellatrix cheered as she walked onto the platform and pulled Hydras into a tight hug. Well done. Thanks, Mom, Hydras smiled. You've made your mother proud, Bellatrix said, leaning down and affectionately rubbing her nose on Hydras's. Do it a few more times, okay sweetie. Yes Mom, Hydras grinned, looking happy enough to burst. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer, Theo Hubbard, said into his wand, his voice echoing across the stadium. Welcome to the final duel. He yelled, earning a loud cheer from the crowd. We've witnessed some truly brilliant duels from our young combatants, but now it's time to see once and for all, who is the best. Entering in from the blue corner, followed by his father, is Cormac McLaggen. The crowds cheered as a young 11-year-old boy with curly B***owned hair walked out followed by his father. Remember, Mr. McLaggen whispered to his son. The boy will try using that weird little stance he's been using. Aim for his legs, slow him down, then finish him off. Got it, Dad, Cormac said with a confident grin as he waved at the crowds. And now, from the red corner, the announcer continued. We have Britain's very own enigma, Heir Black. The cheers for Heir were much louder this time, the crowd having been suitably impressed by his performance. Heir walked out as confident as ever with Bellatrix walking right behind him. Cormac's father is a bit of an idiot, Bellatrix whispered to Heir. He thinks he's smart though. He'll have been watching your fights and probably told his brat to go for your legs. You've started defensively for all your matches. They'll be expecting it, though stay ready, they might expect you to switch up. I'll win, Heir said matter-of-factly. Of course you will, Bellatrix snorted, as if Heir had told her something as obvious as the sky being blue. If he's anything like his father then he'll get angry quick, if he seems like he has any actual skill then make him angry, make him sloppy, move in and finish him. Got it, Heir confirmed as he left Bellatrix to climb up the platform. Contestants, ready. The referee called as Heir and Cormac took their positions on the platform. Wands ready, take your stances, he ordered. Cormac shifted to a classic dueling stance and found himself suitably surprised when Heir adopted the same stance. Begin. Incendio. Heir quickly yelled and shot a fire blast that hit the floor in front of Cormac and splashed onto his shoes. Ah! Cormac jumped back and quickly began stamping his shoes to put out the fire. He looked up and was barely able to duck in time to avoid a stinging hex that would have hit his head. And it looks like for the final bout, Heir has decided to switch up tactics, starting on the offensive this time. The announcer said, and it's clearly taken his opponent off guard. Expelliarmus. Cormac yelled, shooting a disarming spell at Heir who sidestepped before firing off a stinging hex that hit Cormac in the stomach, causing him to gasp as he took a couple of steps back before dodging another spell. Incendio. Heir grunted, shooting out two fire spells. Cormac sidestepped the first but fell into Hydras's trap and stepped directly into the second one which hit him in the stomach and started spreading across his robes. Expelliarmus. Heir quickly fired off a disarming charm which knocked the wand out of Cormac's hand and sent the B***owned flying back before he landed harshly. Finish. Referee Keaton said quickly before waving his wand and stopping the fire that was attacking Cormac. That's not fair. Cormac immediately protested as he pushed himself up to his feet. He was trying to burn me. It's not against the rules, the referee shrugged. Anyway, winner. Red corner. He yelled. He's done it. The announcer shouted as Bellatrix rushed up the platform. Heir Black has won the tournament. He yelled just as Bellatrix pulled Heir into a hug. Well done, My little prince, Bellatrix said, her voice filled with pride. I did it, mother, Hydrus smiled. I knew you could do it, Bellatrix said without hesitation. I'm happy you won, Hydrus. Daphne told him. Thanks, Hydrus smiled at her as he looked around. After winning the tournament, the pair had returned home where Bellatrix had already prepared a big surprise party for Hydrus, inviting all of his closest friends and family. Hydrus could see his mother talking with Aunt Andy and Aunt Sissy in the corner of the room while Draco was facing Ted in a game of Wizard's Chest. Meanwhile Tonks was sat on the floor, facing Rocky and transforming her face into various animals to see his reactions to them. Meanwhile Daphne was sat with Harry on a nearby sofa. Dad told me to tell you that he saw the tournament and thought you were very good, Daphne added. I am very good, Hydrus agreed with a small smirk as he looked at Bowie who was on Daphne's shoulder and playing with her B***owned hair. Maybe next time you guys can come to watch. Draco was there with Aunt Narcissa, and Tonks was there with Aunt Andy. Maybe, Daphne said hopefully. Did you win anything? She asked. Yep, Hydrus nodded. I got some money that Mum put in my vault and I got a trophy. Oh, can I see it? Daphne asked excitedly. Okay. Hydrus stood up with Daphne following after him, the two immediately held hands. Mum, I'm going to show Daphne my trophy. He called before leading her out the room. Is that what they're calling it these days? Tonks asked in an amused tone, only to yelp when Bellatrix hit her with a stinging hex. Morning Mum, Hydrus yawned as he entered the kitchen where he found his mother sat at the table, with a plateful of food in front of her. Morning, Bellatrix smiled at him. Good sleep. Pretty great, Hydrus smiled, thinking about the night before. Just yesterday he had turned 11 and was delighted to enjoy a very fun birthday party. Bellatrix had invited Aunt Sissy, Draco, Tonks and Aunt Andy. She had also, graciously, allowed Aunt Andy to bring her mudblood if she wants. He had ended up getting quite a few presents from everyone. Where's Rocky? He asked as he sat down opposite Bellatrix. He wasn't in my room. He's in the corner, Bellatrix gestured to the corner of the room where Rocky was swallowing a rat. Hydrus hissed out a greeting to his favorite snake before his food appeared on his table. Thank you, creature. Hydrus said out loud, knowing that the loyal old elf would hear him. The two descended into a comfortable silence as the two finished off their breakfast. Get your clothes ready, Bellatrix told him once he was done. Where are we going? Hydrus asked. Diagon Alley, Bellatrix grinned as she pulled out a letter. Hydrus stared at it for several seconds upon seeing the wax symbol on the letter. Is that? Hydrus trailed off. Yep, it arrived this morning. Bellatrix said, waving the letter in front of his face. You're going to Hogwarts. Finally. Hydrus cheered before jumping to his feet and rushing out of the room. Ah, Bellatrix sighed happily. They grow up so fast. The fireplace of the leaky cauldron lit up with green flames, a fairly normal sight. What was not a normal sight was for Bellatrix Black and the boy who lived to walk out from it. As soon as the two arrived inside of the pub, looking like they owned the place, every single pair of eyes turned to look at them. Ah, Miss Black, Tom, the owner, greeted them from behind the bar, bowing his head low. Mr. Black, it's a pleasure to see you both here. I would like to offer my most sincere congratulations on winning the dueling tournament, he added. Thank you, Hydrus said politely, nodding his head to the older man. Is there anything I can get you? Tom offered. No, Bellatrix refused, already walking past with Hydrus following after. My son is merely here to get his school supplies. She added over her shoulder before the two exited the room, with everyone still staring at them before they left. This boy who lived thing is annoying, Hydrus complained as soon as they were out and into the empty back alleyway of the cauldron. Agreed, Bellatrix said as she started tapping her wand against a brick wall. But it's a burden you must deal with. I still say we should just start hexing them, Hydrus pouted. I know, Bellatrix replied with a matching pout. But your aunties won't let us. She complained as the wall started disappearing to reveal Diagon Alley. Where are they? Hydrus asked as the two walked into the alley. They should be meeting us here, right? He frowned, looking around. They should be, Bellatrix confirmed just before a voice called out to them. Hydrus. Tonks grinned as she rushed in and pulled Hydrus into a hug. How you doing? She asked. Today she was supporting shoulder-length white hair. I'm great, Harry grinned back at her once she let go. Tonks smiled before she started playing with Hydrus's ponytail. This is a nice look for you, though I wouldn't mind if we experimented a bit. Tonks said thoughtfully. Maybe a mohawk, or something simple like short and spiky. There will be no experimenting, Bellatrix cut in firmly. Hydras's hair is perfect as it is. You heard her, Hydras shrugged, considering that to be the end of it. Hi Auntie Bellatrix, Tonks said cheerfully. Where is your mother? Bellatrix sighed. Right here, Andromeda said as she walked over. With Narcissa and Draco. I must say sorry, sister, she got away from me. Andromeda said dryly. I don't blame you, Bellatrix said with another sigh. She's a handful. Oi, Tonks said in an offended voice. I personally blame your mudblood for it, Bellatrix added matter-of-factly to Andromeda, who simply rolled her eyes, having given up on trying to stop Bellatrix from calling Ted a mudblood. Hello Aunt Andromeda, hi Aunt Narcissa. Hydras smiled up at the two older women. Hello Hydras, Andromeda smiled at him. It is good to see you, Narcissa said warmly. Hi Hydras, Draco said, offering a hand that Hydras shook. Now, let's get on with this. Bellatrix said. Of course, Narcissa agreed. Does anyone need to go to Gringotts? She asked. I do, Tonks spoke up. I need to get some money for Hogsmeade. Very well, how about you go to Gringotts and meet us up at Potion Store? Andromeda replied. I think it'll be easiest if we get the books first and then move on to potions. I'll get your books for you. She added to Tonks. Sounds like a plan, Tonks smiled before she turned and walked off. You got rid of her, nice. Bellatrix said approvingly once Tonks was gone. Now we can shop in peace. Bella, Andromeda sighed, though she noticeably didn't deny it. Anyway, let's get going. Narcissa suggested. It's a shame Daphne couldn't come with us, Hydras said to Draco as the two walked behind the adults. They had so far managed to do most of their shopping. They had brought their books and potions, with Andromeda making sure that they had the best ones available, though Bellatrix made sure to add a few extra spell books in for Hydras. After Tonks had joined them, they had headed down to Madame Malkin's clothes store to get their school uniforms. Narcissa had taken great care to make sure they had the best quality of clothes available, insisting on nothing less for the heirs to the Malfoy and Black family. After that, the families had headed to the pet shop so they could get an owl for Draco and Hydras so the two could write to them whilst they were at Hogwarts. Draco had chosen a handsome black eagle owl, while Hydras had quickly found himself choosing a rather beautiful snowy white owl. After a few more shops and an incredibly necessary ice cream break, the group had all headed over to Ollivander's wand shop to get Draco and Hydras their wands. Draco was excited to finally get his wand, while Hydras was ecstatic to finally have his own wand. Yeah, Draco shrugged. I think it's more of a shame that they won't let first years bring their own brooms to school. It's ridiculous, I could have been on the Quidditch team this year. You'd have to try out, Hydras reminded him. So, Draco snorted. I'd beat the rest easily. He said with all of the confidence in the world. Hydras looked amused but didn't say anything else as they had just arrived outside of the shop. Ah, Tonks smiled widely as she placed a hand on each of their shoulders. My little boys are growing up, finally getting your wands. Old Ollivander is a bit mad, but he's the best wandmaker in the country. That's true, Narcissa agreed. The man is mad. She frowned before they all walked into the shop, only to find out that the shop wasn't empty like they had originally thought it would be. The shop was tiny, empty of all furniture except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. What looked like thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling of the tiny shop, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it that caused Narcissa to frown even more. Behind the counter was an old-looking man with wild white hair. Standing on the other side of the counter were two people. The first being an old witch. Dressed in green robes, a pointy black witch's hat and a pair of square-shaped glasses. Standing next to her was a young girl about Hydras and Draco's age, wearing worn-out blue jeans, an old pair of white trainers, a dark blue shirt and a green flannel jacket over it. She had a round face with a bit of dirt on her nose and black hair that was pulled into a ponytail. In her hand was what appeared to be a brand new wand. Hi Professor, Tonks greeted the older woman, sounding surprised to see her here. Miss Tonks, the woman replied before narrowing her eyes at her. I hope you have been behaving. Me? Tonks asked innocently. I'm an angel, she said with a smile before turning to Hydras and Draco, ignoring the various disbelieving scoffs from around the room. This is Professor McGonagall, she's the deputy head and in charge of the Gryffindors. She also teaches Transfiguration. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall gasped as she stared at Hydrus. His name is Heir Black, Bellatrix cut in, sending Professor McGonagall a harsh glare. Forgive me, Professor McGonagall said after taking a moment to compose herself. I understand, it's just hard, she said, more to Hydrus than anyone. I knew your parents, your birth parents I mean, they were good friends of mine. I'm happy with Mum, Hydrus said firmly without hesitation, grabbing onto Bellatrix's arm. I can see that, she said with a sad smile. Anyway, we must be off. She nodded to Ollivander before turning to the girl next to her. Come along Miss Cooper, she told the girl before she walked out of the shop, the girl awkwardly following behind her, taking a moment to stare at the rest of them before they had left. I see I have some new customers, Mr. Ollivander spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. It's amazing, Draco said with a wide smile as he held his new wand, having just taken it from Ollivander who had spent the last 10 minutes trying to find a wand for Draco. Ah yes, Ollivander smiled. 10 inches long, made of hawthorn wood, and has a unicorn hair core, reasonably springy too. A very fine wand, he said before gesturing Hydrus to come forward. And now it's your turn, he smiled before reaching out and grabbing a box, he pulled out a white wand and handed it to Hydrus. Try this, lad, he said. Okay, Hydrus nodded before picking up the wand, he performed a small flick and ended up unintentionally causing Ollivander's counter to turn pink. Not that one apparently, Ollivander took the wand out while Andromeda changed the counter back. He sent her an appreciative look before grabbing another box. Try this wand, he said, opening it. Hydrus pulled out a plain, brown wand, he gave it a small frown before he gave it a small wave with only a tiny spark coming out. Not that one, Ollivander frowned before taking that wand and giving Hydrus another wand. Hydrus gave it another wave and jumped back in surprise when the shop windows shattered. Not that one either, I take it, Bellatrix said dryly as she waved her wand to repair the window, ignoring the shocked looks from people outside the shop. Oh, I do love a challenge, Ollivander smiled. Let's try another wand, he said. What would follow would be another 20 minutes of Ollivander giving Hydrus wand after wand, each of which would have either barely any reaction or some rather worrying overreactions such as nearly damaging Draco's new wand and setting the floor on fire, though one did have the happy effect of cleaning up all the dust, even if it did also end up breaking the shop door. Hydrus and Bellatrix were getting more and more frustrated with the lack of results while the rest had opted to find a corner of the room and stay there with shield charms up. I was sure that one would work, Ollivander frowned as he put away another wand. Can you find him a wand or not? Bellatrix said impatiently. Because if not then I know a few shops in Nocturne Alley that could probably do the job. She added, causing him to gasp out loud, sounding like she had just suggested he use children for wand ingredients. Miss Black, I assure you that the quality of those wands are shaky at best, he said quickly. I just need you to be patient, there is a match for every witch and wizard, it is merely a matter of finding the right one. Patience, and I assure you that he will have a wand that will suit him better than any other. He told her before looking down at his counter. I wonder. He frowned thoughtfully before he knelt down to access the shelves at the bottom of the counter. He moved a few wand boxes out of the way before he pulled out a specific box. He stood up and placed it on the counter, slapping some dust off of it before he opened it. Try this one, he told Hydrus, looking almost nervous. Hydrus stared at the wand, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at the black wand in front of him. The wood of the wand was smooth, sleek and quite beautiful. The handle was a dark gray and had a small hook on the end. Bellatrix's eyes widened as she looked at it. The wand looked to be an almost perfect replica of the Dark Lord's, except for the color. Hydrus picked up the wand and let out a gasp as a bright, golden glow enveloped him. Bright multicolored sparks shot out from his wand. A beautiful unearthly music filled Hydrus's ears as he stared at the wand like it was the answer to any and every question in the universe. Amazing, Ollivander said as the glow died down. This is incredible, Hydrus said, his voice shaky and his gaze still fixed on the wand. Yes, it is, Ollivander spoke up, snapping Hydrus out of his trance. It is indeed a most incredible wand. The wood is 13.5 inches, nice and supple. One of the less common types of wand, quite rare I must confess, not the sort of wand that would settle with choosing a mediocre wizard," he added, causing Bellatrix to puff up with pride on behalf of her son who was hanging off of Ollivander's every word. "The core, that my young wizard is made from a horn of a horned serpent. I've heard that they are quite sensitive to a certain ability that you possess, if rumors are to be true." "You mean Parseltongue?" Hydrus asked before looking at his wand. "You are mine," he hissed. As soon as he did, he felt the wand vibrate in his hand. He felt like he could feel how happy the wand was. "This is so cool," he said to his mother, who looked almost as happy as he felt. "I feel like, I can't explain it, but this is awesome." "Indeed," she agreed, grinning widely, thinking about all the experimenting they were going to be doing soon with Hydrus's snake-speaking abilities. "We'll have the wands in 3 of those dragonhide wand holsters," she told Ollivander. "Of course, Miss Black," he simply nodded, not even questioning her about why she wanted 3, before reaching under his desk and picking up a trio of wand holster. "With these 2 wands and holsters, Miss Black, the total comes up to 29 galleons." "Not a problem at all," Bellatrix said with a smile as she took 2 holsters from Ollivander before tossing the 3rd one to Draco. "Narcissa, sort us out," she told her younger sister before grabbing Hydrus's shoulders and quickly leading him out the shop. A few moments later the rest came out of the shop with Narcissa sending Bellatrix a small glare. "What?" Bellatrix asked innocently as she fit a holster to Hadrian's right arm. "You're lucky that I'm spending Lucius's money and not my own," was all Narcissa said. "All right," Hydrus hummed as he began looking through his trunk, making sure that everything was packed. The young wizard was currently in his room, his trunk on his bed, while Bowie was perched on his shoulder. "Got everything," he said in a satisfied voice as he put his toothbrush into the trunk. At that moment Rocky slithered across the room and stopped behind Hydrus before he raised his head and hissed at the young wizard. "I'm sorry, Rocky," Hydrus apologized as he turned around and sat down, facing towards the snake. "But I'm not allowed to take you to school. The letter said I can only bring a cat, owl or a toad. So I can only take Hedwig," he explained, gesturing across his room to the new perch where his new snowy owl was stood, watching him. Rocky let out a disappointed hiss, lowering his head. Hydrus heard a small squeak and didn't need to look to know that Bowie was probably looking equally upset. Hydrus let out a deep sigh as he thought about leaving the 2 here. He really didn't want to do it. Rocky and Bowie had been with him for as long as he could remember. He really wanted to take them with him, though that wasn't allowed. Still, he couldn't help but remember one of his mother's favorite sayings. "The members of the Black family are blessed with the beautiful ability to do whatever the effing hell we want." That particular line would usually result in Aunt Andy and or Aunt Sissy telling her off for swearing, but neither of them seemed to disagree with her words. A smile appeared on Hydrus's face. He was allowed to take Hedwig and Bowie was small enough that Hydrus could sneak him in. Rocky would be the hardest, but with magic, it was achievable. "Give me a sec," he hissed to Rocky. "I've got a plan." He grinned before getting up and going downstairs where he found his mother reading a book about the dark arts as she usually liked to do. "Mum," he called, causing her to look up. "Can you help me sneak my snake into school?" "Oh, sure," Bellatrix said without missing a beat. "Well, we're finally here," Bellatrix said as the pair arrived on platform 9 3/4, taking a moment to stare at the beautiful train that was going to be taking Hydrus to Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Hydrus's trunk was levitating behind him with his owl cage, holding Hedwig inside. "Yeah," Hydrus said, letting out a small sigh before he looked up at Bellatrix. "I'm really going to miss you, Mother," he admitted, not even feeling slightly embarrassed about that fact. "And I'll miss you too, my little prince," Bellatrix said, leaning down and keying his forehead. "I did not buy that owl for you just so you could show it off. I am expecting as many letters as possible. Even if you are busy, I expect a letter at least once a week. If I do not get those letters, then I will be marching down to the school. Is that understood?" she said, sounding remarkably stern for her. "Understood, Mother." Hydrus nodded. "Bella, Hydrus," a voice called. The 2 turned around and saw Andromeda walk up to them. "Andy," Bellatrix greeted her as the woman hugged Hydrus. "Where's your brat?" she asked curiously. "My daughter's already on the train. Something about a prefect's meeting," Andromeda explained once she had let go of Hydrus. "How in the name of all that is magical did she manage to make prefect?" Bellatrix asked, not for the first time. She was still not able to believe that Tonks was a prefect. Do not ask me, Andromeda shrugged before looking down at Hydrus. And how are you, sweetie? She asked warmly. Excited, a bit nervous, Hydrus admitted. Well, don't be, Andromeda told him. You'll be okay. She's right, you're an excellent wizard, Bellatrix cut in proudly. You will be perfectly fine in Hogwarts, I dare say. That you'll be at the top of your year. Your mother is right, Andromeda nodded. You just go to school and do your best, and make sure to keep writing to your mother. Of course, Hydrus nodded. Ah, there you are. A new voice interrupted, the two turned to see the Malfoy family walking towards them. Hello Aunt Narcissa, Hydrus said, smiling up at the woman. It is a pleasure to see you, Hydrus. Narcissa smiled, pulling the younger wizard into a hug. My, how you've grown over the years. Hydrus, Draco said once his mother had released Hydrus. Draco, Hydrus replied as the two shook hands. It is nice to see you again, Mr. Black, Lucius cut in. Excited to go to Hogwarts? He asked. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Hydrus nodded respectfully. Good, good, I have no doubt that you and Draco shall enjoy your time together. Lucius replied with a small smile. I must say, a Black and a Malfoy, together in Hogwarts, the two of you will surely be making lasting impressions. My son gives everyone a reason to remember him, Bellatrix said, placing her hand on Hydrus's shoulder. You're a dueling champion, she told Hydrus. And you're a Black, do not tolerate anyone messing around with you, got it? Yes, mother, I won't. Hydrus replied. I expect the same from you, Draco, Lucius spoke, staring directly at Draco. You're a Malfoy, not a common mudblood. And you will act appropriately for one of your station, is that understood? Yes, father. Draco nodded obediently just as the train's whistle screeched through the air. It's time, Bellatrix said sadly before she pulled Hydrus into a tight hug that the young wizard had no problem returning. You take care of yourself, okay? I will, Mum, Hydrus promised. Love you. Love you too, she told him, planting a key on his head. All right, now go, make me proud. She added, reluctantly letting him go. I will, promise Mum. Hydrus said sincerely before noticing Narcissa hugging Draco out of the corner of his eye. I will be the best wizard in our year, Mum. You're already the best as far as I'm concerned. It's finally happening, Draco said as he and Hydrus sat in an empty train compartment as the Hogwarts Express began moving. We're going to Hogwarts. I'm going to be in Slytherin, he said confidently. Heck, you'll definitely be in Slytherin, you're a Parselmouth. It's a shame you couldn't bring your snake. Yeah, shame, Hydrus said innocently as he leaned back in his window seat, twirling his wand in his hand whilst enjoying the view of the outside. Anyway, I can't wait for Defense Against the Dark Arts class, I hope we get a good teacher. Tonks said they get a new one every year. Heard my name, the door opened and Tonks poked her pink-haired head in. Watch our snakes. She grinned as she stepped in. How are you two? We're not snakes yet, Hydrus pointed out with a smirk. Yeah, but I'd bet my pretty perfect prefect's backside that you will both be in Slytherin. Tonks snorted. Anyway, I just came to check up on you both before I went to go see my friends. You have friends? Draco snarked. Funny, Tonks said, giving him a fake laugh. How would you like to spend the rest of the train journey with an enlarged nose, red hair and brown teeth? She said sweetly but very obviously threatening. It also worked good enough since Draco paled and was suddenly looking quite worried. We're fine, Tonks. Hydrus smiled at her. How about you? That's why you're my favorite cousin, Tonks smiled as she patted Hydrus on the shoulder. And I am fine, thanks for asking. Anyway, I'll be off, bye Hydrus. If you need anything then let me know. She paused before turning to Draco. If you need something then find a different prefect. She said before turning, and walking out of the compartment. Once again, your mouth ruins things, Hydrus smirked. Shut up, Hydrus. Draco rolled his eyes before the compartment opened. Draco, Daphne said, stepping into the compartment followed by two big and heavy-looking boys. I think these two belong to you, she said dryly before she turned to Hydrus. Hi Hydrus, she smiled warmly before sitting down next to him. Crab, Goyle, where have you two been? Draco asked the two boys as they sat down next to him. Hydrus took a moment to look at the two boys. The boys were certainly not the smartest ingredients in the potions cupboard, but they were very loyal to Draco thanks to their fathers who were loyal to Draco's father. They were walking around the train, looking for you. Daphne told him. How are you, Daphne? Hydrus asked. I'm all right, happy to finally go to Hogwarts. Daphne smirked. Have I shown you two my new wand? She asked before pulling out a pretty, white wand. Mine's unicorn hair, what about yours? She asked Draco and Hydrus. Mine's unicorn as well, Draco answered. Horned serpent's horn, Hydrus grinned, no longer twirling his wand and holding it still so that Daphne could see it. Nice handle, she said. That looks really unique. Just like its owner, Hydrus smirked. Much like its owner, I think it could do with a clean, Draco joked, seeming quite proud of himself. It, much like myself, is perfectly clean, thank you very much. I am a black, remember? Hydrus rolled his eyes. Beside, I bet your wand's exactly like you. Needs an hour to clean and look presentable. Excuse me, I look brilliant, Draco argued, pointing himself and his slicked back hair. Look at you, you've got a ponytail, like a girl. Coming from the guy whose father has longer hair than mine. Daphne snorted. That is high pureblood fashion. Draco defended. So's a ponytail, slick. Hydrus said, smiling at the look of annoyance from Draco. Don't call me that, it's bad enough that Nymphadora calls me that, Draco grumbled. You know she doesn't like her name. Yeah, well I don't like being called slick. Draco argued just as the door opened. Do you mind? A red-headed boy with dirt on his nose asked, leaning his head in. I mean, do you mind if I? He paused and trailed off upon seeing Draco. Never mind, he sniffed before stepping back, closing the door and walking off. Great, another Weasley. Draco's nose scrunched up in disgust. How do you know who he is? Daphne asked, raising a single eyebrow. Red hair, looks like he jumped out a bin in second-hand clothes. He has to be a Weasley, not to mention the way that he looked at me. Draco answered. Father's told me all about the Weasley family, they're all just a bunch of Muggle lovers. Do you know that the head of the family is constantly petitioning to have more departments opened just to help Muggles? Honestly, I think the fool wants us to just go out in the open and reveal ourselves to them. They hate respectable wizards like us. You certainly seem fond of him, Hydrus snorted as the door opened and Theonot walked in. I just saw an angry redhead storm away from here, he said in the form of a greeting as he took an available seat next to Daphne. What did you do? He asked Draco and Hydrus. I'm starting to feel like my mother, Hydrus replied. I did not do anything, I am an adorably innocent angel. You're crazy. I'm a crazy angel, Hydrus laughed. But to answer your question, the fault is to be placed on the shoulders of our favorite Malfoy, solely due to the fact that he dared to exist. That boy was a Weasley, I'm sure of it, Draco muttered. I heard they breed like rats, I think there's like 3 other ones in the school. I don't understand why they have so many kids when they can't even afford decent clothes. It's good to see you, Theo. Hydrus spoke up, cutting off Draco before he could continue his rant on all things Weasley. You too, Hydrus. Theo nodded to him. What house do you reckon you'll be in? Slytherin, Hydrus said without even a little bit of doubt. What about you? Slytherin or Ravenclaw? Theo shrugged. Imagine being a Hufflepuff or, Merlin forbid, a Gryffindor. Draco said. I think I'd rather leave. That's a bit dramatic, don't you think? Daphne asked. You're saying you'd be happy in Hufflepuff? Draco asked incredulously. Merlin no. I'd look like a bee. So, how do we pass the time until we get there? Theo asked. I brought cards, Goyle grunted, pulling out a deck of cards. That'll do. Draco nodded. Halfway into the ride the group had decided that playing cards would no longer be sufficiently entertaining, which was why Theo, Daphne and Hydrus had opted to take out spell books and practice whilst Draco took Crabbe and Goyle and had decided to start walking around the train. You're just showing off now, Daphne said in an amused voice as Hydrus levitated their books into the air and with a simple flick of his wand he sent them spinning around in a circle. A bit, Hydrus admitted unashamedly just before the door to their compartment opened. Wow, a voice said. That's wicked. The trio turned to see 3 people standing outside the compartment. The first that Hydrus noticed was a girl that was already dressed in her school uniform. She had big, bushy brown hair and some noticeably large front teeth. Standing next to her was a short, chubby-looking boy with a round face and B***owned hair. Then there was the last person, a black-haired girl that was also dressed in her school uniform. Hydras's eyes narrowed as he remembered the girl from somewhere. It took a moment to click before he realized that this was the girl that he had seen with Professor McGonagall at the wand store. "Can we help you?" Hydras asked as he levitated the books down so that he and his friends could snatch them out of the air. "That's really impressive," the bushy-haired girl quickly said before the other two could reply. "How long have you practiced? And who are you?" Daphne asked, not rudely but not exactly welcoming. "I'm Hermione Granger. I was ever so excited to find out I was a witch," she babbled. "I'm the first in my family. It was such a big shock to both me and my parents. I've already read tons of books like the Everyday Charms books and Hogwarts, a history. I've also practiced a few spells and—" "Hermione," the black-haired girl cut her off. "She only asked your name," she whispered to Hermione, whose face ended up turning slightly red. "I remember you," Hydras told the black-haired girl whilst twirling his wand. "You were in Ollivanders with McGonagall, weren't you? Miss Cooper, isn't it?" "That's right, my name is Livian Cooper, my friends call me Liv," she said, calmly introducing herself. "Anyway, we're sorry to interrupt but Neville here has lost a toad," she said, gesturing to the boy next to them. "You haven't spotted one, have you?" she asked hopefully. "Not really," Theo responded. "Oh, well thanks, I know you," Neville cut her off, speaking directly to Hydras, his voice shaking slightly. You're Harry Potter." "My name is Bellatrix Black," Hydras said, not able to keep all of his annoyance out of his voice. "No, it's not, you're Harry Potter," Neville said stubbornly. "You don't know who I am, do you? I'm Neville Longbottom. You have my sympathies, that's an awkward name to say the least," Hydras said dryly. His wand stopped twirling and quickly came to a stop, resting in his hand with the hook attached to his pinky finger. In truth, Hydras was not that fond of the Longbottom family. Neville's grandmother had spent years trying to get custody of him away from Bellatrix, something that did not put her in Hydras's good books. "Your name is Harry Potter, not Bellatrix Black," Neville continued stubbornly. "We were supposed to live together, you know." "Stop calling me that," Hydras said, his tone soft and dangerous. "That's not who I am." "Yes, it is. You should leave, now," Daphne said in a cold voice. "You're Harry Potter," Neville said, ignoring her. "That's not my name," Hydras roared, storming up to his feet, causing the new arrivals to step back. Theo quickly reacted and got up, placing a hand on Hydras's chest to stop him from moving forward. "Leave now, we haven't seen your blasted toad. Now get out," Theo yelled. "Circa. Come on, Neville," Hermione said quickly, grabbing Neville by the arm and dragging him away. "Sorry about him," Livian said apologetically before following after them. "Stupid fat ass," Hydras growled, crimson-red sparks shooting out of his wand. "Who the hell does he think he is? He is fat," Daphne scowled before she grabbed Hydras's arm and pulled him back into his seat. Theo was tempted to point out that Longbottom wasn't actually that fat but decided to keep quiet. "Ignore him, Hydras. You're a far better wizard than he is," she said, rubbing a hand up and down the back of Hydras's neck, managing to calm him down, though he still muttered out several ways he would hurt Longbottom. "If he doesn't stop then I'm going to hurt him," Hydras whispered to Daphne and Theo. They both exchanged looks, knowing that he wasn't joking. After what felt like a very long time, the train finally grinded to a halt, signaling that they had arrived. One by one, the students had all walked out of the train, dressed in their uniforms. It was quite dark as well, reminding them of how long their train ride had been. "Whoa," Hydras heard Draco whisper. "Look at the size of that guy," he said, gesturing down to a massively large man who looked to be more than 7 feet tall with long hair and a massive beard. This giant who looked like he could probably eat the both of them and have room left over was calling over all of the first years. "He looks like he eats children. Looks like he's got a few inside of him already," Hydras muttered before following the other first-year children over to the man. "All right now," the large man said, his voice booming through the air. "My name is Rubius Hagrid. All first years will now follow me, come on now," he told them before turning around and walking off with the children following behind him. A few minutes later they ended up reaching the edge of a dock for a massive lake, where there appeared to be dozens of boats waiting for them. All right, Hagrid spoke up. 4 to a boat, he said before climbing into the biggest boat there. His massive size ended up with him filling up the entire boat. I bet you a galleon that his boat sinks, Draco whispered to Nott. Promise not to sabotage him and you've got a deal. Nott whispered back. Deal. He agreed just before he and Nott joined Daphne and Hydrus in a boat. Has anyone lost a toad? Hagrid asked, holding up a fat toad in his hand. Trevor. Neville cheered. Who the hell wants a toad for a pet? Draco snorted. Now, Hagrid said once everybody was in. Forwards. Seemingly on command, the boats all started moving forwards across the lake. You think it's true that there's a giant squid in the lake? Daphne whispered to Hydrus. It is true, Hydrus nodded back confidently. Mum told me, apparently you can see it from in the Slytherin common room. Cool, Daphne whispered just before. They spotted the castle. Cool's an understatement, Hydrus blurted out as many of the other first years gasped. The Hogwarts castle was every bit as magnificent as described. The ancient stone castle seemingly rose miles into the air, piercing through the beautiful night sky. The castle window lights combined with the shining moon's rays bouncing off the lake and onto the castle made it look like something out of a fairy tale. This beautiful moment, one that would have been embedded into the minds of all of the students for years to come, was promptly ruined by a large splashing sound. Everyone's eyes snapped to the source of the sound, and spotted a boat in the back. On the boat was Ron, Hermione and Liv, though next to the boat was Neville Longbottom who had apparently fallen in and was now splashing about helplessly as he was apparently unable to swim. A great many students, including Draco, started laughing while Hydrus stared at Longbottom for a moment before shaking his head with disbelief. He's an idiot, Daphne rolled her eyes, causing Hydrus to snort. He's an apocalyptic dingleberry. Hydrus grunted just before a giant red limb reached out from under the lake. This limb, noticeably the same shape as a squid's leg, picked Neville up and put him back in the boat. I knew there was a squid. Hydrus cheered victoriously. It was not too long before the students found themselves standing inside of the castle. They were currently standing in a hallway outside of what Hydrus believed to be the Great Hall, all of them waiting for further instructions. Hydrus and his friends were stood by the wall opposite the door. Hydrus took to leaning against the wall and amusing himself as he watched Draco deal with Pansy Parkinson. The girl, whose father was a friend of Draco's father, had seemingly gotten it into her head that she and Draco were soul mates, much to the discomfort of Draco who was looking slightly irritated by how much the girl seemed to enjoy talking to him. It probably didn't help matters that he had just lost a galleon to Theo. Feeling someone staring at him, he followed the feeling and saw Neville Longbottom standing with Weasley, Granger and Cooper. While the other three were talking amongst themselves, the Longbottom heir was glaring at Hydrus. His glare wouldn't have had much impact on Hydrus on a regular day, the fact that he was still soaking wet most certainly didn't help matters. Longbottom, Hydrus spoke up. Tell me, how did you get that wet look in your hair? It looks brilliant, he said, smiling sweetly at him. Shut up, Potter. Longbottom hissed. Potter. Another student asked. Did he say Potter? That's Harry Potter. My name is Hydrus Black, Hydrus said firmly, but he already saw that damage was done as everyone was already staring at the scar on his forehead. Hydrus glared at Neville who was smirking back at him now. You're looking far too happy for someone doing a passable imitation of a wet dog. Neville opened his mouth to respond when they found themselves interrupted by the sound of another voice. Forgive and let live, I say. My friend, how many more chances must we give him? Another voice replied as two ghosts started floating into view. I do think that, oh look, new students. He said excitedly. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff, my old house, the other ghost said proudly. Enough, away with you, Professor McGonagall said as she walked into view, shooing away the ghosts before she turned to address the students. Greetings to you all. For those who do not know, my name is Professor McGonagall. I am the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and I will be teaching Transfiguration. She stopped her little speech upon noticing the state of Neville. She let out a small sigh before waving her wand and drying him up in an instant. In a moment, she continued. We will be entering the hall where you will all be sorted and placed into one of 4 houses. Those houses will be Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. While staying here your house will be like your family. Good behavior will earn you house points, bad behavior will cause you to lose points. The house with the most points at the end of the year will end up winning the house cup. Now, students, follow me. She ordered before flicking her wand, causing the massive doors for the Great Hall to open. The students walked in, following Professor McGonagall. As Hydrus walked, he made sure to take a good look around. The ceiling was enchanted to show the sky just like his room at home. There were what felt like hundreds of floating candles just under the ceiling. On the sides of the hall were torches fitted into the walls. 4 massively long tables spread up the hall from the door, obviously one table for each house. It took Hydrus a moment, but eventually he was able to find Tonks sitting at the Hufflepuff house. She smiled brightly at him and gave him a big wave. He smiled back and sent her a wink before turning his attention forwards. At the end of the hall was a large stage, and on the stage was a very old-looking stool, and on top of it was what looked to be the oldest wizard's hat in the world. It was a brown color, but Hydrus honestly wasn't sure if it had started out that way. Behind the stool was a large table where all the teachers were sitting. In the center of the table was a golden throne, and sitting on it was a man that Hydrus realized had to be none other than Albus Dumbledore. He was old, as evidenced by his wrinkled skin and the whiteness of his hair. The hair on the top of his head looked to be quite long, since it went down to his lower back, as was his beard, which went right down into his lap. He had a big, crooked nose and twinkling blue eyes that were hidden behind a pair of crescent moon-shaped glasses. He wore a large pointy hat that was the same color as his robes, a garish red and gold combo. The old man smiled, looking quite happy and frail, but Hydrus wasn't fooled. His mother him all about Dumbledore and how the muggle-loving man liked to appear to be nothing more than a kind old grandfather, despite possessing 3 of the most valuable positions in magical Britain and being the defeater of one Dark Lord whilst leading the resistance against the last Dark Lord. His mother had also told him about Dumbledore's desire to take him away from her, something that neither of them wanted to happen. Now, Professor McGonagall said as she climbed onto the stage and picked up the hat whilst unfolding a scroll. "When I call your names, then you will come up here and sit down on the stool so you can be sorted. Now, Abbott, Hannah," she called. A few seconds later, a nervous-looking girl with B***owned pigtails slowly made her way up to the stage. "We have to put a hat on," Hydrus and his friends heard Weasley say. "I'm going to kill Fred and George. They told me we had to fight a troll." Hydrus couldn't help but roll his eyes at that. He doubted that most of them would even be able to fight off Bowie. Hannah nervously sat down after turning around to face the entire rest of the school. As soon as the hat was placed on the girl's head, the hat seemingly came to life, developing a mouth and eyes from the creases that it had. It wiggled on top of her head for a moment before it opened its mouth and bellowed out a single word. "Hufflepuff." A bright smile appeared on Hannah's face and she stood up after Professor McGonagall removed the sorting hat. As soon as she was up, everyone noticed her school uniform changing, so she was now wearing a Hufflepuff yellow and black badge on her robes along with a matching tie. She quickly rushed over to the cheering Hufflepuff table while the other 3 tables politely clapped for her. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat before looking down at the scroll and pausing as she saw the next name. She took a moment before she spoke. "Black, Hydrus. I'll see you in Slytherin," Hydrus whispered to Daphne before he started walking forwards. He walked with pride, his chest out and his head raised. All the while, the other students sitting at the house tables began talking to each other. "Did she say Hydrus Black? The dueling champion? Isn't he actually Harry Potter? That's the boy who lived. It's still hard to believe that he's a Black now. Do you think he can really speak to snakes?" Hydrus ignored everything they were saying and the way that he was being stared at by teachers and students alike before he stopped in front of the stool. He turned and gracefully sat down on the stool like it was a throne and calmly waited for Professor McGonagall to place the hat on his head. A couple of seconds later he felt the hat being placed on his head. It was heavier than he would have expected. A voice whispered inside of his head. "Difficult, very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either, curious, inquisitive. But where to put you? You're asking me." Hydrus thought back. "I would like to get your opinion on it. I see a bit of everything in you, Mr. Black. You're extremely loyal to your friends and family, especially your mother. You're brave, obviously. How could you not be when you willingly participate in a dueling tournament at your age? Intelligence. We have plenty of intelligence in here, a very good memory, you value knowledge, especially about magic. Ambition. Oh, we've got a lot of that as well. You desire to be a great wizard, to impress your mother, prove your worth, add to the Black family name. Yes, you're got a lot of potential. You seek greatness, I can tell, and it is my belief that Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness, what say you? I'll have Slytherin please, Hydrus grinned in a way that would have reminded people of his mother. If you're sure, the hat said. Hydrus couldn't help but feel like the hat was smiling. Slytherin, the hat yelled out to the hall. The Slytherin table burst into cheers as the hat was removed from Hydrus's head. Hydrus stood up and walked to the Slytherin table, sitting down comfortably before sending his fellow Slytherins a nod. After a few tense moments the sorting continued. Hydrus watched as all of his friends were sorted into Slytherin while Weasley, Granger and Cooper were sorted into Gryffindor. Longbottom was also sorted into Gryffindor and Hydrus had no problems about laughing along with the rest of the hall when the pudgy boy had started rushing to the Gryffindor table, only to end up running back when he realized that he hadn't taken off the sorting hat. The final student, a dark-skinned Italian boy named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. And now, Dumbledore said as he stood up, I would like to say a few words before we become too busy stuffing ourselves with food. Those words are the following: oddment, oink, tweet, blubber, bumbershoot, titter, cleek, lollygag and finally, finnefugle. Now, let us eat, he said cheerily before sitting back down. Mother always said he was mad, Hydrus whispered to Daphne with mock sadness just before massive quantities of food suddenly appeared on all the tables, enough for all of the students with plenty left over. Hydrus started putting some food on his plate before he heard Daphne say something. Ew. That's so disgusting, she said, sounding grossed out. Hydrus followed her eye direction and spotted Weasley sitting at the Gryffindor table and doing a passable imitation of a wild animal with the way he was eating. The boy took a chicken leg in each hand and took a bite of each before placing them on his plate and doing the same with 2 other chicken legs and then repeating that process again before snatching a handful of sweets and placing them next to his plate. All the while crumbs of food dropped from his mouth and onto not just his plate and table, but also his lap. What a pig, Daphne said in a disgusted voice before looking away. Father always said that the Weasleys were born in a bin, Draco replied from his seat opposite Hydrus. Probably the first time he's seen enough food to fill up a plate. Maybe they'd have a lot more money if he didn't eat so much. Hydrus looked amused as he looked back at the Gryffindor table in time to see Weasley try and take a chicken leg from Cooper's plate. It didn't end up going well as Cooper slapped his hand away with one hand before punching him in the arm with the same hand and whispering something to cause the boy to pale and move back slightly before looking down at his plate. Cooper shook her head before her eye caught the Slytherin table and she saw Hydrus staring at her. Hydrus raised a goblet to her and gave her a respectful nod. Well done, was the unspoken message, and a deserved one in Hydrus's opinion. She stared at him for a moment before raising her own goblet with an unspoken message of her own attached. Thanks. And now that we're all full, I have a few start-of-term announcements. Professor Dumbledore said, standing up once all the food had been eaten and the leftovers magically vanished. To begin with, the Forbidden Forest is as the name suggests, it is off-limits to all students unless accompanied by a teacher. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, Dumbledore gestured to the back of the hall where a skinny, horrible-looking man dressed in old brown clothes with a scruffy-looking cat in his hands was standing and glaring at all of the students. Has asked me to remind you all that the list of banned items has a few new additions and anyone that wants to view the list is welcome to view it on the door to his office. He has also asked me to remind you all that there is to be no magic performed in the school corridors. But this is a school for magic, Hydrus said to Draco indignantly, the B***owned looking almost upset as him. Now, we have a new addition to our staff this year, please join me in welcoming Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore gestured to a man wearing a purple suit along with a purple cape and turban. The man quickly stood up, looking absolutely terrified. He gave a short bow before immediately sitting back down, sitting next to a man that was dressed all in black with a big nose, greasy hair and a sneer on his face. Hydrus's hand came up to touch his scar before he had even realized it. He rubbed it slightly, feeling an odd tingle coming from it. That's our defense teacher, Draco whispered to Daphne as Hydrus lowered his hand. He looks terrified. What the hell is he going to teach? Also, Dumbledore continued, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. he said in a casual voice, though the expression on his face was incredibly serious. Seriously, don't go there. I'm sorry, I am attending a school and not a madhouse, right? Daphne whispered to Hydrus and Draco. Did he just say that we could die here? She wasn't the only whispering, as lots of students had begun doing the same amongst themselves. That's ridiculous. Draco hissed. I knew the man was mad, but this is. Draco trailed off, lost for words. Looks like the inmates are running the asylum, Hydrus muttered. And now, that will be all, Professor Dumbledore said. Prefects, please escort your houses to their common rooms. All right, first-year Slytherins, follow me, a brown-haired girl with a prefect's badge said as she stood up, followed by a B***-owned haired boy who also had a prefect's badge. The first-year's Slytherins all stood up and obediently followed after the pair of prefects. Congratulations on making it to Slytherin, the girl said once they were out of the hall. I am fifth-year prefect Gemma Farley, with me is the male prefect, Leroy Lemmings. Hey, Leroy grunted out a greeting. As you can see, he's a chatterbox, Gemma said dryly. The pair of prefects led the group through the castle, performing a small tour as they pointed out several interesting things while also giving them a basic rundown of how the castle worked. Some stairs moved, while other stairs were perfectly still. The majority of the doors were real, though sometimes you got some that weren't. Nearly every single painting was alive, of course, which Hydrus suspected could end up being annoying. He hoped that they weren't going to be like some of the paintings he had met, like the one of his mother's aunt. Eventually, they arrived just outside of what looked to be a regular wall. If you look up, Gemma pointed upwards to a small green snake symbol at the top of the wall that would have been really hard to notice, especially in this dark corridor. That symbol will help you find our common room. To get in you have to use a password. The password will change each month, remember it, and remember that you can't give it to any students outside of Slytherin, nor can you invite anyone from other houses here. Potions, Leroy said to the wall. He turned to the other students as the wall started shifting to reveal the entrance to the common room. That's your password for the month. Now, come on in, Gemma said, walking in followed by Leroy and the first years. Now, this is amazing. Draco whispered to Hydrus, was nodding in agreement as he looked around. The common room was a dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. This dungeon extended partway under the lake, giving the light in the room a green tinge thanks to the trio of large glass windows on the opposite end of the room that allowed them a view of the watery lake and several groups of fish swimming past them. The common room had lots of low-backed black and dark green leather sofas and dark wood furniture. Welcome to our common room, Gemma said, causing everyone to look at her. It's mostly quite peaceful in here, you won't get much noise, the giant squid swims by sometimes if you're interested in knowing. Don't worry though, he's really quite friendly. Anyway, in Slytherin you will each be getting your own rooms. You are free to decorate the insides however you like, and nobody is allowed to enter other rooms without permission. In Slytherin House we have very few rules. Don't trespass in other people's rooms, Leroy said, reciting the list. Outside of the common room we are to be united and always have each other's backs. Any problems amongst Slytherin House will be settled in Slytherin House. No stealing other people's stuff as well, and that's pretty much it outside of the obvious stuff like don't murder. You're a right ray of sunshine, aren't you? Gemma rolled her eyes before turning her attention back to the first years. Any questions? She asked. She waited, and when it appeared like nobody was going to say anything then she simply nodded her head and continued talking. Great, then you can all head off to bed now, we'll be waking bright and early tomorrow at 7 so we can give you a small tour before we escort you to breakfast. Boys will be on the right side and girls will be on the left. She said whilst gesturing to the doorway that lead to the bedrooms. Right, good night. The Slytherin first years all, without saying a word, made their way to their beds. The boys split from the girls and walked down a corridor where they found a hallway with doors on the right and on the left and one final door at the end. Hey, Draco said whilst pointing to the final door. I bet that door is the biggest room. Let's see, Hydrus said thoughtfully as he took out his wand. Alohomora, his spell spread out, and every door there opened. Hydrus walked forwards, peeking his head into each room before he poked his head into the one at the end. You know what, Draco, he said as he pulled his head back out. You're right, this is the biggest one. With that being said, I claim dibs. You can't do that. Draco protested. I just did, dibs were claimed Draco, you know the rules. Hydrus said apologetically. Shouldn't we discuss this? Blaze spoke up. Here's how I reckon we should solve this, Hydrus hummed. I'm going to claim this room now, and if anyone wants it then they're going to have to duel me for it. Oh come on, Theo groaned. You're a dueling champion, that's hardly fair. Yeah, and it's not fair to blame me for being brilliant at something, Hydrus argued. You don't go around saying to lions that they're too good at hunting, do you? Now, good night boys. He grinned before he walked into the room and closed the door behind him, locking it as well before he looked around. Opposite the door was a decently sized bed. To the right side of the bed was a large dark wooden cupboard for clothes while on the left side of the bed was a chair and a big desk. Behind the desk was a short window that allowed Hydrus another view of the lake while also shining a beautiful green light into the room. Next to the door was a small brazier fitted to the wall. Hydrus tapped it with his wand, expecting it to light up, but instead of it lighting up, a bright line shined down from the ceiling, pulling his gaze to the chandelier fitted to the center of the ceiling. This'll do, Hydrus said before an old-looking house elf popped into the room. Name, sir? The elf asked, holding a notepad. Hydrus Black, Hydrus answered and patiently waited as the old elf scanned the notepad for his name. Ah, one moment, the elf said before popping away. It popped back in seconds later with Hydrus's trunk and owl cage and placed it on the floor at the foot of his bed. Do you do this for all students? Hydrus asked curiously. Only Ravenclaws and Slytherins, the elf answered. The other houses be sharing rooms. Ah, Hydrus nodded in understanding before he walked over to the trunk to confirm that it was his. That will be all, Hydrus said once he was sure that the right trunk had been brought to him. Very well, the old elf nodded before popping away. Once it was gone, Hydrus levitated his trunk up and placed it on his bed before he opened it to pull out a small black box and placed it on his bed. Hydrus let out a small hiss and the box opened. Seconds later Rocky slithered out of the box and onto Hydrus's bed. How was your ride? Hydrus hissed. Acceptably comfortable. Where's the small companion? Rocky whispered back. Right here, Hydrus replied as he tapped his trunk twice. A small chirping sound was heard before Bowie climbed out of it. Hello buddy, Hydrus whispered as he picked up Bowie and held him in his hand. Good trip? He asked. Bowie let out a small squeak as he nodded his head. That's good, now you'll need to stay in here, I'm not allowed to bring you here. Technically. Just stay here for tonight, tomorrow I'm going to go look around the school a bit and after that I'll be bringing you out whenever you need. Got it? He asked Bowie. After the little green guy nodded his confirmation, Hydrus repeated his words in Parseltongue for Rocky who also nodded his understanding. Hydrus let out a small yawn as he walked down into the Slytherin common room, his school bag slung over one arm. He was apparently the first of his year to get up. He removed his wand and cast a spell to check the time. It was 10 minutes to 7, meaning that the others weren't likely to come down for about another 10 minutes. Ah, Mr. Black, a voice called. Hydrus looked up to see Gemma and Leroy walking towards him. Our new Parselmouth. Gemma grinned. You have an old one? Hydrus asked in a dry voice, raising an eyebrow. Leroy snorted with mild amusement while Gemma's grin got wider. I got to admit, ever since we heard that Hydrus Black was a Parselmouth, we all guessed that you'd be in Slytherin. Gemma told him, especially after you won that dueling tournament. You'll be a great member of our house, I'd bet my badge on it. You had better study up on potions, Leroy warned him. Professor Snape doesn't tolerate incompetence. I'm no potions master but I know my way around a cauldron, Hydrus said confidently. Better hope that you do, Leroy said simply. I'd watch your back, Black, plenty of people in Hogwarts will be gunning for you for one reason or the other. That'll be fun, Hydrus hummed thoughtfully. Kid, he's not just talking about people in your year, Gemma pointed out. The upper years in Slytherin likely won't get involved but you might get even some fifth years going for you. That's fine, Hydrus said dismissively. Then they won't have any excuses when I win. Well, Gemma paused and stared at Leroy. At least he's confident. Say what you want, but the food here is pretty good, Hydrus said as he and the other Slytherin first years sat at their house table for breakfast. That's a relief considering that we'll be here for the next 7 years, Theo commented after swallowing a spoonful of cereal. Hey look, Professor Snape is coming. Draco whispered. Hydrus followed the B***-owned boy's gaze and saw a man walking towards them. The man was the same unpleasant-looking person who had sat next to Quirrell yesterday. As he got closer, Hydrus could see that he was even worse up close. "I am Professor Snape, your head of house, these will be your timetables," Professor Snape said, not wasting any time before he started handing out the timetables until he handed the final sheet to Hydrus. "Ah, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. My name is Hydrus Black," Hydrus said in a tone that was barely kept in the polite range. "I do not for a moment think that taking a different name will make much difference regarding how you behave, besides it's hardly like the Blacks are deemed acceptable role models, are they?" Professor Snape asked snidely before turning and walking away without even a backwards glance. "That miserable little prick," Hydrus growled. "Who the hell does he think he is? He'll be our head of house for the next 7 years, Draco reminded Hydrus, not looking particularly happy with the way that Professor Snape had spoke to him. "It's best to just keep your head down and get on his good side. He should make sure to stay away from my bad side," Hydrus muttered. "I'm looking forward to Transfiguration," Hydrus admitted to his Slytherin yearmates as they all walked into the open Transfiguration class. They were evidently the first there, as there were no other living beings in the class with the exception of the cat sitting on the teacher's desk. "You just want to start changing things into snakes," Theo accused. "Guilty," Hydrus grinned. "Though, from what I understand, that's apparently too advanced for first years." "Shame. Where is Professor McGonagall?" Daphne wondered. "I don't know," Hydrus replied before looking around. "The board says to start reading our books, so I'm just going to do that, I guess," he added before walking over to the front of the classroom and sat on the right side. "Might as well," Daphne agreed before she followed and sat next to him while the other Slytherins sat down along with him, all of them sitting on the right side of the classroom. "Hi Kitty," Hydrus waved at the cat before opening his book and starting to read. Roughly a minute later the Gryffindors arrived. Hermione Granger headed straight to the front and quickly plopped down into the front seat on the left side. She took one glance at the board and the Slytherins before quickly pulling out her books and started to read. A second later Liv slowly followed and sat down next to Hermione, taking her book out as well. She glanced to her right in time to lock eyes with Hydrus. Hydrus gave the girl a questioning look. She sent the same look right back at him. An amused expression appeared on Hydrus's face before he looked back down at his book. 5 minutes later the peace and quiet of the classroom was interrupted as the doors slammed open. Ronald Weasley and Neville Longbottom quickly rushed in like the hounds of hell were nipping at their heels. "Wow," Ron let out a massive sigh of relief upon seeing that Professor McGonagall was not there. "We're lucky we made it. Could you imagine the look on old McGonagall's face if we were late?" he asked Neville. Neville didn't really get a chance to respond as the cat on the desk leapt forwards and transformed into Professor McGonagall in midair. The Transfiguration teacher landed gracefully on her feet and walked up to the 2 late students. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron blurted out. Hydrus stared at Professor McGonagall with wide eyes. He had no idea that the woman was an animagus. "Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should instead transfigure yourself or Mr. Longbottom into a pocket watch," Professor McGonagall replied. "If I did, then at least one of you might be on time." We got lost," Neville stuttered. "Then perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find your seats." She looked at the boys expectantly. The 2 quickly rushed into their seats as fast as they could and pulled their books out. "Good," Professor McGonagall said as she walked up to the front and stopped in front of the students. "Hi Kitty," Hydrus smiled at her, giving her another small wave. "Very amusing, Mr. Black," she said with the air of someone trying not to roll her eyes. Meanwhile Hydrus's smile just got brighter thanks to her being the first person in this school who could apparently remember that his last name was Black. "Now," she said, speaking to the whole class, "Transfiguration, as you will be hearing many times throughout your school years, is not an easy subject and should be treated with the utmost respect. I will not tolerate any foolishness in my class, nor will I tolerate any messing around. In this class, you will obey my instructions or you will not be in this class. Is that understood?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall," the class chorused. "Good, now we will start with a simple transfiguration. It will not be very exciting, I admit, but it is what you will be doing," Professor McGonagall continued. "You must practice simple, basic and even boring transfigurations to succeed at the bigger ones. Now, in a moment I will be handing each of you a matchstick, from there I want you all to work on transfiguring it into a silver needle. I will teach you the spell to do so. 5 minutes later, many of the class were struggling to change their matchsticks. Hermione Granger had managed to nearly get it the right shape, Liv had managed the shape but not the color. Hydrus saw his friends struggling with it as well. Theo was in the same boat as Liv, while Draco had just managed to get the color right. Hydrus saw Daphne's attempt and saw that she had gotten the shape perfect with only half the needle being the right color. Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall's voice pulled him out of his observations. Is there a problem? Do you mean with something specific? Hydrus asked curiously. I am referring to your ability to perform the task, a task which I believe you have not yet attempted. Professor McGonagall said, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Ah, I was thinking and observing, Professor McGonagall, Hydrus answered honestly. I am ready to attempt it now. Well, go on then, she said, giving him an expectant look. Yes, Professor. Hydrus nodded before aiming his wand at the matchstick. He took a deep breath before performing the spell. A second later he had a perfect needle on his desk. Done, Professor. Hydrus nodded. Well done, Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall said, looking suitably impressed. How did you do this on your first try? I thought and observed, Professor McGonagall, Hydrus answered. I thought about your instructions, I had read the base rules of transfigurations. I saw what other people were doing and took guesses about where they were going wrong. Well, that will be 5 points to Slytherin. Professor McGonagall said, giving him a small nod before continuing to go around the class, helping students. I bet it helped that your mother taught you that spell, Daphne whispered once Professor McGonagall was far enough away. Just a bit, Hydrus grinned. I heard that Professor Flitwick is a dueling champion, Daphne told Hydrus as they neared Charm's class. Me too, Theo added. He's apparently also one of oldest teaching professors here. Father told me that he's half goblin. Draco whispered, sounding a bit bothered by that fact. That's disgusting, Pansy hissed. Who gives a crap? Hydrus scoffed. The man's a multi-winning dueling champion, he's got my respect. He added as they neared the Charms classroom. Once they entered, they took a look around the classroom. Instead of having desks facing forward as Professor McGonagall did, Professor Flitwick's classroom had a set of seats on the sides of the classroom with a set of higher perched seats behind the first set. The walls were all covered in hundreds of differently written words. Opposite the door was a large window and in front of that window was a desk and a chair, both of which were surrounded by what felt like hundreds of books. Hydrus immediately rushed to take a seat at the front on the right side of the classroom. Daphne and Draco followed after him. The former quickly slid in next to Hydrus before Draco could, earning a small glare from the Malfoy heir before he sat next to her while the other Slytherins sat down next to and behind them. A short while later the Gryffindors arrived and immediately went to sit on the opposite side of the classroom. Once again, Hydrus noted that Hermione Granger rushed to the front while the Cooper girl slowly followed and sat next to her and they both started pulling out their books. The Cooper girl looked up at Hydrus and gave him a questioning look. Hydrus sent her one back, and an amused look appeared on her face before she looked back down at her book. There's something off about her, Hydrus thought to himself. At that moment, Professor Flitwick came in. The man looked to be under 4 feet tall, he had combed gray hair, and green robes and was smiling as if there was nothing better for him to do in life than to teach in this particular classroom. Good morning everyone, he smiled as he walked up to the front of his desk where he began climbing up a pile of small steps and onto his chair before climbing on top of his desk. Now, who is ready to start learning charms? At once, Hermione Granger quickly shot her hand up into the air with an eager expression on her face. That was a rhetorical question, my dear, he told her, causing her to blush slightly as she lowered her hand. Now, let's get started with the register, shall we? With a flick of his wand, a scroll flew into Professor Flitwick's hands and he started taking the register. Let's get started. Oh look, Hydrus Black. He smiled and looked around before finding Hydrus. Ah, there you are. I must admit, young man, that I was looking forward to meeting you. I was there during the tournament finals, you were very impressive for your age. Oh, thank you, Professor, Hydrus said, a pleased smile on his face. There's no need to thank me, dear boy, your performance was simply marvelous. Professor Flitwick smiled kindly at him. I knew Lily Potter personally, she was a truly remarkable witch and a master of charms. As for Bellatrix, she was also undeniably a very talented witch. She preferred defense against the dark arts if my memory serves me right, though given that a large portion of that involves charms, I am sure that you can see why she made sure to pay attention to my class. I'm expecting good work from you, Mr. Black, he told him before continuing the register while Hydrus continued smiling at him. Hermione, Liv said as she was sat in the Gryffindor common room with the other Gryffindor first years after a long day of school. That boy, what was his name? He Drew's Black. Do you know anything about him? It's Hydrus Black, actually, Hermione said, her eyes lit up in a way that Liv realized they always did whenever she got the chance to teach someone something. Well, it is now. He used to be called Harry Potter. Wait, as in that boy who lived kid? Liv asked for confirmation, having already heard about the boy who lived in her limited time in the wizarding world. Yes, after defeating you-know-who, he was taken away to live in the Muggle world for a bit before a trial where he was adopted by Bellatrix Black, Hermione said, sounding like she was reciting her knowledge directly from a book. There's not much more known about him, but he did compete in a dueling tournament. Yeah, he won the British Under-12 tournament, Lavender Brown, a B***-owned girl said, sitting next to her friend, Parvati, an Indian girl with a twin sister called Padma that was in Ravenclaw. I didn't go, but my daddy was there. He told me that Black beat Cormac McLagan. Wait, Dean Thomas, a dark-skinned Muggleborn said, sitting next to an Irish half-blood called Seamus Finnegan. Isn't that a guy in the year above us? Yep, Lavender nodded, seeming pleased to have the attention of everyone on her. Daddy told me that Hydrus beat him easily. Apparently, his new mother taught him very well. That monster is no mother, Neville sniffed angrily before getting up and storming out of the common room. What's his problem? Seamus wondered. It's Black, Ron spoke up. Bellatrix Black, I mean, it's a bit of an open secret in the wizarding world that she was part of the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters? You mean Voldemort's followers? Liv asked. Don't say his name, Ron hissed, looking alarmed for a moment. But yeah, and she was part of a group of them that attacked the Longbottoms Manor, left Neville's parents in the hospital, I reckon permanently. Then why isn't she arrested? Parvati wondered. Because she told the courts that she was forced, Ron scoffed. Troll rubbish in my opinion, I reckon she just had enough money to pay her way out. Then she took Harry Potter, a national hero, and adopted him. Neville's probably hoping to convince Harry to see that she's actually evil. I don't think she can be that evil, Hermione frowned. I mean, if the courts let her go then maybe she wasn't evil. There's no real proof that she bribed anyone. She's a Black, Ron said as if that was more than enough proof. That family is one of the oldest in the wizarding world, and they've pretty much all been dark wizards since the beginning. They can't all be bad, Liv replied, finding the idea of an entire family being forever bad to be a bit ridiculous. Maybe there are a few good ones, Ron conceded. But I doubt there are many, the majority of them are probably evil, I'd bet my life on it. Bellatrix Black is definitely one of them. Everyone in the wizarding world knows it. I think Neville's got the right idea. What do you mean? Hermione frowned. I think we should try and get Harry Potter away from the Slytherins, show him how evil Black really is. His name is Hydrus, Liv reminded him. Yes, besides I don't really know if that's a good idea, Hermione admitted. I mean, he hasn't really done anything to any of us, has he? Yeah, Liv agreed. Besides, I saw him in class. He looked pretty happy to be learning here, pretty healthy all things considered. So what if she treats him nice? Ron snorted. What would that matter if he ends up trying to kill Muggleborns? Ron added as he stood up. Don't believe me if you don't want to, but trust me, he's serious trouble. He told them before turning and walking away, heading up to his room. I just don't think he would do that, Hermione frowned, though she did concede to herself that she didn't really know the boy, having not even spent a week in the same school as him yet. Liv hummed thoughtfully. For what it's worth, I don't think so either. Potions is going to be my best subject, Draco said confidently as he and the other Slytherins walked into their potions class. You sure it doesn't have nothing to do with the fact that your godfather is teaching the class? Daphne asked in an amused voice. Nah, it's because I'm a genius, Draco said without a moment of hesitation. Sure you are, Hydrus rolled his eyes. Let's just hope your godfather isn't as much of a dick as Tonks said he was. He added as they looked around, noting the various tables and cauldrons all around the dark room. I'm sure he isn't, Draco replied. Tonks is probably just exaggerating. She's known for that. I've never once known her to exaggerate, Hydrus frowns. She wears pink hair. That's not an exaggeration, that's accentuating her looks. Hydrus replied with a smug smile. What does that mean? Draco asked in a confused voice. Not a clue, Hydrus admitted. Tonks just said it one time. He shrugged just before the Gryffindors came in and took their seats. Neither house said anything for several moments before the door to the class slammed open. Professor Snape had finally arrived. The dark-haired teacher stormed into the class, his cloak billowing behind him as the door swung back and closed itself. Professor Snape slowed down and stopped just in front of his desk before turning around and facing the students. Silence, he said before anyone could even say anything. There will be no silly wand waving or incantations in this class, so I imagine that many of you will not even consider this to be real magic. But for those of you that possess the right intelligence, I can teach you to ensnare the mind, bewitch the senses and even put a stopper on death. He paused and looked around, making sure that everyone was paying attention. He spun around before walking around his desk and picking up the register. He looked around the room and spotted Hydrus sitting next to Draco. Bellatrix Black, our new celebrity, he drawled as he stared at Hydrus, who simply stared back at him. I suppose that we should feel honored to have a beloved dueling champion in our presence. He sneered. Hydrus titled his head slightly but did not say anything back, despite wanting to. Snape continued on with the register. Once he was done, he flicked his wand and the instructions for a potion appeared on the board. You will all be making a cure for boils. Begin. Wait, sir, Liv raised her hand. Aren't we supposed to do safety instructions first? She asked with a frown on her face. Safety instructions, Snape repeated, almost mockingly. You need safety instructions. Here are some simple ones. Don't put your hand in anything hot and don't drop anything. There, that should be simple enough. Now, get to work. He gestured to the potions cupboard where all the ingredients were. Liv sent him a small glare before she huffed and started getting to work. I think Tonks understated his personality if anything, Hydrus whispered to Draco. The students started getting to work, following the instructions on the board and nothing else, since Snape didn't appear to want to be helpful. For Hydrus and Draco it was particularly easy. Draco had a natural talent for potions and Hydrus had learnt plenty from Andromeda. The class was silent as Professor Snape went around the room, appearing to do nothing much beyond sneering and giving mocking comments, at least at the Gryffindors. He pretty much ignored Crabbe and Goyle's horrible attempt at the potion, glossed over a few mediocre potions from the other Slytherins. He gave Theo, Daphne and Blaise a small nod at their acceptable potions. Excellent work, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Snape praised Draco upon seeing his potion. A second later he saw Hydrus's attempt, which was damn near the same as Draco. Hydrus looked at him expectantly, watching as Snape's face grew steadily more annoyed as he couldn't seem to find a fault with Hydrus's potion. Well done, Mr. Potter, apparently you are capable of following simple instructions, though next time you should try to do the work on your own instead of copying Mr. Malfoy. Respectfully, sir, I did not, and my name is Black, not Potter. Hydrus said in a tight voice, his fists tightening underneath the desk. That's not much of an improvement as far as I'm concerned, the man grunted before walking away. Love you too, prick, Hydrus muttered under his breath as he pictured practicing the latest fire-based spell his mother had taught him, enjoying the idea of the fire causing the grease in the professor's hair to light up in flames. The next morning Hydrus rose up early, stretching and yawning before he managed to pull himself out of his bed. He saw Rocky curled up in a corner of the room and grunted out a greeting to the snake before he picked up Bowie, who was sleeping on his desk, and placed him on the bed so the little Bowtruckle could enjoy the softness of it. He made a mental note to get a small plant or something to put in the room for Bowie. He would also see if he was allowed to keep his owl in the room with him, that was if she liked it here. After completing his daily morning ritual, including push-ups, he walked out of the Slytherin common room with Bowie hitching a ride, hiding in the collar of his shirt. Hydrus checked the time with the Tempest spell and saw that he had nearly 2 hours before breakfast was finished, leaving him plenty of time to explore. He started walking down the halls, not really having a Specific direction, content with just looking around as much as possible. It was an odd thing, walking about Hogwarts. Some of the knight armors that were on display would offer greetings, some would nod their heads. There was also a highly amusing incident where one of the knights apparently sang too loud and another knight beat him into literal pieces. The portraits were just as friendly, mostly offering greetings as he walked by. I say, stop just a moment please, lad." A voice called out once Hydrus had reached the 5th floor. He looked to his right and saw a painting of a rather old-looking woman. "Do forgive me dear, but I was wondering if you could be a dear and contact the caretaker and have him clean my portrait please, the dust is piling up here." She frowned, gesturing to the dust on her picture. "He hasn't cleaned me in a week, all because I told him his cat could do with a bath. Can you believe it? I can clean it if you want," Hydrus offered, flicking his right wrist, sending his wand into his hand. "My aunt and cousin taught me how to." "Oh, would you? That would be positively wonderful," the woman beamed at him. "Just a moment," Hydrus told her before casting a cleaning spell on the portrait. "There you go. Thank you very much, young man, what is your name?" she asked, smiling at him. "Hydrus Black, ma'am, that's what I go by," Hydrus answered. "Well, thank you very much, Mr. Black." "You're welcome," Hydrus nodded before he continued on his walk, casually twirling his wand in his hand as he did so. He had just turned a corner when his wand started to make a sharp noise. Hydrus stopped in his tracks, and for reasons he couldn't quite understand, he ducked down, narrowly avoiding a water balloon that shot past his head and crashed on the floor behind him. "Oh, no, no, no," a high-pitched and musical voice screamed just as somebody flew into view and hovered in the air in front of him. "Oh, rats and foils and trouble and boils." Peeves missed. Peeves can't remember the last time he missed. Wait, yes he can, it was in 1967 when he tried to hit that German fellow called Alderin. Peeves won't miss again, of that be sure. Peeves will pelt you with so many balloons that you'll be all sore. Ha ha, he laughed manically. Hydrus took a moment to take a look at the thing in front of him. It was dressed in horribly bright and outlandish clothes of yellow, orange, pink and blue. It wore a silly hat with loud bells on it. Its face was round with a large mouth, long nose, a unibrow and small black hair. There was a slight glow about it that made Hydrus wonder for a moment if he was dealing with a ghost. "Wait a sec, I know who you are," Hydrus blurted out. "You're the Hogwarts poltergeist." He realized, having heard stories about Peeves from his family. That I am, my name is Peeves, here I stand." Peeves grinned widely as he bowed low before pulling out a second water balloon, a much more foul-smelling one, leading Hydrus to believe that this one might not be filled with water. I am Peeves, do not think for a moment that your eyes deceive. I am here I am, this is Hogwarts, my fun and funny little land. What's your name, little boy? What's your name, my new little toy? Me, Hydrus smirked. I'm Hydrus Black, Tonks's cousin and son of Bellatrix Black. Bellatrix, you say? Peeves paled ever so slightly. Hydrus' smirk grew. The Black family were some of the very few that had been able to keep the poltergeist under control, and Bellatrix had made it quite clear to Peeves when she was a student that she was not to be trifled with. "Oh, but look at this, I say, old Bellatrix is not here today," Peeves said, his grin returning in full form. "I can handle you just fine." Hydrus raised his wand and pointed it in Peeves' direction. A red bolt shot out and burst the balloon, covering its bright green liquid content on Peeves. Ew, I look silly. Peeves is dirty. Peeves is filthy. Peeves yelled before pausing. Wait, Peeves like this. Peeves will share this with his new friend. He cackled before flying straight towards Hydrus. Let's hug little bug, let's share this despair. Vertidige poltergeist. Hydrus cast, sending a blue spell that hit Peeves and caused him to stop in his tracks, frozen in midair. No fair, no fun. The Black children are cruel enough to destroy the sun. Peeves cried. Why won't you let poor little Peevesy play? Please, can you not see my dismay? Listen up, Peeves, Hydrus told him after casting a spell to clean up the mess that came from Peeves's balloon, including the mess on Peeves. Hydrus did that mostly to make sure that some unfortunate student doesn't get covered in it, but also because the smell was horrible. The Black family has a whole book on poltergeists, what they are and what they do, along with how to stop them and how to destroy them. Hydrus said with narrowed eyes. I know that the ghost of the Bloody Baron keeps you in check, and if he doesn't do it then I assure you that I can. Oh, Peeves groaned. New Black is strong and nasty, fierce and feisty. Takes after his mother, let Peeves go, please, he won't be a bother. Not until we discuss terms, Hydrus responded. You see, I don't want you to bother me at school and you don't want me to disintegrate your entire being, correct? What does disintegrate mean? Peeves asked. Will you be giving Peeves another clean? It means there won't be anything left of you to clean, Hydrus explained patiently. Now, here is how this works. You leave me, and the Slytherins in my year alone, and I don't destroy you or tell anyone else how to stop you. Deal. Peeves doesn't like this deal, Peeves grumbled under his breath. Fine, fine, he whined. Peeves will leave your year mates alone, but the others will be mine. He declared with a mad glow that for some reason was only present in his right eye. Fine, but remember that if you don't want to die, Hydrus told him before releasing him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got to go. Today's the day when we learn how to fly. Hey, wait, stealing is a crime, it is not sublime, you cannot do that. Peeves is the one who rhymes. Peeves complained. Why can't I? I have the time, Hydrus grinned. Come on, Peeves, don't cry. Excuse me, I've got to go, goodbye. Hydrus laughed before walking past Peeves who muttered under his breath before raising his head and laughing loudly. Ha, the New Black is fun. Careful students. He's dangerous. You should run. Peeves cackled before flying head first through the nearest wall. Thanks little buddy, Hydrus whispered to his wand, it hummed back at him. I'm starting to love you even more than I already did. Hydrus grinned. That is not true, Bella, Narcissa said, glaring at her older sister as the three sisters sat together in Bellatrix's house, drinking tea that Creature had brought them. I assure you that it is, Bellatrix said in a matter-of-fact voice. My son quite simply beats your son in pretty much everything important. There's not much I can do about that. I'll have you know that Draco is an excellent little potion maker, Narcissa huffed. Yeah, but Hydrus is better. Bellatrix drawled out in an amused voice. That is a matter of debate, Narcissa said, quickly spinning her attention onto Andromeda. Andromeda, tell her that Draco's better than Hydrus at potions. She demanded. Do not bring me into this, Andromeda said simply before sipping her tea. Hydrus is better, Bellatrix repeated. Plus, in a duel, my son would kick your son's butt so hard that it's not even funny. Your face is funny, Narcissa shot back, quite maturely, of course. Not as funny as your mum's face. Bellatrix retorted. We have the same mum. Ha, sisters, is it too much for one delightful tea without something happening? Andromeda sighed. Apparently, Narcissa sniffed as Bellatrix cackled loudly just before Creature popped into the room, holding a red envelope. Mistress, young Master's owl has delivered this for you. Creature said, handing the envelope to Bellatrix. Is that a howler? Andromeda frowned just as Bellatrix opened the envelope. The letter rose into the air and shifted so it was now in the shape of a mouth. Hi Mum. Hydrus's voice shot out of it, calmly, but quite loudly. How are you doing? School's doing fine so far. I like the castle, it's really nice and pretty. Oh, yesterday and today I had charms, transfigurations and potions. I did great in all of them, but the potions teacher doesn't like me for some reason. That's all right, I don't like him either. I was going to write a letter but I thought you might be missing me so I'd let you hear my voice. Please don't send a howler back, it would be awkward getting one in the Great Hall. I'll send you a letter tomorrow after my lessons, I should be learning flying tomorrow. Okay, bye Mum, love you. As soon as the voice finished, the envelope began ripping itself into pieces. Bellatrix shot Narcissa a smug look. I don't see your little dragon sending you love howlers. She said in a superior voice. Flying lessons will be great, Draco declared as the first-year Slytherins headed down to their flying class. It's a shame they don't let first years join the house team. He complained, not for the first time. We know, you've told us already. Theo replied, barely refraining from rolling his eyes at the B***owned boy. You'll have to assume that there's a good reason for it. No I don't, Draco sniffed. I know exactly why, it's because all of these kids from Muggle houses come into school without learning how to fly and then they'll start crying when only us purebloods get on the team, so that fool Dumbledore bans everyone to spare their stupid feeling. Yeah, not, Pansy said in a sweet voice as she stared at Draco with admiration. It's so obvious that the fool Dumbledore is ruining the school. One day she will have an original thought, Hydrus thought to himself, trying to be hopeful. He really wished that Draco would just get rid of the girl, she was unpleasant and annoying at the best of times. The group of Slytherins arrived at their first flying class, which was situated outside of the castle. As they arrived they found a large collection of brooms lined up in two separate rows, one that was clearly for them, while the other was obviously for the other house that was joining them, which would be the Gryffindors if Hydrus remembered correctly. Look at the state of these brooms, Draco sniffed as they stopped in front of the brooms. These barely look fit for a peasant to use. I don't know, I reckon it's a test of skill, Blaise said thoughtfully. If you can fly a rubbish broom like these then you should be able to do great on a good broom. Either that or the school is cheap, Theo snorted just before the Gryffindors began walking over to them. In come the lions, Hydrus said in an annoyed voice. Why do we have to have so many lessons with them? Daphne complained. They're all loud and annoying, a real lion would have more manners than most of them. She said in a disgusted voice as she remembered seeing that red-headed boy, Weasley, eating like an enthusiastic 4-year-old. We keep them around to make us look good, Hydrus whispered to her, earning an amused laugh from her just as the Gryffindors stopped opposite the Slytherins. Hydrus spotted Weasley glaring at him and gave him a dismissive look before locking eyes with Longbottom. The boy looked like he wanted nothing more than to say something. Hydrus simply raised an eyebrow at him. What are you looking at? He asked, causing everyone to stare in between Neville and Hydrus. Neville was saved from answering just as their teacher arrived. She was an odd-looking woman, she had spiky gray hair along with sharp, yellow, hawk-like eyes. She was dressed in blue robes, brown leather gloves, a whistle hung from a strap placed around her neck. She walked with a purpose, her gait somewhat similar to how Snape would walk. She walked in between all of the students before stopping at the end of the row and turning around to face them. Good morning, she said simply. For those who do not know, I am Madame Hooch. I will be your flying instructor. I know that many of you come here with ideas that you are somehow Quidditch masters despite being just 11 years of age. All of the Slytherins couldn't help but glance towards Draco. What? The B***owned boy said defensively. Anyway, Madame Hooch continued. I want to make it clear that you are not professionals, you are not experts. While in this class, you will do exactly as I say. If I say feet on the ground then you had better have your feet on the ground. Now, we will start with the basics. All of you should have a broom, stand to the side of the broom and hold your right hand out and above it. Then calmly and firmly say, up, go on, now. Up. The entire class chorused as they held their hands over their brooms. Hydrus and Draco both smirked as their brooms instantly flew up into their hands, as did Daphne. Knott's broom was a tad bit slower, Blaise and Pansy both needed 2 tries to get their brooms to rise into the air, while the other Slytherins were clearly struggling, as were the majority of Gryffindors. The only one whose broom managed to rise on the first try was Cooper's. A great many Slytherins and Gryffindors laughed when Ronald Weasley's broom shot into the air and bashed him on the nose. Come now, with feeling, Madame Hooch said, going around and helping the last few students summon their brooms. Now, I want all of you to mount your brooms. Pick up your right leg and toss it over your broom and sit back on it, wait for my whistle and then gently push off of the ground. She told them. The students all mounted their brooms. Madame Hooch quickly began correcting their grips and forms. But I've been holding my broom like this for years. Draco protested when she had started correcting him. Then you've been holding it wrong for years. Madame Hooch shrugged before moving on to the next student. Several Gryffindors sniggered as Draco's face turned bright red with embarrassment. This is rubbish, Draco hissed under his breath. Don't worry, Draco, I'll teach you how to do it. Daphne whispered in an overly sweet voice, earning a glare from the B***owned boy. Now, Madame Hooch spoke up. On my whistle, you will slowly push off with your feet and hover in the air, no higher than 10 feet. And then when I tell you, you will slowly lower the front of your broom and descend back down. Now, on my whistle, we will start in. Mr. Longbottom. Everyone turned to Neville whose broom had already started descending. Get down from there, now. I can't. Neville cried. I don't know what to, arg. Goodness, Hydrus blinked as he looked at Neville who had fallen off his broom and landed on the ground. Out of the way, Madame Hooch ordered as she rushed over to him. Looks like a broken wrist. That's not good, she frowned as she helped Neville up. I will be taking Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing, all of you will stay on your brooms and wait here. If I see a single one of you on your brooms then you'll be tossed out of this school faster than a golden snitch. She told them before leading them away. Hey, look at this, Draco said once Madame Hooch and Neville were far enough away. He knelt down and picked up a round glass ball. Longbottom dropped this. Is that a Remembrow? Hydrus asked. Who the hell even keeps one of those? Hydrus asked. They had never caught on with anyone. The ball would turn red if the holder had forgotten something, but it never pointed out what the person forgot. Not to mention it would keep turning red if the holder forgot even the smallest of things. Longbottom apparently, Draco laughed. If the fat lump had given this thing a squeeze then maybe he would have remembered to fall on his fat bottom. It's not fat, it's just long. Theo smirked, causing Draco to laugh. The other Slytherins also looked very amused, unlike the Gryffindors. Give it here, Malfoy. Ron Weasley demanded, stepping up to the B*own Slytherin. Or what? Draco asked, lazily tossing the ball up in the air and catching it. What do you want it for, Weasley? Hoping to sell it for some soap. Shut it, Malfoy. Ron glared at him. Going to make me, Weasley? Draco asked challengingly. Just give the ball here, Liv demanded as she stepped past Ron. Or what? Draco repeated. He tossed the ball into the air again and was about to catch it again, only for Liv to quickly swipe it from the air. Hey! Draco protested. Here, Liv said, tossing the ball to Ron without looking away from Draco. You can give that to Neville. Draco, Hydrus said in a bored voice when he saw Draco open his mouth to say something. Must we really continue to play with the Gryffindors? I don't know about you, but I have better things to do. I don't know how you're still friends with him, Potter, Ron spat, only to freeze when Hydrus's calm demeanor vanished nearly immediately and the green-eyed wizard rushed forward and stopped an inch away from him. My name is Bellatrix Black, Hydrus said, quietly, coldly. His green orbs locked onto Ron's chocolate-brown eyes. Call me anything other than that again and I'll check to see if your blood is the same color as your hair, Harry warned. Hey, you can't threaten him, Seamus spoke up, Dean nodding behind him in support of his fellow Gryffindors. Want to bet? Hydrus asked, glaring at the two of them, tightening his fists. Hydrus, Daphne grabbed him by his arm sleeve. The Gryffindors are boring me too, do we really need to waste our time with these uncouth kittens? She asked, gently pulling him. Hydrus grunted as he allowed Daphne to pull him. Keep my names out of your mouth, he told Ron before he and Daphne walked a short distance away, the other Slytherins following after them. I should just set a few snakes on all of them, Hydrus growled. Yeah, you should. Draco quickly agreed. It'll be awesome. Until he gets expelled for it, Theo pointed out. Only if I get caught, Hydrus muttered angrily. Was it entirely necessary for you to antagonize them? Daphne huffed as she stared at Draco with an unimpressed look. One day your mouth is going to get us all into trouble. I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just an innocent little boy. Draco said with a straight voice. You're as innocent as a swooping evil, Hydrus snorted before perking up slightly with a smile on his face. I wonder if I can convince Mother to get me one, he grinned. I feel like that's a wonderful idea, Daphne said in a pleased voice as she patted Hydrus's arm, glad that he was no longer focused on the Gryffindors. That's a wonderful idea, Blaise repeated with disbelief. How is giving him a flying creature that can eat human brains going to be a wonderful idea? Well, it wouldn't eat our brains, Hydrus rolled his eyes at what was clearly a lot of drama from Blaise. I'll just feed it Weasley's brain, he stated as if it was the most obvious solution in the world. If you feed it that little then it might just starve and come for your brain after all, Draco couldn't help but comment. What's your problem with being called Potter? Blaise asked curiously. I hope you don't mind me asking, but it is your birth name. He pointed out. I have no problems with being called Potter, Hydrus replied. The Potters are an ancient and most noble house. Lily and James Potter were also talented, loving parents who gave their lives for me. But when people like Weasley and Longbottom call me Potter, they mean it as an insult. Insulting my mother, claiming she's not my family. Like they'd know anything about my family, a bunch of twats the lot of them. He growled, once more looking angry. For Merlin's sake, he had just calmed down. Daphne glared at Blaise. A short distance away the Gryffindors had gathered together and were having their own little discussion, occasionally glaring at the group of Slytherins. Who the hell do they think they are? Seethed Ron Weasley, holding Neville's ball so tight that he was close to breaking it. Stealing Neville's remembrall like that, like the rich Pounces couldn't just buy 10 of them. You shouldn't have been arguing with them, Hermione interrupted, admonishing him. You should have told a teacher. Yeah right, Ron scoffed. They'd have probably broken it by then and then they'd just play innocent. Filthy snakes, Seamus nodded in agreement. They're no good, the lot of them. Exactly, Ron said, pleased that somebody agreed with them. I've only been in the wizarding world a short while, but I can tell they're no good, Dean Thomas added. You shouldn't be messing with him, Liv spoke up. I'm not scared of Malfoy, Ron snorted. If he starts trouble then I'll just sock him in the mouth and… No, you won't. Hermione cut in firmly. You'll get yourself and Gryffindor into trouble. Plus if you do hurt him then Hydrus will hurt you, Liv cut in. That's who I was talking about, not Malfoy. Malfoy is just a little rich boy, but Black, you shouldn't be messing with him. Liv's right, Hermione agreed. He's a dueling champion, he probably knows a ton of spells already. He probably cheated, Ron said immediately. How on earth would someone his age be able to fool an entire dueling committee? Hermione scoffed. I don't think he did, Liv said, glancing in Hydrus's direction. You should not be messing with him, he's dangerous. I can tell. How? Ron asked, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. I can just tell, don't mess with him. Liv said firmly. He's not sane, I can tell he's mad. He did seem pretty angry, Hermione agreed. But no, not that type of mad, Liv shook her head, frustrated that the other Gryffindors didn't seem to grasp what she was saying. He's crazy, I saw it in his eyes. I'm going to say it one last time, do not mess with him. Defense against the dark arts now, Hydrus said, rubbing his hands with excitement as the group of Slytherins all walked to the defense against the dark arts classroom. This'll be my best class, 100%. Well, you're a dueling champion so it makes sense. Draco shrugged as they entered the classroom where they found Professor Quirrell waiting for them. The room seemed like a fairly normal classroom, if a bit dark, an iron chandelier hung from the ceiling alongside a rather large dragon skeleton that Hydrus suspected to be a Hebridean Black. There were several desks along with a couple of large windows. It looked fairly nice, though the numerous amounts of garlic spread around the class did give the place a bit of a smell. Rumors around the school suggested that the new professor had experienced a run-in with a vampire the previous summer and was now a bit paranoid. Take your seats, he said immediately, standing by his desk, holding a pretty green iguana in his hands. Hydrus and the other Slytherins immediately sat down. Check out the dragon, Hydrus whispered to Daphne as they sat down. According to Hogwarts, a history, it is allegedly a trophy taken by former Professor Hecat after she single-handedly defeated one of the largest poaching rings in eastern Wales during the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. Daphne whispered back. It's a Hebridean Black, right? Hydrus asked. Yep, knew it. Hydrus whispered, sounding very pleased with himself. Ah, Professor Quirrell walked over to Hydrus, speaking in a calm and clear voice. A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Black. It is a rare opportunity to teach a dueling champion such as yourself. Oh, thank you, sir. Hydrus replied politely, trying not to grimace as he felt a sudden headache come on. Must be from all the garlic. He thought. I am expecting great things from you, Mr. Black, Professor Quirrell continued. I do hope you don't disappoint. Live up to my expectations, and I might just be able to be convinced to provide you with extra tutoring if that is the sort of thing you are interested in. Most definitely, Hydrus said with a happy grin. Hedwig, Hydrus smiled as he walked into the Ollery where he found Hedwig waiting for him along with dozens of other owls of various sizes and species. But he was proud to say that his snowy white owl notably stood out from the rest. Hedwig flew down from her perch to land on one close to him. Hello girl, Hydrus smiled happily as he reached out and stroked her head, letting her affectionately nip at his fingers. It's good to see you, Hedwig, are you up for sending a letter please? He asked. Hedwig gave him a hoot that sounded somewhat offended at him considering it possible for her to not be ready. I'm sorry, Hydrus said in an amused voice as he tied the letter to her leg. Now, Go send this to Mum, take your time. Hedwig hooted softly before she turned and flew out of the Ollery. Hydrus gave himself a pleased nod. He sent a small wave to the various other owls before turning and walking out of the room. The young Slytherin chose to spend some time walking around the school before he would return to the common room, partly to help him memorize the school's layout, but also because he found the whole place to be quite interesting. It was a magical castle after all. A chirping sound near his left ear let him know that Bowie appeared to be enjoying the tour as well. Bowie very much liked traveling around with Hydrus, not like Rocky who was content with staying in one dark room all day. Place is quite nice, isn't it? Hydrus whispered to Bowie, who nodded in agreement just as the two approached one of the school courtyards. Suddenly, they heard a pair of voices. Bowie quickly ducked into Hydrus's clothes just as the green-eyed wizard turned a corner, and Hydrus almost growled when he found himself in front of 4 Gryffindors. There was the Muggle-born called Dean Thomas and the half-blood Seamus Finnegan, and with them were Ronald Weasley and Neville Longbottom. "What are you doing here?" Ron blurted out. "Not really much of your business, is it, Weasley?" Hydrus said in an unimpressed voice. "Needless to say, I'd like to continue doing it far away from you all. So, if you'll excuse me." "Why? Off to nick somebody else's remembrow," Neville accused. "They told me about what you and Malfoy did." "That's the stories that you lot are telling, huh?" Hydrus asked in an amused voice. "That's funny because the main story going around in our common room is about how you can't even mount a broom without hurting yourself," Hydrus said, causing Neville to flush with embarrassment. "You probably jinxed it," Ron said immediately. "I'll jinx the lot of you in a sec," Hydrus glared at him. "You can't take on all 4 of us," Dean said confidently. "You better hope we don't have to find out," Hydrus told him before switching his attention back to Neville. "Move it, now," he ordered. "Don't talk to me like that," Neville growled at him. "I'll talk to a second-rate wannabe wizard like you however I want," Hydrus said, stepping up to Neville so that he was only a couple of inches away from the boy. Ron moved to Hydrus's right while Seamus stood on his left along with Dean. "What are you going to do about it?" he asked in a low voice. "You're cruel. You're chubby." Neville, in a move that surprised his fellow Gryffindors, let out an angry shout before throwing a right hook at Hydrus's face. Unfortunately for him, Hydrus had ducked under the punch. Before Neville could pull his arm back, Hydrus rushed forwards and slammed his forehead into Neville's nose, sending the Longbottom heir a few steps back. Hydrus capitalized by throwing a left hook into Ron's face and then quickly switching targets with a right-handed punch to Seamus's face, stunning them both. Dean was too shocked to stop Hydrus from punching him in the chin. Neville had recovered enough to charge at Hydrus. The chubby boy managed to grab him, lifting up into the air before he continued running forwards. Hydrus quickly started throwing punches at any part of Neville he could reach before the two fell down in the middle of the courtyard with Neville landing on top of Hydrus. The Longbottom heir started throwing as many punches as he could at Hydrus, who had covered up. A couple of his punches slipped through Hydrus's arms, hitting him in the head. Neville pulled his right arm back and tried to punch Hydrus again, only to miss and hit the floor. Neville let out a gasp as a strong surge of pain shot up his hand and wrist. His attention shifted back to Hydrus, who, to Neville's horror, was staring at him with a wicked grin. Hydrus cackled loudly, sending shivers down Neville's spine. Hydrus reached out and grabbed the Longbottom heir by his hair and pulled him in close enough for Hydrus to bite down on his ear. Neville screamed out in pain. He desperately pulled back until his ear managed to slip out of Hydrus's teeth. Hydrus hit him with a hard punch before rolling him off. Hydrus quickly jumped on top of Neville, laughing loudly as he threw several punches at Neville, bloodying the boy's face. Hydrus's gaze blurred as his smile grew wider. A left hook from him knocked out one of Neville's teeth as Hydrus's right hand reached into his robes. He had just managed to grab his intended object when a loud singing noise echoed in his ear. "Flippendo!" a voice yelled. Hydrus looked to his right in time to feel the knockback spell crash against his chest. A large grunt escaped from him before being thrown backwards. He landed on his back and quickly rolled back to a kneeling position. He looked up and saw Liv and Hermione rushing towards the Gryffindor boys, with Liv aiming her wand at Hydrus. "More fun." Hydrus grinned evilly whilst his wand kept singing from inside his holster. "Yeah, I'm warned, thank you," Hydrus whispered to it, causing it to stop singing. "Enough," Liv said as firmly as an 11-year-old girl could. her eyes widened upon spotting Hydras's right hand and seeing the blade in his hand. The blade's black handle was attached to a gray ring that was around Hydras's index finger. The handle was facing downwards, resting on his palm and continued on in the form of a sharp and curved blade. She glanced at Neville, who looked like a battered bruise. His face was swollen and bruised and blood was dripping out of his mouth where he was missing a couple of teeth. Not to mention the fact that his left eye had swollen and his nose looked broken. She forced her gaze away from Neville to Hydras, who was lightly swaying his body in a circle whilst his head stayed still. His emerald eyes locked onto her and his knife hand slid behind his back and out of view. "You're crazy," she blurted out, her voice shaking, realizing that none of the other Gryffindors had spotted the knife since the boys were too focused on their pain whilst Hermione was currently panicking in between her desire to take the boys to the hospital wing and her fear of broken rules. "Crazy." Hydras grinned, licking his lips when Ron, Dean and Seamus pulled their wands out and aimed them at Hydras. "No," Hermione screamed. "Stop it. We're all going to get in trouble." "What the hell's going on?" a voice demanded as two Hufflepuff arrived, both prefects, one male and the other being Tonks. "He attacked us," Ron blurted out, wincing as pain shot through his face. "He attacked all of you?" the male prefect asked skeptically. "He hits hard," Seamus protested, rubbing at his face while Dean moved his jaw around in an attempt to see if it was working. He has a knife," Liv said quickly, still pointing her wand at Hydras. "What are you talking about?" Hydras asked innocently, raising both of his hands to show he had nothing in them. "I'll check," Tonks said quickly, moving forwards to Hydras and waving her wand around him. "Where is it?" she whispered. "Back pocket," he whispered, eyes still locked onto Liv. Tonks began patting him down, making a show of looking everywhere before she found his blade and discreetly snuck it into her own clothes. "You brought your karambit knife into school," Tonks whispered in an annoyed voice as Bowie snuck out of Hydras's clothes and jumped from Hydras to Tonks and snuck into her clothes, thankfully unhurt. "Nah, I brought my karambit knives into school," Hydras corrected her, still staring at Liv, who had finally lowered her wand. "This is the only one I have on me though, the rest are in my room." "Thank Merlin for small mercies," Tonks muttered before noticing where Hydras was looking. She clicked her fingers in front of his face. "Snap out of it, Hydras," she hissed. "She blasted me," Hydras said, finally looking away. "You were about to cut up her friend. I don't think that's a fair comparison." Tonks sighed. "I want to fight her," Hydras whispered, smiling. "Well, you can't," Tonks told him before pulling him into a standing position. "He's clear," she told the others. "What? He can't be," Liv shouted. "I know he has a knife. I saw it." "Josh," Tonks said to the other prefect. "Check him if you want." The prefect that was apparently called Josh frowned before nodding and making his way over to Hydras. He started searching for a knife, and several moments later gave his verdict. "I can't find a knife," Josh said, stunning Liv into silence. "Tonks, settle this while I take the boy to the hospital wing," Josh told her before using his wand to levitate Neville into the air and carry him away. "Anyway, what happened here?" Tonks asked once Josh and Neville had left. "These Gryffindor dorks attacked me," Hydras said quickly. "That's a lie," Ron yelled. "He threw the first punch," Hydras accused. "I was just walking along, minding my own business when they got in my way." "He's lying," Dean said quickly, taking a moment to flex his jaw. "Who threw the first punch then?" Tonks asked them. "Liv and I just got here a few seconds before you did," Hermione spoke up first. "We didn't see who started it, but we did see Hydras on top of Neville, punching him." "That still doesn't answer my question, who threw the first punch?" Tonks asked once more. The standing Gryffindor boys took a moment to stare at each other before Ron spoke up. It was him," Ron said lamely, pointing at Hydras, who stared back with an unimpressed look on his face. "Really?" Tonks drawled with a similar expression. "Come on," she sighed. "All of you to the hospital wing, including you two," she added to Liv and Hermione. "But, we weren't hurt," Liv pointed out. "You're still witnesses, let's go. None of you shall move without my permission, understood?" Madame Pomfrey, the woman in charge of the hospital wing, ordered Hydras and the first-year Gryffindors. They were all currently in the hospital wing along with Tonks. Neville was lying down on a bed since he was the most damaged of them all. The other Gryffindor boys had some light swelling on their faces and stood near Neville's bed along with Hermione and Liv. Hydrus stood opposite them with his arms crossed, light swelling on his face and bandages around his knuckles, and Tonks stood in between them. "Of course, Madame Pomfrey," Hydrus replied smoothly, bowing his head towards her. This apparently pleased her enough for her to dismiss him and stare hard at the Gryffindors. "We'll make sure they stay put, ma'am," Liv said with Hermione nodding in agreement. "Very good," Madame Pomfrey huffed before walking off, muttering about violent children. "We'll get you for this, Black," Ron hissed, deciding that if Hydrus wanted to be called Black then that's what Ron would call him since he was obviously nowhere near good enough to be a Potter. "That'll be 10 points from Gryffindor," Tonks said. "What? Why?" Ron blinked. 5 for threatening a student and another 5 for being stupid enough to do it in front of me, a prefect, Tonks answered bluntly. "That was a nice knockback, Jinx," Hydrus said suddenly to Liv. "You practice it a lot." "I only learnt it yesterday," Liv admitted quietly. "Nice," Hydrus said approvingly. "Try to learn the leg locker, that one is fun." "The leg locker," Liv repeated. "Yeah, what it does is lock your legs in." "I can work out what it does," Liv cut him off with a small glare, though it didn't seem to bother Hydrus, who looked more amused than anything. "Miss Tonks," Professor McGonagall said as she walked in, only to stop and gasp as she saw the state of the boys. "My goodness, what has happened here?" she demanded. "I would also like to know," Snape said as he walked in behind her. "Josh and I just arrived in time to break it up," Tonks said. "We did see Hydrus on top of Neville, punching him," Tonks admitted. "But when we asked what happened, Hydrus had an answer and the other boys had to think for a moment before answering, so I'm not entirely sure I believe them." "Thank you, Miss Tonks," Professor McGonagall said. "You are dismissed." "Right-o," Tonks nodded to her and Snape. "Professors," she said before walking. "See ya, cuz," Hydrus called. She sent him a small wave before exiting. "Cuz," Liv repeated in a shocked voice. "She's my cousin," Hydrus said with a small smile, watching as Liv's eyes widened and the dots started to connect in her mind. "Oh, you son of a Miss Cooper," Professor McGonagall admonished before she could finish. Liv huffed before staring at Hydrus, who smiled innocently at her. "What has happened here?" Professor McGonagall demanded just as Madame Pomfrey walked into the hospital wing. "Ah, there you are, professors," she said in a pleased voice as she spotted Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. "I was waiting for you. What has happened to these students?" Professor Snape asked in a serious voice. "I cannot say, but I can tell you about their injuries," Madame Pomfrey replied. "Mr. Thomas suffered from a bruised jaw, Finnegan and Weasley will be fine, there was bruising on their faces but I've taken care of them and they should heal up. Mr. Black had damaged his knuckles and is suffering from light bruising on his face. He'll be fine though. At least we got the important news out the way," Hydrus said under his breath. "And what of Mr. Longbottom?" Professor McGonagall asked, glancing in the direction of Neville, who was still laying in bed. "He had suffered the worst," Madame Pomfrey sighed. "He had damaged his nose and was suffering from severe damage to his face and he is missing a tooth. I gave him a potion to grow it back." "What had happened?" Professor McGonagall asked the students. "It was him," Neville groaned, weakly pointing a finger at Hydrus. "Yeah," Ron quickly and loudly agreed. "He attacked us, he's mental." He pointed an accusing finger at Hydrus. "Hey, I don't need that pointed out," Hydrus replied. "I see, well then, I'm sure that you can enlighten us on why a single student would choose to attack 4 other students with just his fists." Snape drawled, not at all a fan of Hydrus Black, but he wasn't going to let Slytherin suffer because of the stupidity of these first years. "Curse that hat for putting the boy in my house," he mentally growled. "If I may," Hydrus spoke up. "I had just been to the Ollery to deliver a letter, and after that, I was walking around the castle when I bumped into these 4. They started an argument and Longbottom over there tried to hit me." "He's lying, Professor," Seamus protested. "Is he really?" Professor McGonagall asked with a narrowed gaze which caused Seamus to falter. Well, they were accusing me and Draco Malfoy of trying to steal Longbottom's Remembrall," Hydrus continued. "Which isn't true since I could probably buy a good 10 of them right now. Not that I'd want one anyway." He couldn't help but add. "Anyway, he threw the first punch, not me, I was defending myself. In a 4-on-1 situation, I might add. We didn't do anything." Seamus complained. He hit Neville, then he attacked the rest of us. They were with him. Hydrus argued. I wasn't going to let them all attack me. Professor McGonagall, Hermione spoke up nervously. There were 4 of them, but when we had gotten there we did see that Hydrus was attacking Neville. Professor, you can't believe him. Ron protested. Enough, Professor McGonagall cut in quickly. I am ashamed of all of you, she told the Gryffindors. The 4 boys looked at her with shocked expressions on her face. Fighting will not be tolerated at Hogwarts, not now, or ever. That will be 30 points from you each and a week of detention. As for you, Mr. Black, that will be 15 points from Slytherin for fighting. Perhaps you were defending yourself, but that does not make your response an acceptable one. I will be contacting all of your parents. Hydrus, wait up. A voice called just as Hydrus reached the corridor that lead up to the Slytherin common room. He turned around in time to see Tonks running towards him. Tonks, Hydrus smiled affectionately as Tonks stopped in front of him before the two embraced each other in a hug. Thanks for the help. No problem, she smiled as she pulled away. Her smile quickly vanished and her expression turned very serious. Hydrus, what the hell were you thinking? They're the ones that attacked me, Hydrus muttered. I'm not talking about that. Tonks paused and took a moment to look around and make sure that nobody was listening in. I am talking about the fact that you tried to pull a knife on another first year. Tonks hissed. I was actually wondering, could I have that back now? Hydrus asked quietly, an awkward smile on his face. Tonks glared at him for several seconds before muttering something under her breath. She pulled out his knife and gave it to him. Thanks, Hydrus smiled as he quickly hid it in his clothes. I am going to be sending a letter to your mum about this, Tonks told him. Hydrus opened his mouth to reply when Tonks cut him off. And my mother as well, and Aunt Sissy for good measure. Oh, come on, is that really necessary? Hydrus protested. It was a one-time thing and one time too many, Tonks cut him off. Hydrus, this is serious. Have you not been practicing your occlumency? Hydrus opened his mouth to speak but stopped and closed it. He took in a deep breath before he finally responded. I may have not practiced as much as I should have. Hydrus, I'm sorry, okay. Hydrus said quickly. It's just I'm finally here in the castle and all of my friends are here and now I can start learning magic and… Hydrus, I get it. Tonks interrupted him. But your occlumency training is important. You can't neglect that. If you were practicing as much as you should have done then maybe I wouldn't have had to spend the whole day worrying about you hurting someone and being sent to Azkaban. How do you think Mum and Dad would feel if you had actually hurt Longbottom properly? What would Aunt Sissy feel? What would your mother feel? She demanded. I'm sorry, Tonks, Hydrus said sincerely, head bowed and staring at the ground. Sorry, he says, Tonks huffed before staring at him for several seconds. Oh Merlin, she let out a loud sigh before a hand reached up and ruffled his hair. I'm not angry with you, Hydrus, well, I am a bit, she admitted as she pulled him into a hug. I'm just worried. Sorry Tonks, Hydrus apologized as he hugged her back. All right, enough of this mushy stuff, I'm going to let you go now, no more knives, okay? Okay, Hydrus agreed once they let go of each other. Though would it perhaps be okay if I got a little payback? He asked hopefully, causing Tonks to stare at him with narrowed eyes. Just a bit, he added quietly. Nobody had better get seriously hurt, was all she said before turning and walking off. Stupid Longbottom, Hydrus growled as he headed over to his common room. Hydrus, are you okay? Draco asked as soon as Hydrus had entered the Slytherin common room and joined the other first years. I am perfectly fine, Hydrus said shortly as he sat between Daphne and Theo. We had heard what happened, Daphne said, staring at his hands. What happened? I only lost some points, Hydrus shrugged. That's ridiculous, Draco said indignantly. You were attacked. Why did you lose points? Probably to discourage the idea of violence, Theo guessed. Forget that, Hydrus spoke up, cutting off Draco's response. We're going to make Longbottom pay. I told Tonks I wouldn't seriously hurt him, that doesn't mean I can't hurt him a bit. What do you have in mind? Theo asked. Nothing, yet, Hydrus said, clenching his fist. I'll think of something, either way, we'll wait a bit. Give it a week or so, let everyone calm down a bit. Are you kidding me? Pansy spoke up whilst rolling her eyes. If you ask me, then you should strike now while the iron is hot. Thankfully nobody asked you. Hydrus glared at the girl. I just. Give it a rest, Parkinson. Draco hissed at her before turning back to Hydrus. So, what do you want to do now? Continue as we have, Hydrus shrugged. Act normal, then when the time is right, payback. Daphne, Theo, you make sure we don't go overboard. Why us? Theo blinked. Because you're both boring and responsible, Hydrus answered honestly. He's a nutter, Ronald Weasley said to the rest of the Gryffindor first years as they all sat together in the common room. You can say that again, Neville agreed before wincing as his face still hurt. The nurse had mostly healed it up, but he still had some light bruising. He's a nutter, Ronald Weasley said once more. How bad is it? Lavender Brown asked quietly, staring at Neville's face along with Parvati. Not that bad, Neville muttered. Madame Pomfrey gave me some potions and said it should be healed by the end of the day. Who the hell taught him how to punch? Dean Thomas wondered, rubbing his face a little. He hits hard. I know, who would have thought the little rich boy would know how to fight without a wand? Seamus added. Well, maybe his mother taught him, Hermione said from her seat, looking away from the book that she was reading. She adopted him, Neville pointed out, an angry look on his face. Doesn't matter, she's still his mother, Hermione said matter-of-factly. I told you all to stay away from him, Liv pointed out, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a book of her own in her lap. Yeah, and how did you know that he could fight? Ron asked. I didn't, Liv admitted. But you told us to stay away from him. I thought he'd just blast you with his wand, Liv told him honestly. He is a dueling champion, I had no idea he knew how to box as well. Box? Ron repeated in a confused voice. It's a muggle sport, Hermione replied. Basically it's like dueling, except with fists instead of wands, Dean explained. Two guys stand in a ring and just start punching each other until one guy gets knocked out or gives up. Whoa. Ron gaped at him for several seconds. That's cool. Wait, are you guys trying to say that Black competes in a muggle sport? I doubt that, Neville cut in. His mother hates muggles, no way would she let him even look at a muggle. Well, apparently someone taught him a bit about fighting if he could fight off all four of you, Liv replied. Very Gryffindor by the way, 4 against 1. She couldn't help but add, causing the boys to all bristle at her comment. Hey, it's not like we planned it. Ron argued. You guys shouldn't have been fighting either way. Hermione cut in disapprovingly. You lost Gryffindor tons of points. So what? Ron scoffed. You'll probably make them up quickly enough anyway. I'm not going to be picking up your slack. Hermione glared at him before turning to Liv. As for you, why didn't you tell the teachers about the knife? What knife? Parvati asked, eyes widening slightly. You said that Bellatrix Black had pulled a knife out, Hermione said to Liv. What? When? Neville blurted out. When he was hitting you, Hermione answered, causing Neville to turn a pale white. I didn't say anything because there was no point, Liv sighed. What do you mean? If you had just told Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape that, then they could have expelled him and… No, they wouldn't, Liv said, cutting Hermione off. He didn't have that knife in the hospital wing. That prefect girl, the Hufflepuff with the colorful hair, she was his cousin. So? Hermione asked, not understanding what Liv meant. She searched him and conveniently didn't find a knife, Liv reminded her. I'd bet you all of my money that he snuck it to her before the teachers came. If I accused him, then they would have found nothing. But she's a prefect, Hermione cried. It's her job to report stuff like that. Oh yeah, like she was going to report her own family, Liv scoffed. Bellatrix yawned as she made her way downstairs for breakfast. She had just gotten downstairs when she called out for Creature. Yes, mistress, Creature asked, popping into existence in front of her. Is my breakfast ready? She asked whilst yawning. Yes, mistress, will you bees eating in the kitchen today, or would mistress prefer to eat in the… I'll eat in the kitchen today, she cut him off before walking past him. As mistress wishes, Creature dutifully nodded before popping out of existence. As soon as Bellatrix entered the kitchen, a smile appeared on her face as the smell of her breakfast slowly crawled up her nose. Say what you want about her house elf, but he knew how to cook. She made her way over to the kitchen table and sat down. She picked up her fork and knife and was prepared to dig in when all of a sudden the fireplace lit up with green flames. Bellatrix. Andromeda's voice called from the flames. What did I do now? Bellatrix groaned just as Andromeda walked out of the flames, a letter in her hand and a furious expression on her face. I just woke up, Bellatrix said defensively. Are you insane? Andromeda yelled at her. Of course I am, you know this. Bellatrix yelled back just as the fireplace flared up again and Narcissa stepped out. Are you insane? Narcissa yelled at Bellatrix. I already asked her that. Andromeda snapped before turning back to Bellatrix. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm hungry. Bellatrix shouted before gesturing to her food. Did you or did you not know that Hydrus brought knives to school? Narcissa shouted. Of course, I knew, I helped him choose which ones to take, Bellatrix replied, not seeing why the two were still yelling at her. Hydrus pulled a knife on a student. Andromeda said, waving her letter in Bellatrix's face. Oh, Bellatrix blinked. Well, Hydrus is a perfect little angel, so I'm sure that if he did pull a knife on someone then he probably had a good reason. Bellatrix said, a small smile appearing on her face. Yeah, that makes sense. She said happily before she started eating. You want some? She offered to her two sisters, both of whom were gaping at her. Stupid Longbottom, Hydrus growled whilst sitting in his bed, releasing the golden snitch in his hand and quickly catching it before it could get too far away. The snitch had been a great stress relief for him over the years. This particular golden snitch was precious to him, being one of the first gifts he had ever received. He wasn't sure if Aunt Andromeda was ever sure about how much he would end up valuing it. He often used it as a good way to help him build focus and relieve stress and even boredom, not to mention he had incorporated it several times into his training. His mother and aunties had managed to alter the snitch so that with a few taps of his wand it would come after him. Dodging punches and spells become relatively easy in comparison to dodging a zooming snitch, though thankfully they did remember to add cushioning charms to it after the first few times the snitch would hit him in the face. Right now, it wasn't just the snitch that was calming him down, his other hand was twirling his wand in a motion that felt as natural to him as breathing. Ever since bonding with his wand, he had felt like a missing piece of him had been found. The feeling was indescribable. All he knew was that if someone tried to take it away from him then he'd happily pull their throats out with his teeth. Are you okay? Rocky asked, curled up in the corner of his bed whilst Bowie was cleaning the snake's tail. You seem irritated, he noted. I am irritated, Hydrus confirmed. That Longbottom boy attacked me. And then I get in trouble. For what? Rocky asked, seeming genuinely curious. Are they complaining because you killed him? I didn't even kill him. Hydrus let out a frustrated groan. I fight the idiot and his 3 friends and the teachers are upset with me because of how I defended myself. Tonks is upset with me because I had pulled a knife out and was about to slice him. I had lost control. They were attacking you, they should be lucky that they're alive, Rocky said bluntly. If someone had tried to attack me then I would have ended them. He added in a matter-of-fact voice. I don't think I'll be allowed to do that, Hydrus said before he stood up and tapped his snitch a couple of times with his wand. He placed his wand down on his desk before standing in the center of his room. Either way, Rocky continued. You should warn the boy so he is less willing to fight you again, a single bite ought to do it. Hydrus assumed a boxing stance and released the snitch, watching as it zipped around the room repeatedly before suddenly stopping and changing directions, zooming straight towards his face. He tilted his head to the left, allowing it to zoom past him, its wings narrowly avoided slapping him in the face. Hydrus instinctively tilted his head in the opposite direction, the snitch zoomed past him once more before changing directions, trying to slam into his nose. Hydrus spun on his feet and allowed it to go past him while he never lost sight of it. Knock, knock. Hydrus, Draco called from behind his door. Hydrus's right hand shot out and caught the snitch before it could hit him in the face. What is it? He asked impatiently, tightening his hold on the snitch that was now trying desperately to escape his grip. Longbottom's detention will be over soon, Draco all but sang excitedly. Give me a sec, Hydrus grinned, picking up his wand and tapping the snitch, making it go docile enough for him to put it away. Excuse me, guys, Hydrus told the Bowtruckle and Snake. Where are you going? Rocky asked. I'm gonna bite him, Hydrus told him. Not literally though, at least not this time, Hydrus added before walking out of the room where he found Draco eagerly waiting for him. He'll be out in a few minutes, Draco said without waiting for Hydrus to say anything. Not's waiting for us in the common room. Good, Hydrus said simply. Come on, Hydrus told him before walking past him. The two entered the common room where Theo was waiting for them. Are you sure this is a good idea? Theo asked with a small sigh. Nope, and I don't much care, Hydrus said bluntly before he walked up to two sixth years that were playing against each other in chess matches. You too, Hydrus called, making them look up from their match. If anyone asks, then me and my two friends have been here the whole time. He told them before clicking his fingers. Draco pulled out a small pouch full of money. Is that acceptable for you two gentlemen? Hydrus asked politely, raising an eyebrow at the two. The two sixth years exchanged looks with each other before turning back to Hydrus. Deal, they both said at the same time. Pleasure doing business with you, Hydrus nodded at the two before walking off. Draco tossed the pouch to the two older students before following after Hydrus along with Theo. We had better not get caught, Theo said once they were out of the common room. We won't, Harry said simply. Dumbledore's got portraits all over the castle, how can we not get caught? Theo questioned. Most portraits don't remember anything, Draco smirked. As far as they're concerned, all students are the same. They won't remember us unless we do something big to draw their attention. We're just three Slytherin boys taking a walk, nothing suspicious or memorable about that. Any when you get to Longbottom? Theo asked. What about then? You seriously underestimate the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, Hydrus replied. You say that every time I question you, Theo said, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Yet you continue to do it, Hydrus replied. Keep quiet and trust that I have at least some idea of what I am doing. Fine, but I'm not taking the blame if things go cock up, Theo said simply. Fair enough, Hydrus agreed. We shall simply place the blame upon Draco. What? Why me? Draco questioned. Because Nott declared he doesn't want the blame and I am too perfect to be blamed, therefore you will be blamed by default, Hydrus explained matter-of-factly. I am sorry, but that's just the way it goes, nothing I can do about it. Bullshit, there's nothing you can do about it. Draco asked incredulously. I will not be blamed, I am the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy. Yeah, but you're B***owned, Hydrus pointed out. What does that have to do with me being blamed? About as much as your heritage, Theo piped in. Zip it, Hydrus told them both. We're getting close, you sure he had detentions with McGonagall? He asked Draco. Definitely, the Malfoy heir nodded confidently. I'd bet my trust vault on it. You'd better be right, Hydrus said as they neared a corner. Wait, he suddenly hissed, causing the other two to step back. Hydrus peeked his head past the corner, seeing a sullen-looking Neville Longbottom walking down the hall, before quickly pulling his head back. Longbottom's approaching, Hydrus grinned. There are tons of portraits in that hall, Theo pointed out. If you don't sort them out then they'll tell on us. Have a little faith, Theo, Hydrus tutted before he pulled out his wand. He discreetly pointed at the hallway that Neville was walking down. Les portraits sont dormants, Hydrus whispered. A small pulse shot out from his wand, freezing all the portraits in the hallway. Thankfully Neville had not noticed. A little spell mother learnt from France, Hydrus told Theo. Sends them right to sleep, they won't see a thing, at least not for the next 5 minutes or so. Genoese, Draco grinned. Naturally, Hydrus smirked before putting his wand away as Longbottom got closer. Back in a sec, Hydrus told them before rounding the corner and surprising Longbottom with a left hook to the gut, causing the pudgy boy to gasp as he bent over in pain. Hydrus quickly followed up with a right-handed punch that sent Longbottom to the floor. Long time no see, EH. Hydrus asked him. Neville coughed as he tried to stand up, only for Hydrus to kick him in the chest, sending him backwards. The wind was knocked out of Neville as he felt his back collide with the wall behind him. He slowly slid down to a sitting position, leaning against the wall. Remember me, huh? Hydrus asked. Locomotor mortis, Theo said, sending a leg locker at Neville, sticking his legs together, preventing him from getting up. Thank you, Theo, Hydrus said absently. What do you want? Neville spat out, looking noticeably worried, even if he did his best to hide it. What do I want? Hydrus repeated. Just a little chat with you, to be honest. Yay right, Neville hissed before trying to reach for his wand. He had barely pulled it out of his trouser pockets when Draco had hit him with a stinging hex, causing Neville to yelp and drop his wand as his hand swelled up. Honestly, Longbottom, Draco spoke up, seeming very unimpressed. You're heir to one of the oldest and richest families in the wizarding world, and yet you still can't afford a wand holster. Keep your wand in your pockets, do you? A wand holster isn't that complicated to use, you know, Draco tutted with mock disappointment. I assume that you're ready to listen to me now, Hydrus spoke as he crouched down so he could stare Neville right in the eye. I don't want to listen to you. Neville growled out. You're evil and cruel. Just like your new mother, you. Hydrus's arms snapped out and he grabbed Neville by the collar of his clothes. He pulled him forward before slamming him back against the wall. Would you give that a rest? Hydrus growled out as he slammed Neville against the wall with each word. One more word about my mother and you'll be trying to pronounce your spells from now on without teeth. Wouldn't matter much anyway, Draco snorted. He's a damn near squib in classes, Draco said before picking up Neville's wand. Surprised they even let him in here. Hey, give that back. Neville tried to get up but Hydrus pushed him back down. I don't think you even need a wand, Draco said with a glint in his gray eyes. Perhaps I should break it, Draco said, looking at Hydrus for approval whilst holding Neville's wand in both hands, ready to snap it. Neville looked like he was a few seconds away from crying and was about to open his mouth when Hydrus spoke up. No, Hydrus said sharply, turning his attention back to Draco, causing the glint in the B***'s eyes to die out. Put his wand down now. But Hydrus, Draco, Hydrus said, firmly and sharply. Put his wand down, now. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Draco reluctantly placed Neville's wand on the ground. What do you want? Neville spoke up, tears dripping down his eyes. I want you to do one thing, just one thing for me, Hydrus said as he turned his attention back to Neville about that. And that is shut the F up. Shut all the F up, if you can. You see, you seem to think that we're rivals or something like that, or that we're natural enemies or whatever, I don't know and I don't really care. I have plans and desires, the primary one is to learn as much magic as I can from this school. I do not want to waste my time on you. So, I'm going to give you an option right now. You can shut the hell up, go away, leave me alone and don't mess with me or my friends, and if you do that then none of us will mess with you, we will happily leave you alone and never even talk to you unless necessary. But if you don't take this generous offer of mine, we will make your life a living hell. You stay out of my way and I'll stay out of your way, that's the deal, take it or leave it. Hydrus said, letting Neville go and standing up. I know you're a Gryffindor but at least try to think this offer through, I don't think I'm nice enough to make it twice. He told him before turning and walking off. Theo gave Neville a small wave while Draco gave him a mocking bow before the two followed after Hydrus. You won't get away with this. Neville screamed out. I'll tell the teachers. Good luck with that, Hydrus called back, not bothered at all by his words. You should have let me snap his wand, Draco said once they were far enough away. Squib like him shouldn't be at this school. No, Hydrus told him with a small shake of his head. The bond between a wizard and his wand is a special one, it'd be cruel to sever that. Didn't you pull a knife on him and just beat him up? Theo couldn't help but ask. I never broke his wand though, did I? Hydrus countered. Have some boundaries, Theo. Hydrus tutted his teeth disappointed. You're insane, Theo told him bluntly. Everyone keeps telling me and Mum that, why does everyone keep telling us that? Hydrus wondered out loud. Maybe because you're both insane, Draco rolled his eyes. No, that can't be it, I would have noticed, Hydrus said confidently. Purest of blood, Snape intoned, looking quite irritated. The door to the Slytherin common room slowly opened, though Snape's attention was more focused on the unimpressed look that he was getting from Professor McGonagall. What? He drawled, raising an eyebrow. Purest of blood, she repeated, still looking very unimpressed. That is your password, she asked, sounding even less impressed. Only for this month, Snape said stiffly before he walked into the common room with Professor McGonagall following behind him. As soon as they got inside they saw various students from various year groups scattered around. It didn't take them long to find the first years, all grouped in a corner. Nod and Malfoy were engaged in what looked to be an intense chess match, and Crabbe and Goyle were stuffing themselves with sweets along with Millicent Bulstrode. Blaise Zabini appeared to be having some sort of conversation with Parkinson and Davis. Meanwhile, Greengrass was sitting on a sofa whilst reading a book, and Black was lying down on the same sofa with his head on her lap as he read from his own book. It didn't take long for the Slytherins to realize that they now had two teachers in their common room. They quickly stood up and waited for them. Snape was unable to prevent himself from smirking at Professor McGonagall, who he doubted would ever hold the same amount of respect that he held in Slytherin. She definitely didn't, not with those brash Gryffindors she was charged with. Professor McGonagall ignored him and stepped past him. To address the students. Black, Nott and Malfoy, step forward, she ordered. The three students quickly walked forward and stopped in front of her. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Black stand in the middle while Draco stood at his right with Nott standing on his left. There have been some grave accusations made against you three. That sounds grave, Hydrus said dryly, earning an amused look from various Slytherins in the room. May I please ask what exactly we are being accused of? He asked in a respectful voice. Professor McGonagall stared at him for several seconds before she began speaking. Neville Longbottom had been brought to the infirmary, again, she stated. Draco let out an amused noise. Who did he attack this time? Quite the opposite, in fact, Mr. Longbottom is claiming that you three attacked him, she replied. As three? Theo scoffed. He's clearly lying, Professor. Is that so, Mr. Nott? Snape spoke up. Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind explaining where you were 2 hours ago, he said, directing his question and gaze to Hydrus. Well, Draco was here apart from a few minutes where he was in the toilet, suffering from a severe bout of diarrhea, Hydrus began answering. What? Draco blurted out as several Slytherins did their best to not laugh. I was not. There's no shame in it, everyone gets it from time to time, Hydrus cut him off before turning back to Snape. As for Theo and I, we were here in the common room the whole time. And are there any witnesses that can vouch for you? Sir, the 2 6th years that they had paid earlier stepped forward. We both saw all three of them here, one of them had said with the other one nodding along. Professors, Daphne spoke up. We can all vouch for them as well, she added, gesturing to herself and the other first years. Didn't know you had diarrhea, Draco, Crabbe said, sounding surprised. Shut it, Crabbe, Draco hissed. It's all right, I had some too, Goyle spoke up. F*** off, Goyle. That will be 10 points from Slytherin for swearing, Professor McGonagall told him. So, you are saying that none of you were involved in the attack on Longbottom? Professor McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow. Why would we be? We're perfectly innocent members of society, Hydrus said with a straight face. If that is the case then perhaps you can explain this. Snape said, rushing forward, dramatically grabbing Hydrus by his left arm and raising his hand. Do these seem like the hands of an innocent member of society? He asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he gestured to Hydrus's red knuckles. There's no need to touch, Hydrus sniffed before pulling his hand away. And I should have you know that that's because of my punching bag upstairs. Punching bag? Professor McGonagall asked. It's a bag that you punch, Hydrus explained simply. I have one upstairs, if you want to check then feel free to head to my room and see it. Either way, we have proof that we were not involved, several eyewitnesses, Theo cut in. Indeed, innocent until proven guilty, that's the phrase, right? Draco added. Very well, Professor McGonagall said stiffly. But I should warn you now, I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. She told the three before her gaze softened slightly. I can tell that the three of you could perhaps be some of the brightest and best that Hogwarts has ever seen, please don't waste the opportunities you have. She told them before turning and walking away. Snape glared at Hydrus for a second before he turned and followed after her. The entire common room relaxed once the teachers had left and the door closed. Do you hear that? Theo told the other two. We're bright, apparently. What the hell is up? With telling them I had diarrhea? Draco demanded, glaring at Hydrus. It was incredibly necessary, Hydrus said defensively. Necessary how? Well, I can explain it to you but I can't understand it for you, Draco, Hydrus said apologetically before turning and walking back to his seat. What the hell is that supposed to mean? My goals are beyond your mortal comprehension, Hydrus shrugged before going back to his book. Draco trailed off, unsure what to say to that. Don't worry about it, Draco, Goyle spoke up. I understand what you're feeling. Was yours really runny as well? Get lost, Goyle. What do you mean he got away with it? Ron blurted out in the Gryffindor common room. Near enough all of the Gryffindors were listening to Neville as he told them all about the attack he had suffered from Bellatrix Black, not to mention the result of it. Exactly that, Neville huffed, rubbing his face. Madame Pomfrey had healed it fairly nicely, but it still hurt a lot. Professor McGonagall said they had witnesses to prove they were in the common room, he added sulkily. What about the portraits? Liv spoke up. There are plenty of them throughout the castle, she added when she got several questioning looks from various members of the Gryffindor house. Surely one of them could have seen something. No, Neville sighed. Most of the portraits don't really pay attention to students walking around, and something happened to the ones in the hall. What do you mean, something happened? Hermione asked, sounding very interested. Apparently, they all blanked out and didn't see anything, Neville answered. That's not weird at all, a fourth-year Gryffindor commented in a sarcastic voice. Black must have used some dark magic to freeze them, Ron said with the air of an expert. He nodded as if congratulating himself on solving a particularly vexing mystery. I don't think it would be dark, a third-year Gryffindor said thoughtfully. Either way, he probably did it, Ron cut in before the older student could continue, not really in the mood for a discussion about magic that was obviously quite dark. Maybe, Neville said thoughtfully. Still, don't know what we can do. The teachers can't do anything. Well, we can, smiled Fred and George Weasley. The Weasley twins, two of Ron's older brothers who were in their third year at Hogwarts, were a pair of identical twin brothers that had become infamous throughout Hogwarts for their pranks. While Gryffindors were mostly safe, the other houses were not, especially not Slytherin. The pair were always happy to play pranks on the House of Slytherin and never seemed to be lacking an excuse. Oh please, mighty Longbottom, allow us to avenge you. They both said in perfect sync. Avenge me. Neville blinked. Avenge me how? Let us worry about that, young lion, one of them, Neville didn't know which, said. Yes, we'll get right on it, the other grinned before they both happily stood up and walked up to their rooms. What's happening? Liv couldn't help but ask. Based on past experience, a lot of humiliating pranks, Ron smiled, quite happy for it to happen to somebody else for once. That is the end of class for now, Professor McGonagall said at the end of her first-year Transfiguration class. Everyone please pack away your things and go off to your next class. I would also like to remind you that your homework is due tomorrow. That will be all, she added, flicking her wand to open the classroom door. Pack, Hydrus and Daphne said at the same time whilst waving their wands, causing all of their things to go back into their school bags. Impressive, Mr. Black, and you as well, Miss Greengrass, Professor McGonagall said, having noticed their spell. 5 points each for Slytherin, she told them. The two young students respectfully nodded back to her before standing up and walking towards the exit with the other Slytherins, only to be interrupted by Hermione Granger. What was that spell you used? She quickly asked, sounding quite eager. I beg your pardon, Hydrus asked, as he and the Slytherins stopped and looked at her, all of them looking quite unimpressed. That spell that you both used, she said, gesturing between him and Daphne. What is it? She asked. Why do you want to know? Pansy sneered. Get out of our way, you little mud. Parkinson, Hydrus said in a warning tone, cutting her off. That will be all, he told her before turning to Hermione. That was a packing charm. It's typically learned in the 5th year, but I am related to an older student who taught us both it, he told Hermione, who opened her mouth to speak again when Hydrus cut her off. If you'll excuse me, we'll be off now. Go right ahead, Liv walked up, cutting off anything Hermione might have said, pulling the bushy-haired girl out of the way. Hydrus nodded to Liv before walking out with the other Slytherins following after him, all under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, who was still sitting at her desk. Can't believe she's so interested in such a simple charm, Draco scoffed once they were out of the classroom and had begun walking down the hall. A charm that you can't do, Theo pointed out. You can't either, Draco reminded him. Shut it, Daphne said before the two could start arguing. Irritating though she may be, at least she's interested in learning about magic. Daphne's right, Hydrus agreed. She is irritating, but she does have the right idea about learning as much as you can. Magic is a gift and should be treated as such. She's an irritating pest, Pansy huffed. Always raising her hand and trying to show off in class. She's just like all the other mud. Don't say that word, Daphne told her with a warning tone. Why not? Pansy said, not backing down. It's what she is, an irritating little. I'll remind you, Parkinson, that my birth mother is a Muggleborn. Hydrus cut in, his voice was as cold as snow. So think very carefully about your next sentence. Pansy's face froze before she looked to the others for support. Draco wasn't looking at her, Crabbe and Goyle were following his direction. Blaise and Tracy Davis looked indifferent, not shrugged, and Daphne was clearly on Hydrus's side, letting her know that the support she wanted was basically non-existent. She huffed angrily but didn't say anything else. Smart of you, Hydrus sneered at her just as he heard a hiss coming from his wand. Hydrus blinked just in time to see a green balloon flying towards him. In an instant, Hydrus pulled his wand out and aimed it right at the balloon. Impedimenta. Hydrus cast the impediment jinx, which hit the balloon and began slowing it down enough for Hydrus to catch it using a levitation charm. What the hell? Draco blurted out just before Hydrus's wand sang again. A second later a spell shot through the air and hit the balloon dead on, causing it to burst and shoot out a lot of green goo, covering the group of Slytherin students from head to toe. Ew. That stinks. Draco moaned loudly. Disgusting. Theo gasped. Kie fait ka. Je vais les tuer. Hydrus growled. Great, they pissed him off enough that he's speaking in the wrong language, Blaise groaned. Fils de pute. Je vais leur casser les hombies. Daphne hissed. Great, her too. It's French, Theo told the group. Opsies, the Weasley twins said as they came out from the corner ahead. Anyone seen our goo? They asked with matching grins. Of course, you realize that this means war, Hydrus said, growling at the two of them. Good luck, the two laughed before they threw a pair of dung bombs at them and ran off. Oh, shit, Hydrus gagged as the smell assaulted their noses. You two mother f ******ers. What the hell is that smell? A great many Slytherins demanded when the first years returned. The Weasley twins. Draco shouted angrily. The ginger pricks covered us in gunk and dung bombs. Draco, I stink. Pansy whined. More than usual, yes, Theo nodded, not in the mood to listen to her. He was thankful that between himself, Hydrus and Daphne they had managed to get rid of the goo, at least most of it. The smell on the other hand was a bit too strong for them at the moment. I still have some in my hair. Daphne hissed furiously as she held her hair in her hand. Hydrus stared at it angrily, almost feeling like the goo in her hair was mocking him. He furiously jabbed his wand in her direction, removing any remaining goo that was in her hair. I am going to revise some air freshening smells, Hydrus growled. Someone contact Peeves. Peeves, why? Draco asked, frowning as he found a bit of goo in his shirt collar. They want pranks. I'm going to give them pranks. Oh, that feels much better now, Daphne moaned appreciatively as Hydrus ran his hands through her hair. The pair of first-year Slytherins were currently in Hydrus's room. Hydrus was sitting on the edge of his bed with Daphne sitting in front of him on the floor. Bowie was perched on Hydrus's right knee and was inspecting Daphne's hair while Rocky was curled up next to her and allowed her to stroke his head. Hydrus poured some more hair products onto his hands before he continued running them through Daphne's hair. That feels tingly, she told him with a small giggle. You're welcome, Hydrus smiled. We haven't done this since school started, Daphne said with a happy smile. I missed it. Me too, Hydrus replied as he removed his hands from her hair and grabbed a nearby towel to clean the hair products off of his hands enough for him to use his wand to clean his hands and dry up Daphne's hair. Thanks, Hydrus, Daphne said as she turned around in her spot so she could face him. So, what are your plans for the Weasley twins? Going to feed them to Rocky? She asked hopefully. No, I don't want to run the risk of too much ginger messing up his stomach, Hydrus waved off her suggestion. I am going to beat them at their own game. With Peeves' help? She asked. Not just Peeves, Hydrus grinned. Daphne stared at him for a moment, a smile appeared on her face. You have a plan, she returned his grin. Would you like to see it in action? He offered as he placed Bowie on his bed before standing up and offering her his hand. She daintily stood up and placed her hand in his, allowing him to lead her out of the room. The two walked down into the Slytherin common room where the majority of the Slytherins were gathered. Hydrus released Daphne's hand before pulling out his wand and firing a small blast up into the air, attracting everyone's attention. Hello all, he said in a casual voice. Tell me, does anyone here happen to want revenge on the Weasley twins? Hydrus asked with a small smirk. The Weasley twins were very much hated in the House of Snakes due to Slytherins being their main targets for pranks, which is why he was so unsurprised when a great many Slytherins suddenly looked very interested. "I'm in," a couple of third years answered. "About time somebody dealt with those clowns," a seventh year muttered. "What do you have in mind, Black?" a sixth year student asked. "Well, I am a big believer in fighting fire with fiendfire," Hydrus happily explained. "They want pranks, we're going to give them pranks. First of all, how many people know the color-changing charms? What do you guys have planned next?" Ron asked in an excited voice as he and his twin brothers began heading towards the exit to the Gryffindor common room. "Why so interested, Lickle Wickle Ronikins?" one of them asked. "You're going after those Slytherin jerks, they deserve it," Ron said passionately. "Ruddy snakes walking around like they're better than everyone, hating anyone who isn't pureblood. Look at what they did to poor Neville." "Aye, poor Longbottom," the twins said at the same time. "Not to worry, Ron, we'll give them snakes what for," they told him as the three of them exited the common room only to be pelted by several dung bombs. "Yuck," Ron blurted out before the trio ended up getting hit with a couple of rainbow-colored balloons. The balloons exploded upon impact, releasing a disgusting yellow goo which held a smell that was comparable to the dung bombs. "What the F?" the twins blurted out before looking up and seeing Peeves floating above them with a wide grin on his unnatural face. "Peeves, what the hell was that for?" "Ooh," Peeves cackled. "Peeves can't say, cannot, will not. Weasleys smell like rot, like dragon snot." Did the Weasleys enjoy Peeves's little prank? "No, we didn't." Ron glared up at Peeves while covering his nose. "Good, you shouldn't," Peeves laughed before floating away. "What's his problem?" one of the twins wondered. "He usually leaves us alone. Respect between pranksters and all," the other added, sounding thoughtful for all of 3 seconds before the smell became too much and Ron ended up vomiting on both of their shoes. "What on earth is going on?" Fred Weasley wondered out loud, a pained look on his face. "Aye, this is getting ridiculous," George Weasley grunted as they walked back to their common room. They weren't sure who, but somebody had been pranking them all day and had somehow got Peeves in on it. The cheeky poltergeist would show up randomly throughout the day and throw something at them, ranging from water balloons to dung bombs to balloons filled with goo and just about everything in between. And that wasn't all that had happened to them. In potions class they had sat down at their seats for barely a second when the seats collapsed and they fell straight to the floor. Snape blamed them and accused them both of messing around. Not too long after, one of the Slytherins tossed something into their potion, causing it to explode and cover them in boils and to get additional detention on top of what they had already gotten from Snape. The pair had barely made it out of the hospital wing in time to get to Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall had not appreciated them turning late but was fair enough to not punish them given that they had been smart enough to get a note from the school nurse. They had inspected their chairs before sitting down and once they were sure they were strong enough to support their weight, they sat down and began to get to work. They didn't get far into the lesson before they found their arms had become stuck to their desks not long after they had placed them there. The oddest part was when several students also claimed the same thing and started blaming it on them, though they were all noticeably Slytherins. "I reckon it's the Slytherins that have been doing all of this," Fred told George. "Yes, my uglier twin," George agreed. "Must have been," he nodded just before the two of them felt something wet hit them on the back of their heads. "Water balloons." They groaned before a horrid smell hit their noses, causing them to gag. They turned around and spotted Peeves floating in front of them with a wide grin on his face and two transparent balloons with something yellow inside. "Not water," he chuckled before tossing them at the two twins with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the front of their clothes and exploding on them, covering the front of their clothes in more of the yellow liquid. "Stinky, stinky, little Weasleys," Peeves chuckled before flying off. "Peeves!" the two roared before chasing after him, pulling out their wands. Peeves quickly turned a corner, flipping them off as he did so. The two twins ran around the corner, spells on their lips and promptly slipped and fell straight on their backs. "Ow," the moaned before realizing that the floor was covered in water. "Evening Weasleys," a voice spoke up. The two looked up to see the first-year Slytherin group staring at them. Hydrus Black was standing in front of them, lazily twirling his wand in one hand while Peeves was floating behind him with a wide grin on his face. "Good job, Peeves," Hydrus told him. "Thank you, young Hydrus Black." Peeves grinned. Give Peeves his reward, give him his sack. Draco, Hydrus whistled. Draco grinned before nodding to Crabbe and Goyle, both of whom were holding up a smelly large bag. They handed it to Peeves, who happily took it. Ah, smelly and stinky rotten beef. Peeves licked his lips excitedly. Peeves likes, Peeves likes. Peeves cackled before floating away, taking his beef with him. He likes beef, Hydrus added helpfully as the Weasley twins stood up. You got him to cover us in piss. The two yelled, gesturing to their ruined clothes. It's not piss, it's juice, Theo told them with a roll of his eyes. Then why does it stink? They demanded. It's stinky and expired juice, Draco drawled. It's not much of a revenge scheme if you don't suffer much. You stinky little. They stepped forward, only to pause when several disillusionment charms went down, revealing a trio of 7th years that were pointing their wands at them. You see, Hydrus stepped forward. You twins, you're not really long-term thinkers. Did you really think that pranking the noble and ancient house of cunning and ambition was a great idea? You've been doing it ever since you got to Hogwarts. Well, Slytherin has had enough. You will stay out of our way, or there will be consequences. Black is right, one of the 7th years growled. We are sick of you and your little pranks. You will stop it or all members of Slytherin house will rain hell down on the two of you. And we'll do it your way, with pranks, Hydrus smiled. Give up your little prank war. As good as you guys are, you can't out-prank an entire house. Consider this your first and last warning. They did what? Neville blurted out as the twins told everyone in the Gryffindor common room what had happened. Exactly what we just said, the two blurted out together. They threatened to throw the whole house down on us. Wow, you must have really pissed them off, Liv said, looking up from her book on charms. Guess you'd better stop then, you can't out-prank an entire house. Not alone, the two grinned before starting around expectantly at their fellow Gryffindors. No, Percy Weasley said instantly. It's bad enough I have to endure your pranks at home. I am not having you take a place of learning and using it as a battleground for your little prank war. I also want to make it clear that if anyone else here joins, then I will report them to Professor McGonagall. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and inform Professor McGonagall about what those Slytherins did. He said in a pompous voice before standing up and walking out of the common room. He takes his job way too seriously, one of the older prefects stated before turning to the common room. But he's right, we're not here to get involved in prank wars. We're here to learn magic. My advice is to drop the pranks and leave the Slytherins alone. They're right, Oliver would cut in. You two should be focusing on our upcoming Quidditch match, not starting a prank war. Oliver, you'd think about Quidditch even if you'd be an inch away from death, Fred snorted. Yeah, George nodded in agreement. Wouldn't be surprised if you named your first son, Quidditch. His daughter would be called, Quaffles. Fred laughed. Don't be stupid, Oliver said with a roll of his eyes. They're all right, Hermione cut in, poking her head above a book that looked to be half her size. You shouldn't be wasting time with pranks and should focus on your school work. So much for Gryffindors. Ron looked at everyone with disbelief. If you need some help pranking, then I'm in. No, you are not. Hermione said bossily. If you do, then I'll tell Professor McGonagall. Fred and George Weasley. A yell got everyone to jump to their feet as Professor McGonagall rushed into the common room, followed by a rather shocked-looking Percy Weasley. What the hell did you tell her? The two blurted out. I didn't get to say anything. Percy told them before Professor McGonagall started talking. You two pranked the entire Slytherin common room. She demanded as she glared at Fred and George. What? The two blurted out. Whoa. The Weasley twins blurted out as they were brought into the Slytherin common room. Their eyes went wide as they took their first look at the Slytherin common room. They had not really expected it to be in Gryffindor colors. They looked around and saw the whole of Slytherin house was there, glaring at them. This looks oddly like the Gryffindor common room. The two blurted out. Quiet Weasleys. Professor Snape, who had been waiting there with a furious expression on his face, barked out angrily. This goes far beyond any of your hilarious pranks. Not only have the two of you been messing around in your classes, but you also infiltrated the Slytherin common room and colored it all red. He shouted, red-faced. We didn't do it. The two immediately protested, looking at Professor McGonagall for support, only to find none. Oh, and we're supposed to believe that the entire common room changed colors by itself. she demanded, almost as furious as Snape. The twins stared at her with disbelief on their faces. They glanced towards the other Slytherins and saw a few smirks being directed at them for the briefest of moments before angry expressions were placed back on their faces. "Professor, these two miscreants have been pranking our house from the moment that they entered Hogwarts," one of the older students complained. "Yeah, Professor," Draco spoke up. "They even pranked us first years for no good reason. This will not stand," Professor Snape said angrily at the speechless pair of Weasleys. "It will not," Professor McGonagall agreed. "Your previous punishments have clearly been insufficient. It's time to raise it up a notch, I think. I think we shall start with a letter to your mother," she said, sending chills into the spines of each redhead. "Good work, Black," another Slytherin told Hydrus as he walked past the first-year group as they headed over to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hydrus's plan to get back at the Weasley twins had led to him being even more popular in Slytherin than before. He had already gotten plenty of respect for merely being able to speak to snakes and being heir to the Potter and Black family. But getting the Weasley twins, a pair of boys that had pranked pretty much every year of Slytherins currently in school, was currently his crowning achievement according to many of his fellow Slytherins. Of course, now they had to get the common room back to normal, but a temporary change of colors was something they considered to be a worthy sacrifice. "What do you think will happen to the Weasleys?" Draco laughed as he tossed a chocolate frog packet to Theo, who caught it and began opening it. "I don't know, to be honest," Theo replied thoughtfully as he opened the packet. "Maybe a lot of detentions. Hope they get expelled," Pansy spoke up. "They're horrible menaces, shouldn't be allowed to be in this school." "I doubt it'll be expulsion with Dumbledore as headmaster," Daphne replied as Theo bit off the head of his frog. Though Snape was clearly hoping for blood, and Professor McGonagall was far from impressed. "But they will have to do something at least," Hydrus told them. "Dumbledore's got an entire house and 2 senior members of staff wanting them punished. There's no way they can avoid it. People in the common room are wondering what'll happen to them," Draco grinned. "Maybe they'll make them clean our entire common room with just their toothbrushes. If they even can afford toothbrushes," he added as they arrived outside of the class just at the same time as Hermione Granger and Liv Cooper. "Ah, Miss Granger and Cooper," Hydrus greeted them pleasantly. "Lovely day, is it not?" he asked. Liv stared at him for a good second. "You're the one who got Fred and George in trouble, didn't you?" she asked bluntly. "I can hardly be blamed if 2 pranksters decide to redecorate an entire common room that's not their own," Hydrus answered easily. "I don't make them do their pranks after all. I had told them they should have focused on their school work," Hermione frowned deeply. "Because you're clearly an intelligent young woman, Miss Granger," Hydrus quickly replied. "School is a place of learning, is it not?" Well, yes, I suppose it is," Hermione slowly nodded in agreement. "It's not a place for pranks. Tell that to the Weasley twins. They pranked us all in the hallway while we were simply minding our own business," Hydrus added, the other Slytherins nodding along with him. "They went after you because you attacked Neville," Liv couldn't help but point out, raising a questioning eyebrow at Hydrus. "I attacked Longbottom," Hydrus laughed. "Did you hear that, guys? I apparently attacked Longbottom. Guys, did I attack Longbottom? I don't recall you doing so," Draco hummed thoughtfully. "No memory of it," Theo shrugged. "You see, it's Longbottom's word against mine," Hydrus told the girls. "An innocent until proven guilty, that's the right way to do things, don't you think, Miss Granger?" Hydrus asked. "You seem like a sensible girl, you know about right and wrong, don't you? It's wrong to instantly believe someone's bad without proof, don't you think?" he asked, seemingly genuine, staring her right in the eyes. Well, yes, I suppose," Hermione said, her face slowly turning red. "And let's not mention that Longbottom had already attacked me before, so who is really innocent here?" he asked, taking a step forward. "Maybe Neville had lied and maybe the twins were just being a bunch of bullies," he suggested, only to stop when Liv stepped past Hermione and suddenly stood in front of him and Hermione. "Neville shouldn't have attacked you," Liv said quickly before Hydrus could respond. "And the Weasley twins shouldn't have been pranking you. I hope that we can spend the rest of the year peacefully learning magic and staying out of each other's way." Hydrus stared at her for a moment before smiling. "Miss Cooper, if that's what you want, then please tell your fellow Gryffindors. The Slytherins and I have no problem with neutrality," he told her genuinely. Liv opened her mouth to speak when Suddenly a voice interrupted. Oi! Get away from her! A voice shouted as Neville Longbottom and the other Gryffindor first years rushed over. Speaking of, Hydrus snorted as he turned to face them. And how are we today? You framed Fred and George. Ron accused as soon as they were close enough. I know you did. You know. You don't even know how to brush your hair, Draco scoffed. Your brothers have always been bothering us. They prank Slytherins ever since they got to this school, everyone knows it, Daphne stated calmly. You can't blame the Slytherins for them finally getting caught. I can if you framed them. I know you did. Your accusations break my heart, Draco said dryly. I'll break your nose, Ron threatened. Try it, Weasley, Draco said tauntingly. I'm not afraid of you, Malfoy, Ron glared. Fine then, you and me, in a wizarding duel, tonight after 12 in the old trophy room, Draco challenged him. Nobody ever goes in there, so what do you say? Deal, Ron said instantly. Ron, Liv hissed. Ron, no, you can't, Hermione said in a panicked voice. You're going to get Gryffindor into trouble again. Butt out, Hermione, Ron told her. Who is your second? Draco asked, more amused than anything. Please don't tell me it's Longbottom, you're pathetic enough as it is without adding the squib into the mix. You know what, yeah, it is Neville. Ron decided angrily. Neville looked almost as angry. What about you? Do you even need to ask? Draco laughed. I'll be choosing none other than the dueling champion himself, Draco laughed as he gestured to Hydrus. You see what I mean? Hydrus said to Cooper. Control your friends and stuff like this doesn't have to happen. Liv opened her mouth to respond when suddenly the door to the classroom opened and Quirrell stepped out, standing tall with his turban on his head as usual. I trust there are no problems. He asked in a smooth voice as he looked at everyone. Get in, he said before anyone could respond. The students quickly shuffled into their class and took their seats. Professor Quirrell calmly walked to the front and began taking the register. I've always said Draco's big mouth would get us into trouble. Dumb Prat got you into a duel, Daphne whispered to Hydrus. Won't be much of a duel, he whispered back, though he couldn't help but agree with Daphne. Hydrus knew that a big difference between himself and Draco was that Draco, as decent of a wizard as he is, was more often than not, all talk and no walk, as Tonks referred to him. Often Draco would annoy Tonks and then quickly fall behind his parents or Hydrus himself to prevent retaliation. He was starting to realize how big of a problem that could be. While Hydrus liked to duel, that didn't mean he wanted people getting him involved in duels at a moment's notice, at least not when there was a big chance that he'd get in trouble for it. Now, Professor Quirrell spoke up once he had finished with the register. Today we will be starting with the Severing Charm, he told the class. It is a fairly useful charm in a large variety of ways. I could use it to cut an apple into smaller pieces for me to eat. I can even use it in fashion, believe it or not. This spell was in fact created in the 15th century by a wizarding seamstress that was named Delphina Crimp. She created it as an easy and convenient way of cutting cloth and thread, that is according to the Standard Book of Spells. Inside it is in fact another story. A rival muggle business at the time discovered that she could do magic and raided her shop and nearly killed her, though she did manage to escape. And it's implied that she later would come back and use the very same spell to destroy all of her attackers' creations. Now, I'm sure she made that spell with the best of intentions. Quirrell paused to make sure that everyone was still paying attention to him. But when it comes to magic, even the best intended spells can be rather harmful ones in the future. The Severing Charm is a spell that is used by wizards and witches, old and young, dark and light, and everything in between. It is a most serious spell and not one that is to be taken lightly. If I see any of you using it outside of this classroom without my express permission, then I will not be amused. He said deathly seriously. Is that clear, class? He asked, rather lightly compared to before. Yes, Professor Quirrell, the class said together. Good, now, let's learn it. The incantation is, Defindo, pronounced, Defindo. Here is the wand movement. He performed the movement slowly and carefully. Now, put it all together and we have this. He summoned an apple from his desk and quickly hit it with the Severing Charm, cutting it in half. He then cast again, cutting those two pieces into half before he levitated the apple pieces onto a plate. Now, let's get to practicing, he told the amazed class in front of him. I like Professor Quirrell, Hydrus admitted as he and his fellow Slytherin yearmates entered the Slytherin common room. Tonks told me it's usually a 50-50 chance when it comes to getting a good defense teacher in this school. Why can't they just keep one for more than a year? Theo complained. Apparently there's a curse on the position, nobody lasts more than a year, that's what father told me anyway, Draco revealed with a small smirk as everyone sat down. Draco was about to take his seat with the rest of his friends when Hydrus stopped him. Draco, don't you think you should be preparing for your duel? Hydrus asked. You need to practice if you want to beat Weasley, sure he's a twat, but it's possible he might have some tricks up his sleeve. You never know. I have no chance of losing to Weasley, Draco scoffed. Even if I did duel him. Even if you did duel him? Daphne asked. I'm going to give an anonymous tip to the caretaker, Draco revealed with a pleased look as he sat down. Let him catch Weasley and Longbottom in the act. Genius, Draco, Pansy said with an odd look on her face. Crabbe and Goyle gave an obligatory laugh. Draco looked at the others, Blaise looked mildly impressed, Theo looked bored, Daphne looked mildly unimpressed while Hydrus was staring blankly at him. So, you have no intention of going to this duel? Hydrus asked slowly. Not really, Draco said, staring at Hydrus, getting the sense that the green-eyed Slytherin was not that pleased. You see, Draco, I do respect the Slytherin nature of your little plan, but unfortunately, that is not what you will be doing, Hydrus told him. What? Draco blinked. You're going to be going to that duel, Draco, and you will be dueling Weasley, Hydrus told him. Daphne nodded as if that decided matters while the others stared between Draco and Hydrus. Why should he? Pansy spoke up. His plan is brilliant, get Weasley and his squib in trouble and Parkinson, butt out, Hydrus told her irritatedly. I'm not talking to you right now. Why do I have to go? Draco complained. Because, Draco Malfoy, you are the heir to the noble house of Malfoy, Hydrus told him firmly. You are the son of my Aunt Narcissa, a member of the Black family. The Malfoys are allied with the Black family as of right now, and you named me as your second, me, the heir of the Potter and Black families. Two warrior families that have been feared and respected for hundreds and hundreds of years. We do not back down from a fight, the Black family especially do not run from battles. This is the way the world works, Draco. If you open your mouth to start a fight then you had damn well better be ready to raise your wand to end it. You got me involved in this and I represent my family, the same as you do, we do not back down from duels that we agree to. So yes, you will fight that duel, Draco. You've got to be kidding me. You'll fight the duel with Longbottom or you'll fight it with me, Hydrus told him seriously, staring a hole into him. This is no longer just about you, Draco, this is about the respect and reputation of both our houses. We will not be branded as cowards that run away from fights. If you don't want to be involved in fights then in the future try to not start one. Now, go practice, you've got a duel to prepare for. Forgive me, Professor McGonagall said as she walked into the staff room where all the teachers were waiting, including Dumbledore. I apologize, but I had to deal with Mr. Clopton's attempt to transfigure his back teeth into little taps that would make rum. Oh, was he successful? Dumbledore asked amusedly, a twinkle in his eye. Somewhat, Professor McGonagall said in a short tone as she sat down, giving the room a stare that said, there had better not be any more questions about this topic. Anyway, Dumbledore coughed. Now that everyone is here, let's begin our meeting. He told them. It was a Hogwarts tradition to have a staff meeting a few months into every year to discuss their students. Not only did it help teachers know who was excelling, but it also gave them things to look out for and let them know which students to watch. Shall we start with the 7th year as usual? He asked. The meeting quickly started, the teachers followed Dumbledore's suggestion and began discussing the 7th year students before eventually moving on to the 6th year students, and then the 5th, then the 4th, then the 3rd, and after that was naturally the 2nd years, before they finally started to discuss the 1st years. In my class, I suppose the best students are probably Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor and Susan Bones from my own house, Professor Sprout said. The two take to herbology better than the other students. As for my house, my Hufflepuffs are doing great. There was some homesickness at the beginning of the year, but they got over it quick enough. Well, that is splendid, Professor Flitwick smiled. As for my little eagles, they're doing well enough, the older years have helped them get used to Hogwarts, and there doesn't seem to be any problems, at least not so far. As for my class, the top 3 I would say would be Miss Hermione Granger, then slightly better than her would be Miss Cooper. Though undoubtedly my best student is Mr. Bellatrix Black, Professor Flitwick smiled. He takes to charms just like his mother. Which one? Professor Sprout couldn't help but ask. Both, Professor Flitwick replied. Minerva. Dumbledore spoke up, gesturing for Professor McGonagall to go next. My Gryffindors are proving to be a bit difficult this year, she admitted with a small sigh. As opposed to other years. Snape snorted but was easily ignored. The boys, especially Mr. Longbottom and Weasley, seem to be in a constant battle with Severus's snakes for one reason or another. She continued. Thankfully the girls are at least a bit more calmer than the boys and I have no problems with them so far. As for my class, I would have to say the same as Phileas. Hermione Granger, Miss Cooper and Bellatrix Black are my top 3. 3 incredibly talented students. Severus. Dumbledore asked interestedly. My Slytherins have no problems that cannot be solved within the confines of their common room, providing of course, that the Weasley twins have been severely punished enough to not invade it again. Were they? Professor Flitwick asked Professor McGonagall. I have informed their mother, which I think is a most sufficient punishment, she told him. However, I decided to be thorough. The 2 have 3 months of detention, and I've confiscated several prank items I discovered on them. I've also made them write handwritten apologies to each and every Slytherin that they've pranked. I still think we should have suspended them at the very least, Snape glared at Dumbledore. My decision has already been made, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Please continue, Snape stared at him for a moment before continuing. In my class, my 2 best students would have to be Miss Daphne Greengrass and Draco Malfoy, he answered honestly, though he did choose not to mention that Bellatrix Black was a close third. And what of you, Professor Quirrell? Dumbledore asked. The students this year are certainly talented enough, Professor Quirrell replied. My 3rd best student is likely to be Draco Malfoy, above him I would put Miss Cooper. Though they are all certainly not at the level of Mr. Black, a dueling champion, I believe. He certainly knows his stuff. Oh yes, I do hope to see him on the professional circuit one day, Professor Flitwick stated. I have no doubt that he'll likely end up there if he continues on his current path, Professor Quirrell responded. Though the spats involving himself and the Gryffindors are concerning, Professor McGonagall frowned. There wouldn't be any spats if you could simply get your Gryffindors under control, Snape replied snidely. That's quite enough, Severus, Dumbledore cut in. Now, I believe that this meeting is over. I will not hold you all here any longer, thank you for your attendance. He nodded to them. As they all stood up he spoke again. Severus, stay behind a moment please, he said gently before waiting for all the other teachers to leave. Once the room was empty enough he cast a few privacy charms before turning to Snape. Tell me, Severus, what do you think of Mr. Potter? You mean Black? Snape snorted. Personally he didn't care what the little brat wanted to be called. The Blacks were just as bad as the Potters as far as he was concerned. As much as it pains me to admit, I must say that the boy is certainly a talented wizard, and certainly puts more effort into his studies than his father did at his age. What of his standing in Slytherin House? Dumbledore questioned. He is a half-blood, the son of 2 people who fought against Voldemort and the boy who lived. I don't imagine he would be the most liked person in the house. Those are reasons for him to be disliked but not quite enough, Snape said bluntly. He knew that many people thought that all Slytherins hated all people that are not pureblood, but that wasn't the case as a great many students in the house were in fact half-bloods. Only the most extreme members had problems with them. As a half-blood, he was still the heir to one of the oldest wizarding families, and then he was adopted into the Black family, another old wizarding family. For that alone he is treated with respect, grudgingly in most cases. As for being the boy who lived, well, that supposedly would make him extremely powerful, or at the very least someone that could be a useful ally in the future. Not to mention his dueling achievements and the fact that he is able to speak to snakes. Top that with all the points the boy is bringing in. The Slytherins enjoy him too much to make an enemy out of him. Though I imagine at some point someone will try when his blasted stardom dies down a little. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. I must admit Severus, I am concerned about young Harry. He was always going to be a powerful wizard, I had hoped for him to be raised with his Muggle family. I didn't want the fame of being the boy who lived to get to him. I had hoped for him to grow up as normal as a child could be. Snape did not comment, though he couldn't help but agree on limiting the amount of fame the brat needed. The last thing he needed was for him to be strutting around the castle like his dratted father used to do. Petunia was a bitch through and through. If Black had been raised by her, then maybe his head would have been a little smaller. Though I hadn't planned on Petunia abusing him, Dumbledore said, sounding severely disappointed. I most certainly did not plan on Bellatrix of all people showing up and taking him in. I am not sure what she has been teaching him these past few years. I am aware that he has no problems with young Nymphadora, so he at the very least does not hate half-bloods. The fact that he is one himself will probably help with matters, though it didn't seem to matter much to Voldemort. Headmaster, why must I waste my time discussing this brat? I am not sure about yourself, but I assure you that I have better things to do, Snape huffed. Oh yes, I'm sure, Dumbledore scoffed. Yes, I can imagine you'll probably go spend your night going out and meeting young ladies as opposed to marking homework and making potions like you've been doing every night since you started working here. You know full well why Harry Potter is important. He is the child of prophecy, I am sure of it. And right now he is under the influence and command of Voldemort's best lieutenant. If we are not careful, then Harry Potter may very well end up being as big of a threat as Voldemort, perhaps even worse. All right, Ron said as he and Neville walked down into the common room. We'll do the duel and then we get back in time before anyone notices. Yeah, are you sure this is a good idea? Neville asked, starting to have his doubts since he was not currently his usual angry. I mean, I'm not that good at spells, you know that, he said, something they both knew to be an understatement. It's fine, Ron waved him off. I'll just fight Malfoy and beat him. It'll be easy. Rich Ponce has probably never been in a fight in his life. That's what we thought about Black, Neville pointed out. Yeah, but this is Malfoy. I can handle Malfoy, Ron said confidently. What if Black gets involved? I'll think of something, Ron said, slightly less confident. Ron, he's a dueling champion. Look, worst comes to worst, then I'll just deck them both. And how on earth do you think that'll work out for you? A voice said. The two spun around to see Liv coming down the stairs from her dorm. Ron, you and all the Gryffindor boys got beat in a fight by Hydrus in a 4-on-1, how do you plan on beating him when he has backup? It'll be fine, Ron said stubbornly. I've learned a few spells that I plan to use on him. Really? Liv raised an eyebrow. You learned a few spells and suddenly you're able to stand up against a dueling champion. Ron, he'll eat the two of you for breakfast like how you normally eat breakfast. Huh, she means he's going to demolish us, Neville explained. Liv's right, another voice piped up and Hermione appeared as she stood up from a chair, being previously hidden from view. Hermione. Liv blinked. I thought you were sleeping. I wanted to stop these two, Hermione explained before turning to Ron. I nearly told your brother, Percy, I still think I should, to be honest. Well, don't, Ron told her. I'm going to go over and I'm going to kick some Slytherin butt. Or get thrashed trying, Liv commented. Either way, let's go. What? Hermione blurted out. You're going with them. Of course, Liv said as if that was obvious. I want to see what a duel looks like. Besides, it's obvious these two idiots aren't going to change their minds, so I'm going to make sure that Black doesn't kill them and I'll probably take them to the hospital wing after the duel is done. We'll be fine, Ron said through gritted teeth. Honestly, am I the only brave Gryffindor here? If you were half as smart as you were brave, then you'd be on par with Hermione here, Liv told him. Ron stared at her for a moment, unsure what to think before nodding his head, and deciding to take it as a compliment. He walked out of the common room in a determined fashion with the others following after him. Is this really necessary? Hermione said. You don't need to duel, I mean, I know Draco can be annoying but Hydrus seems like a perfectly nice person. Fancy him, do you? Ron snarked, causing Hermione to turn red. No, I do not. She said hotly. But he's been nice enough to Liv and me, maybe because we aren't constantly trying to pick fights with him. He's not nice at all. Neville cut in, feeling his previous fire reigniting. He attacked me. To be fair, you did attack him first apparently, Liv couldn't help but comment. Whose side are you on? Yours, mostly because of house pride, Liv answered honestly. But still, you did attack him first, he got you back later. When I talked to him, he said he's perfectly happy to keep things peaceful between the both of you as long as you both would keep out of his way. I'm not scared of him. Neville glared at her. Neither am I. Ron clapped Neville on the shoulder. Because we're proper Gryffindors. We're going to go in, beat those slimy snakes and then go back to Gryffindor as heroes. Or go to the hospital in wheelchairs, Liv muttered before turning to Hermione. Bet you a galleon Black and Malfoy wipe the floor with them. No bet, Hermione shook her head. I can't believe you're making me do this, Draco complained once more as they stood waiting in the trophy room. We're going to get caught. He hissed to Hydrus and Daphne, both of whom were leaning against nearby trophy cases. Not likely, Hydrus shrugged. Tonks is on patrol today, she's doing me a favor and making sure nobody comes our way, at least for the next hour or so. What? Why? Draco blinked. She is also under the belief that you need to stop starting things you can't finish, Daphne answered bluntly. Remember all the times you would annoy her and then hide behind Hydrus or your mother. Sometimes even Tonks's mother. I did not hide, Draco said indignantly. Point is, we're trying to teach you a lesson, don't start fights that you can't finish, Hydrus said. You start fights all the time. And I finish every single one of them, Hydrus shrugged. Besides, we're now representing our families. You are representing House Malfoy, you can't challenge people to duels and then back out. You'd be a laughing stock if that happens. Can you imagine what your life in the Slytherin common room would be like if people knew you ran from a fight involving Weasley and Longbottom? He asked Malfoy, who soured at the thought, knowing that if he had backed out like he originally planned and word got out then that could have been used against him later. The Slytherins might have thought it funny but could have also claimed that he ran from Longbottom and Weasley. Damn it, Draco thought. Look, I can see the little gears in his head working, Daphne said amusedly. He's so adorable, isn't he? Hydrus smiled like a proud parent. All right, I get it, Draco sighed. We'll consider that lesson learnt then, Hydrus added just as they heard the sound of footsteps. Looks like your opponent is here. Remember, don't F it up. That's your advice. That's what Mother tells me before I duel. Hydrus shrugged just as Neville, Ron, Liv and Hermione walked in. Ah, and here comes the pride. Evening all. Surprised you showed up, Ron said with plenty of bravado, poking his chest out as he stared at them. Would thought that you would have run away. The Gryffindors were surprised when Hydrus and Daphne snorted before staring at Draco, who blushed slightly and refused to look at them. If you really thought that we would have run away then you wouldn't have come, Hydrus said, looking rather unimpressed with Ron. Anyways, let's get this over with, shall we? We should discuss the rules. I propose the two of you engage in a one-spell duel. It'd keep things simple and would be relatively quick. Excuse me, Hermione cut in. What's a one-spell duel? It's an amateur form of dueling where each person can only use one offensive spell and stick with that, Hydrus explained easily. Basically, Weasley chooses one spell and Draco chooses one spell. They can use any shields they want but can't use any spells besides the one they've chosen. Is that acceptable to you all? Hydrus asked. Why not just have a proper duel? Ron demanded. Scared. This is simpler and hopefully quicker than a regular duel, Hydrus cut in. I assure you that none of us here are scared in the slightest bit by a boy who still has a bit of his dinner on his face. Ron blushed somewhat and wiped at his face. Ha! Hydrus laughed. You actually believed it. Let's just get this over with, Weasley, Draco cut in. I have better things to do than waste time with you. A one-spell duel, unless that's too complicated for you. He asked mockingly. Fine, Ron said through gritted teeth before pulling his wand out of his robe pocket. Draco did the same, though took his out of his wand holster. All right, here are the rules, Hydrus said. One spell and the winner is the first to land a hit. Don't hit anyone apart from your opponent. What if we do? Ron asked. Then you're an idiot who can't aim, Hydrus said bluntly. Now get ready. Ron simply raised his wand and aimed it at Draco, who took a classic dueling stance. On 3, 2, 1, go. Papilla Torquent. Ron yelled, firing a spell at Draco, who stepped to the side to avoid it. What does that spell do? Hermione whispered to Neville and Liv. It's a nipple twister, Neville revealed as Ron repeatedly shot the spell at Draco, who continued to dodge it. Ron's brothers taught him it when they found out he was going for a duel. Cresser Capillus. Draco yelled, firing a spell straight at Ron, who tried to jump out of the way but was clipped in the arm. Ron paused for a moment before staring at Draco, who was looking quite pleased with himself. Your spell did nothing, Ron laughed. You still lost the duel, Draco pointed out, smiling widely. And think again, Weasley, what I just hit you with was a spell that causes your hair to grow rapidly. Huh. Ron blinked just before he felt his vision get blocked. His head shook as he felt his red hair grow and grow, covering his entire face and continuing to grow down until it had reached down to his knees. Hey, he yelled. That concludes our duel. Would have liked a bit more blood and excitement, but that'll do. Hydrus cut in, pushing himself off the trophy case with Daphne following after him. If you'll excuse us, we're going to go and have a victory celebration. Wait, what about Ron? Neville demanded. What about him? Hydrus snorted as he offered Daphne his arm and she slid her own into his. The spell should wear off soon, until then he's your mess, he said before walking out of the room with Daphne. Draco gave the Gryffindors a mocking wave as he followed after them. Loving the new look, Weasley, he called out before leaving. Come on, let's get him back to the common room, Liv sighed, gesturing to Ron. What about my hair? Ron protested. Well, I suppose we can cut it, Hermione said thoughtfully. In the common room, Liv said firmly. I'd rather not leave Ron's hair all over the room so that someone could find it. Let's go. She's right, Neville nodded, grabbing Ron through his hair and by his arm. Follow us, Ron. The 4 Gryffindors quickly made their way back to their dorms, hoping and praying not to be caught. Unfortunately for them, Filch had been walking around the school. The old caretaker had almost spotted them when the 4 of them ducked behind the nearest door and closed it. Whoa, that was close, Neville gasped before turning around and seeing the darkened corridor in front of him. Why does it feel like we're not supposed to be here? We're not supposed to be here, Hermione hissed. This is the Forbidden Room, the one that Dumbledore mentioned at the start of the year. Oh, Neville gulped deeply, remembering the headmaster's warnings about dying. He was now hoping dearly that the old man had been joking about that part. All right, Liv took a deep breath. It's fine, we'll just wait a second for Filch to go and then we quickly head out and back to the common room. Done deal. Deal not done, Hermione said before pointing past Liv and pointing to Ron, who was walking blindly up the corridors, his arms trying to grab onto something whilst also trying to push the hair out of his face. Guys, Ron whisper shouted. Guys, where are we? Quick, shut him up before Filch hears. Liv hissed. She rushed towards Ron along with the other 2 and they quickly grabbed him. Quiet, Liv told him in a harsh whisper. You'll get us caught, she added just as the door opened behind them and Filch's cat walked in. Liv hissed before turning to the others. Run, she told the 3 and they quickly ran up the corridor, helping Ron keep up with them. There's a door. Neville gestured up ahead. They rushed up to the door and Neville quickly tried to open it. Drat, it's locked. Why do I have to be the useful one? Liv complained as she took out her wand and cast the unlocking charm on the door. You're welcome, she told the others before pushing them inside the door, quickly getting in after them and shutting the door behind her. All right, we should be. Liv paused as she stared at what was in front of them. Standing in front of them was a giant 3-headed dog, looking easily capable of eating them in one bite. Hermione and Neville had frozen with fear, as had Ron once he was able to get hair out of his eyes long enough to see. Liv quickly stepped past them. Hey boy, Liv said quickly as she pulled out her wand. Look over here, she aimed her wand up, and the dog glared at her, growling dangerously. Watch this, Lumos, Liv cast a low-powered lighting charm, creating a small ball of light, attracting the dog's attention. She slowly pushed with her wand and the ball flew up into the air, causing all 3 heads to look in its direction as she discreetly gestured for the other 3 to go. She caused the ball to fly around for several moments as she slowly backed away until she was out of the room, at which point she quickly slammed the door shut and locked it. Whoa, she let out a heavy breath before turning around and seeing the other 3 staring at them, including Ron, who was actively pushing his hair out of his way. That was amazing, Neville said in an odd voice. Just a bit, Liv nodded. Now, come on, we got to get back, and quickly. So then, his hair probably ended up growing right to his feet. Draco laughed loudly as he retold the story of his duel for what felt like the 100th time as the first-year Slytherins walked to the Great Hall for breakfast. Pansy laughed as if it was the most hilarious thing she had ever heard, whilst Crabbe and Goyle obediently laughed along. Hydrus suspected that Draco could have laughed about dry paint and the two would laugh alongside him. Blaise and Nott were walking in the back, the two exchanged looks and rolled their eyes at Draco and his fans, as they called them. Meanwhile, Hydrus walked at the front of the group, arm in arm with Daphne, who was unsure if she should be more amused or bored with Draco. "Wow, Draco, you must be the best duelist in the entire school," Pansy commented, staring dreamily at Draco, who puffed up for all of a second before he noticed Hydrus staring at him with an odd gleam in his eye. No, I don't think so," Draco said quickly. "That's Hydrus, after all," he added with an awkward smile that silently said, "I'm really sorry, please don't hurt me." "Draco, don't be modest," Pansy said. "I'm sure that." "Pansy, please shut up." "But Draco, shut the F up," Draco hissed at her before staring forward. Hydrus nodded satisfactorily just before they entered the Great Hall and made their way to their seats at the Slytherin table. As they sat down, Hydrus looked across the table and saw that Gryffindor's first years were all sitting at their table. Ron had his hair cut back to normal, though he was missing a patch of hair on the right side of his head. Hermione looked tired, her hair was somehow more bushy than usual. Neville was glaring at them all, while Liv was staring them at with a thoughtful look. A small smile appeared on Hydrus's face as he gave Liv a small wave. She stared at him a moment before glaring at him along with Neville. "These Gryffindors are funny," Hydrus told Daphne. "They are a bit," she agreed. "And for this particular lesson, I will have you all mixed into pairs." Professor Quirrell said as he observed the class full of Slytherins and Gryffindors. He looked around the room with a calculating look in his eyes. "Now, the headmaster has insisted that I try and promote inter-house relationships, therefore we shall be splitting so we have one person from each house," he added, causing several people to groan and complain, which he allowed for a couple of seconds before cutting it off. Yes, a hardship for you all, I'm sure. Alas, you'll just have to cope," he told them before he started splitting them into pairs. Pansy ended up with Seamus, both of whom looked at the other like they were diseased. Dean ended up with Nott. Neither of them looked particularly happy about it, but at least didn't seem like they were going to make an issue out of it. Draco ended up with Weasley somehow. Daphne got Hermione, the latter of which looked quite happy to be learning while the former appeared indifferent. Neville had tensed up in anticipation, clearly expecting to be paired with Hydrus, only to find himself an odd mixture of disappointment and relief when Hydrus was paired with Liv instead. "So, you will all take turns sending and defending against the spells that I have taught you this lesson. Actually, scratch that, any jinx is allowed," Professor Quirrell continued once everyone was paired up. "The Gryffindors will use a minor jinx shield and the Slytherins will send a minor jinx at them, then we will swap and then we will swap again and so forth. I should make it clear that if I see anyone send anything other than a minor jinx then there will be consequences. Now, begin. Are you ready?" Liv asked Hydrus as she stood a couple of meters away from him. "Are you?" Hydrus smirked before pulling out his wand. "You want to defend or attack?" he asked. "I'll attack first," she decided, pulling out her own wand. "Start whenever you want," Hydrus told her. She stared at him for a second before sending a bee sting jinx at him. He blocked it perfectly and gave her a small nod. Ready, she confirmed, putting her shield up to block his knockback jinx. "You need to hold your wand a little bit more firmly when you shield," Hydrus told her. "Why?" Liv asked with a small frown. "Well, put up your shield again and I'll show you," he told her, holding up his wand. She stared at him for a moment before doing as he said. As soon as her shield was up she felt his knockback jinx hit her shield with more force than before, causing her shield to buckle and her wand to shake. "A firmer grip will reduce the chance of it falling out of your hand. Firm when you shield, light when you cast spells," he explained just before they heard what sounded like a loud crash. The two turned to see that the vast majority of their class had descended into chaos. Draco and Ronald had each other in a headlock, Pansy had punched Seamus in the face before he headbutted her in the nose, Theo had a small bruise on his face while Dean was groaning on the floor. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle were pounding Neville. Hermione was trying desperately to get everyone to stop while Daphne simply watched on in amusement. Who the hell thought it would be a good idea to pair Gryffindors and Slytherins in this class? Liv groaned, palming her face with both hands. In defense of my house, I'm sure one of your lions started it, Hydrus said amusedly as Daphne walked over. They did, Daphne confirmed, looping an arm around his. Weasley's spell ended up hitting Nott instead of Malfoy and things just seemed to escalate from there, she added, causing another groan to erupt from Liv. Enough. Professor Quirrell waved his wand and everyone separated. I think that'll be 20 points from each house and all of you involved in this barbaric display can come back later today for detention. But Weasley started it. Draco protested. Did not. Ron shouted. I'm ending it, Professor Quirrell interrupted firmly before he sent the majority of the class to the hospital wing whilst also giving them a fair warning about what would happen if he found out they started fighting again. Now, for those of you remaining, 5 points each for not fighting, all of you take your books out and continue from where we left off. Mr. Black, come here please, he ordered as he sat down at his desk. Hydrus frowned before standing up and walking over while the rest of the students began reading. Yes, Professor. Hydrus asked quietly just before the professor waved a wand, casting a privacy spell. I noticed you helping Miss Cooper, Professor Quirrell said, an odd look on his face. Sir? Hydrus asked. Is there a problem? I just assumed that you disliked Muggle-borns, he admitted honestly, sending him a questioning look. Is that all? Hydrus asked, raising an eyebrow, not answering his unasked question. No, I have something for you, something that I think you'll like, he said, leveling a serious look at Hydrus. You, Mr. Black, are an untapped vat of potential that I want to nurture. I would like to offer you extra dueling lessons if you're interested. What? Hydrus asked in a surprised voice. If you are interested, Professor Quirrell repeated. Are you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Professor, Hydrus said quickly, a small grin on his face. That sounds excellent. Good, we can begin tomorrow then, Professor Quirrell decided. Oh, actually, I can't do tomorrow, Hydrus said suddenly. I have an appointment I need to keep. Appointment? What appointment? Dueling tournament, Hydrus answered. I'm here, Bellatrix said unnecessarily as she flowed into the headmaster's office. Dressed all in black, naturally, and looking quite good as far as she was concerned. She wore expensive-looking high heels and an ankle-length dress along with a leather corset. Her curly hair had been done up into an elegant bun, she had a light splattering of makeup on her face including some red lipstick. Her violet eyes turned towards Dumbledore. You're welcome, she said before ignoring him and turning to Hydrus who smiled up at her. My son. She smiled brightly. Mum. Hydrus smiled equally as brightly as the two pulled each other into a tight hug. You're growing nicely, Bellatrix decided, pulling back enough to look into his eyes. She couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth every time she looked at his beautiful emerald eyes, looking close enough to spot the little bit of violet from her own eyes. Are you ready? She asked. Always. Hydrus grinned. And a pleasure to see you again, Miss Black, Dumbledore cut in as he stood up from his desk and walked around to the two. Though if I may, I'd like to ask what time young Hydrus would be back. Tomorrow morning, Bellatrix answered bluntly. And where exactly will young Hydrus be competing? Dumbledore asked curiously. In the National Under-12s Dueling Tournament, Bellatrix answered, unable to disguise the pride in her voice as she squeezed Hydrus's shoulders. He's already won the British Under-12s. It'll look good when the Black family has both titles, Hydrus smirked. Well, you both are certainly confident, Dumbledore noted before turning to Bellatrix with a frown on his face. Might I ask how often you will be taking Harry out of school? He asked with a note of disapproval in his voice. Hydrus. Bellatrix snapped angrily at him. His name is Hydrus Black as you very well know. You old dingbat. Forgive me, failings of an old mind, I'm afraid, Dumbledore said, sounding at least partially apologetic as he sent a smile towards Hydrus as if inviting him to share his humor, only to receive a cold glare that let him know very quickly that his humor was not appreciated at all by the young Slytherin. Either way, Dumbledore coughed. I would like an answer to my question, how often will you be taking your son out of school? And what is my son's name? Bellatrix asked coldly. Why, Miss Black? Dumbledore asked. Do you not recall your son's name? He asked with mock concern. No, Bellatrix suddenly smiled sweetly at him and that bothered Dumbledore far more than her scowls and glares. But it is concerning if the headmaster of the most prestigious school in the wizarding world cannot remember the name of his students, especially one as important and as well known as my beloved son. So tell me, Dumbledore, can you remember my son's name, or should I instead share my concerns with the school board? After all, Hogwarts just simply cannot have a headmaster with a failing memory. Perhaps you should consider retirement. I assure you my memory is as strong as ever, Dumbledore said evenly. Now, please bring him back as early as possible. I'd hate for his education to suffer simply so he can compete in some tournaments. Who? Bellatrix asked innocently. Your son. And what would his name be? Bellatrix asked, smirking at him. Heir Black, of course, Dumbledore said stiffly. Of course, Bellatrix smiled, a satisfied look on her face. A beautiful name, fit for the little prince that he is, wouldn't you agree? She asked, waiting a moment for Dumbledore to open his mouth before she turned to Heir and continued. Now, I think it's time for us to be on our way, don't you think? Happily, Heir agreed. Miss Black, you did not answer my earlier question, Dumbledore interrupted. How often will you be taking your son out of school? A young boy needs a good routine, and constant interruptions could affect his schooling. My Heir is not your average student, Bellatrix smirked. He'll leave school as many times as I see fit, no more and no less. I assure you, Dumbledore, that his grades will not suffer severely. She said before guiding Heir towards the flow, leaving behind a bothered headmaster. I must say, you seem to have an unhealthy interest in the boy, a voice filled with disapproval and annoyance. Dumbledore turned to look at the portrait of Professor Phineas Nigellus Black, who was staring down at him, looking less than impressed. You know full well why I have taken an interest in the boy, Nigellus, Dumbledore said evenly. And I do not agree with it. Nigellus growled. To put the fate of the wizarding world in the hands of a boy is an act of sheer folly. He is the chosen one, Dumbledore said apologetically. The prophecy is clear on that, he needs to be the one to stop Tom. Of course, the fate of everyone in the hands of one boy is obviously far better than you dealing with the whelp yourself, Nigellus sneered. Alas, I fear that I am no longer able to do the job, Dumbledore sighed. Truthfully, I am no happier about the situation than you are, but I see no other option. Harry Potter must be the one to defeat Voldemort. He is needed to bring peace to the wizarding world. You would sentence my descendants to his destruction because of a Merlin-be-damned prophecy. Nigellus growled. Blasted dragon feet, Dumbledore. Even in my time, we knew not to trust those. It is Tom who had put his faith in it, Dumbledore frowned, stroking his beard. He will stop at nothing to destroy Harry, I must not let that happen. More depends on the boy than he can possibly know. Liv yawned as she sat down in her seat in Charm's class. Sitting next to her was Hermione, and sitting in the two seats in front of them were Ron and Neville. To their right were the other Gryffindors, while the Slytherins usually sat on the opposite side of the class. A quick glance showed her that most of the Slytherins were sitting there, already. There was Crabbe and Goyle, those two hardly seemed like the brightest spells in an arsenal. Nott and Blaise, the two of them were the quiet type, at least from what she had seen, they didn't really stand out much in comparison to the others. There was Pansy, the girl who appeared to automatically look like she smelt something disgusting whenever she spotted anyone who wasn't wearing a green tie. Draco was a total git as far as she was concerned, clearly born and raised rich, that was obvious even before he opened his mouth to remind people of it. Mostly he reminded Ron about it, he appeared to enjoy poking fun at him for having a poor family. Then there was Daphne. Daphne had bright blue eyes that were oftentimes as cold as ice, along with beautiful B***owned hair, which combined with her pretty face gave her a look that most girls would die for her. Pretty much everyone could tell that Daphne would be quite good looking once she was older, though fortunately for the other girls in the school, they didn't have to worry about Daphne stealing their boyfriends, as she was seemingly only interested in one boy, one who was not here at the moment. She noticed that Neville had been staring at them for a moment before he turned to Ron. "Where's Black?" he whispered to Ron. "Probably off talking to snakes or something," Ron whispered back. Professor Flitwick walked into the class, giving everyone his usual cheery greeting before he climbed up a small staircase so he could step up onto his desk. He looked around and closed the door to the classroom with a flick of his wand before effortlessly summoning the register to his hand. He paused before he could open up the register and looked around once more. "And where is Mr. Black?" He asked curiously, looking at the Slytherin students, apparently making sure he wasn't hiding in between them. Draco let out an amused snort as he stared at the Gryffindors, giving them a smirk that quite clearly said, "I know something that you all don't, isn't that just hilarious?" Before he turned to Professor Flitwick, he puffed out his chest and opened his mouth to speak when he was cut off by Daphne, who had raised her hand up. Liv couldn't help but stare at Daphne, comparing her to Hermione. When Hermione raised her hand, she reached as far up as possible, practically begging to be heard. Daphne's hand was barely higher than her head, her expression no different than usual. "I will be heard," she seemed to say, looking unfairly classy whilst performing such a simple act. "Yes, Miss Greengrass?" Professor Flitwick asked curiously. "Sir, I'm not quite sure why you have not been informed by the headmaster or deputy headmistress, but Hydrus is not here for the day," she said, all posh and pleasant and perfect. "Oh, and why is that?" he asked with a small frown. "That's because he is currently away and competing in the National Under-12 Dueling Tournament," Daphne told him. "Really?" Professor Flitwick squeaked, a smile on his face whilst the rest of the class began whispering to each other. "Yes, Professor," Daphne nodded. "His mother took him to compete. Professor Dumbledore was already informed of this." "She's not really his mother, is she?" Neville couldn't help but speak up. Daphne's gaze turned to him, leveling him with a cool look that made the boy shiver. For as brave and angry as he could be, Neville was not a confident wizard, and the look that Daphne was sending him would intimidate most people their age. "She's as good as," Daphne said, leaving no room for arguments, and Neville wisely did not. Seemingly satisfied by his silence, she turned back to Professor Flitwick. "He should be back in classes by tomorrow," she told him. "Oh, well, good luck to him," Professor Flitwick smiled. "National Under-12 along with the British Under-12. Certainly an ambitious young man," he added approvingly. "He is a Slytherin, sir," Daphne pointed out with a small smile. "Indeed. Now, back to class," Professor Flitwick said. "And now, for the first match of the tournament, allow me to introduce the current British Under-12 dueling champion, accompanied by his mother Bellatrix Black, is Mr. Hydrus Black." A decent amount of cheering came from the crowd as Hydrus walked out, followed by Bellatrix. He took a moment to look around. The stadium was filled with people from various countries, and the location of the tournament differed every year. This year it was held in England, luckily enough for Hydrus, though the previous year it had been in Japan and the year before it had been held in America. The stadium seemed simple enough, a wooden structure with plenty of seating. There was a small tower for the judges to sit. In that tower, there were a trio of male judges, not a single one of them looking under 60. Sitting in a tower on the opposite side of the stage was a glass box with one table inside with one person, the announcer, though for one reason or the other, there were 3 chairs. In front of Harry was a dark purple dueling stage that for some reason or the other was decorated with pretty, sparkly stars along the side. The cheers Hydrus got were pretty decent as far as he was concerned. Many people didn't like him or his mother for one reason or the other, but they at least knew that he was competent enough as a dueler and likely the country's best chance of winning. Bellatrix wore classy purple robes and had her hair let down into a beautiful bunch of curls, while Hydrus was dressed in the same outfit he wore in the British tournament: black trousers, dueling gloves and a t-shirt with the Black family crest on his chest. Along with it he had light gray robes and boots and had styled his shoulder-length hair into a bun, allowing a few strands of hair to fall down over his forehead. "All right," Bellatrix said as she and Hydrus walked up to the platform, "are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mother," Hydrus nodded. "And yourself?" he asked as they climbed up the platform. "I'm having doubts," she admitted. "Doubts?" Hydrus repeated confusedly. I don't know if this is a good idea," she sighed deeply as they got to the top of the platform. "Mother, it's too late to back out now, you know this," Hydrus replied, looking at her like she had just burst into song. "I know, but..." She paused and stared deeply at him, taking a moment to seemingly gather the courage to ask the question that was on her mind. "Are you sure we shouldn't change your hair into a ponytail? I mean, the bun looks great and I really wanted you to have it in a bun, but now I've been thinking about it and last time you had a ponytail when you won. What if the ponytail was lucky? Did we F up by not having the lucky ponytail?" she said worriedly. "Mum, I'm pretty sure the ponytail wasn't the key to my victory," Hydrus explained, though he did sound a bit uncertain. How sure? Like, 89.77%, Hydrus shrugged. Wait, what if the lucky thing was the hair band we used to tie my hair? I lost that band, this is a new one. He gestured to the hair band in his hair. Shit. Bellatrix's eyes went wide before she closed them and took a very deep breath. You know what, forget it, we're blacks, we don't need lucky items. Agreed, Hydrus nodded just as the announcer spoke up again. With that being said, don't lose this hair band. She quickly added. Agreed, Hydrus repeated. In introducing his opponent, all the way from Spain and accompanied by her father, Josh Garcia, is Rio Garcia. From the opposite end of the stadium, a confident dark-skinned girl with curly hair walked out, accompanied by a bald man with a mustache who was likely supposed to be her father. Bellatrix hummed thoughtfully. So we'll start with conquering Spain then, she whispered to Hydrus, who simply grinned in response as his opponent arrived on the opposite end of the stage. And now, before we begin, I have a small announcement, the announcer announced. With me today in the announcer's box are two very special guests, and I'd like you all to welcome me in giving them a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a heartfelt cheer for the British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and our Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore. Hydrus and Bellatrix's eyes narrowed with scary synchronization as they stared at the announcer's box. Sitting on the left side of the announcer was Minister Fudge, who was looking as pleased as Punch, waving and soaking up the cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore himself was sitting on the other side, looking like the perfect picture of an elderly grandfather as he sat there in his purple robes with star designs. Wait, purple with star designs? Hydrus thought just before he and Bellatrix looked down at the purple stage with star designs. Mother. Hydrus muttered. Bellatrix groaned. I think it's quite amazing, to be honest, Hermione said as she and Liv sat in the library together. The pair of them had decided to come to the library and complete their homework. Hermione had tried to convince Ron and Neville to come along, but Ron had refused and managed to convince Neville to stay with him and play chess. Liv oftentimes found it hard to understand the two. Neville would be as Gryffindor as one could possibly be if he was face to face with Bellatrix Black, but outside of that, he felt more like a kitten than a lion. He was struggling with his practical work and oftentimes wondered if he was a squib, yet he was still allowing himself to be pulled into a chess game instead of devoting his all to get better at magic. Liv wasn't really sure why the boy struggled so hard in class. She had many times noticed that he was performing the correct wand movements and incantations when doing a spell, yet for one reason or the other, it all went cock up. Then there was Ron. Ron was born in the world of magic. To him it was as simple as tap water, nothing to really make a fuss about unless you counted really amazing looking magic like Professor McGonagall's animal transformations. Ron was confident that he would join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and soon eventually go on to join his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, a team that was obviously not the best in the world, no matter what Ron insisted on. Liv didn't really know how good Ron was at Quidditch, but from what she had seen in their flying lessons, he was decent yet not anything to write home about. I mean, could you imagine competing in an international dueling tournament? Hermione continued whilst writing down notes for Transfiguration. How good do you think you'd be? Liv asked curiously whilst absently finishing up her charms homework. Well, Hermione bit her lower lip thoughtfully. I suppose I know a decent amount of spells for someone our age, but I've got no dueling experience at all. It can't be as simple as just throwing spells at each other, right? I'd imagine there would be a lot of dodging involved, Liv replied. Exactly, I'm not the most athletic girl in the world, Hermione admitted, somewhat embarrassed as everyone in school knew that her idea of a good time was sitting down with a book in front of her. Still, I wish we could go and see it. It'd be such a wonderful learning opportunity to see real duels in action. Do you think Black will win? Liv asked, having finally finished her charms homework. Maybe, Hermione hummed. He certainly seems to know what he's doing in class. He's a fighter as well, Liv said whilst packing away her stuff. He held his own against all the Gryffindor boys in a fistfight. And wasn't that just surprising? Liv knew that if Draco Malfoy had been in the same situation, then he probably wouldn't have fared anywhere near as well. She would have thought he was all talk if not for the fact that he was pretty decent when it came to magic. But he was obviously no Bellatrix Black. The other Gryffindors didn't see it, but she did. Bellatrix Black was not normal. I still can't believe how many points they lost, Hermione grumbled, having worked hard for those points. Still, I think Black has a decent chance of winning. He will win, a voice said confidently. Liv looked to her right and saw Daphne Greengrass reaching into a shelf and pulling out a book. She stared at it for a second before she put it back. She turned and looked at Liv. Are you done with that? She asked, gesturing to the charms book on the table. Sure, have it, Liv said absently as she stared at Daphne. You seem pretty sure that Black will win, she noted. I'd bet my trust vault on it, Daphne said, completely serious as she took the book and stared at the cover for a second before nodding with satisfaction. Thank you, Cooper, she said before turning to Hermione. Granger, she nodded before walking off. Well, she's certainly confident, Hermione commented. I wouldn't worry, Hydrus grinned as he leaned his head to the side to avoid a jinx that flew past him. He stared at his latest and final opponent. A rough-looking Bulgarian boy called Walter. The two of them were both tired down by their previous duels. Thankfully, Hydrus had better stamina than his opponent and wasn't as tired as him, as evidenced by Walter's shoulders gradually lowering as the fight went on. Walter tried to hide it, he really did, but Hydrus could tell he was tired and like a shark, he smelt blood. To lose to a Black is not a shame, in my country, it's just something that people should expect. Quiet, Walter snapped, shouting what Hydrus assumed was a Bulgarian swear word before he sent a red curse at Hydrus. Hydrus stepped to the side and jabbed his wand forward in a twisting motion, sending a purple spell with a red spiral at Walter, whose eyes widened as he quickly jumped to the side, and put up a shield in time to block Hydrus's second spell. Walter ducked a third spell before returning fire. Hydrus leaned to the side before sending a tripping jinx that clipped Walter's legs, causing him to fall on his back. Walter quickly tried to get up but was sent back to the ground when he was hit in the head with a slap jinx that did as the name implied and made him feel like he had just been slapped hard. Expelliarmus. Hydrus cast and Walter's wand went flying out of his hand and off of the platform. Yes. Bellatrix cheered loudly and rushed up the stage before the crowd erupted into cheers and screams. And the winner, representing Great Britain, is Hydrus Black. The announcer's voice screamed over the cheering crowd. You won. Bellatrix squealed as she pulled Hydrus into a hug. Oh, my precious, beautiful boy. She screamed happily as she hugged him tightly. You won. I'm your son, of course, I won. Hydrus snorted as he hugged her back, smiling widely. Guess I didn't need the lucky ponytail after all, Yeah, you didn't, Bellatrix smiled brightly as she took a step back. We're keeping the hair band though. Oh yeah, obviously, Hydrus quickly agreed. What's going on? Liv wondered as she entered the Great Hall with Hermione for breakfast. She saw the Slytherin table vibrating with joy. She noticed Hydrus Black was sitting on the table surrounded by the first-year Slytherins and many upper years, all clearly wanting to talk with the boy who was clearly enjoying the attention if the smile on his face was any indication. The other tables would occasionally look over at him. At the Gryffindor table she noticed that Neville's face seemed to be fixed into a scowl while Ron was staring at the newspaper in front of him with disbelief. I think you can guess what happened, Hermione said as they walked over to the table. Liv didn't take long to work it out. Hydrus had been in the tournament yesterday and now he was here being treated like a hero. He had obviously won. As she sat down she looked over at the newspaper in front of Ron. The front page was a moving picture of Hydrus being handed a large trophy by a portly man in a striped suit with a bowler's hat while a beautiful woman stood behind Hydrus, a woman that she was going to assume was his mother. So, he won, Liv spoke up as Hermione held up her own newspaper. Yes, Hermione said as she turned the page and began reading. The Daily Prophet says here that his final opponent was a boy from a school named Durmstrang. His name was Wilter, and Black beat him in 5 minutes. Black won the tournament and got a 500 galleon reward along with the trophy, presented to him by the Minister of Magic himself. According to this, he valiantly represented the country and his family, showing great skill and I get it, Liv said, cutting her off as she took her own newspaper and began reading. No wonder he looks proud. He must have cheated, Neville insisted with Ron quickly agreeing with a nod. Please, Hermione scoffed. I know you two don't like him but you can't deny how good he is with a wand. Agreed, Liv spoke up. You two need to stay away from him, he's Slytherin's star now. If nothing else, you should at least remember that he can tear the two of you into pieces. All right, Black, a sixth Slytherin year asked as he walked past Hydrus and his friend. Hydrus simply gave him a nod before continuing to walk. It seemed like these days there was a permanent grin on the young Slytherin's face. Ever since his retaliation against the Weasley twins and winning the international dueling tournament, Hydrus had been treated with great respect by the other Slytherins. I could get used to this, Draco smirked as he walked next to Hydrus, greatly enjoying the attention and benefits that came with being Hydrus Black's friend. It's about time, Hydrus said with a pleased smile on his face. The House of Black is finally getting the respect it deserves, he said, seeming as happy as ever. You deserve it, Hydrus, Daphne said, walking on his left with her hand in his. We all know you've been working hard for it. Well, it's not like it'd be that hard, Pansy snorted. What would a bunch of foreign brats know about dueling? Any British pureblood could beat them easily, she added with a roll of her eyes. I didn't see you competing there, Parkinson, Daphne glared at her, joined by Hydrus. Like I have any interest in dueling, Pansy replied, unable to miss that Draco and the others had slightly moved away from her. What? If the foreign competitors are not providing me with adequate competition, then perhaps it should be you that I duel next, Hydrus said, staring blankly at her. What? But I'm not. I think that would be a wonderful idea, Daphne said brightly to Hydrus before turning to Pansy. If the national competition is surely so lacking, then you would be a great help for Hydrus. Perhaps tonight in the common room. A good old-fashioned duel. Oh, we could set up a betting system. I could handle that, Theo piped in. I'm not dueling anyone and you are not betting on me. Pansy snapped. Then show some damn respect to the dueling champion, Theo rolled his eyes. Honestly, you run your mouth and then get surprised when we snap at you. Shut up, not. Pansy glared at him. Draco, control your girl or I'll do it for you, Hydrus said coldly. Hey, Pansy. Draco hissed. Shut up. But Draco, Pansy said, sounding somewhat hurt, though she mostly sounded annoyed. Shut up. Draco told her. Hydrus's opponents were obviously skilled wizards and witches, it's insulting for you to say otherwise. He is the dueling champion, and you'll show him the respect that he deserves. Well, it's that or Daphne jinxes you. Don't be ridiculous, Draco, Daphne admonished. I'd use a hex or a curse, not a jinx. Totally different, Pansy huffed but didn't say more, thankfully. It wasn't much longer before the group arrived outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. A minute or two of idle chatter followed until the Gryffindors arrived. Hydrus noticed Weasley and Longbottom glaring at him, something that put a smirk on his face. The other Gryffindor boys looked like they had swallowed a particularly sour. He noticed two of the Gryffindor girls, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, were staring at him with awe while Liv had simply nodded to the group. Meanwhile, Hermione had actually walked up to him. Hello, she said politely. I just wanted to congratulate you on winning the tournament. Thank you very much, Miss Granger, Hydrus said with a winning smile. I appreciate it, it means a lot coming from a talented student such as yourself. Well, I'm sure I'm not that talented, Hermione blushed. I think you're simply being modest, Miss Granger. Hydrus took a step forward and leaned closer so he could stare right into her eyes. You are a very talented witch, he said silkily, about to say more when Liv suddenly stepped in between the two. I suppose I should congratulate you as well, Liv said quickly. So, congratulations. Hydrus hummed, staring at her. Thank you, he said, glancing back at Granger for a moment before seeing the irritated look on Liv's face. You're interesting, he decided. Thanks for noticing, she said dryly, causing Hydrus to grin. Any further words were cut off as the door to the class opened to reveal Professor Quirrell. He stared at the students for a moment before gesturing them all to come in. The Gryffindors walked in first, followed by the Slytherins. The Gryffindors are amusing, Hydrus whispered to Daphne who simply smirked back at him. All right, that is the end of our lesson, Professor Quirrell said. Everyone may leave now, Mr. Black, stay behind for a moment please. Maybe he wants your autograph, Draco grinned at Hydrus before leaving with the other Slytherins. You wanted to see me, sir? Hydrus asked as he walked over to Quirrell. Yes, Professor Quirrell said, looking thoughtful. Doubtless, you've heard many congratulations already, yet I still feel the need to offer my own. Congratulations, Mr. Black, Dueling champion is indeed a most impressive achievement for someone your age. Thank you, sir, Hydrus said with a small smile. Though, with that being said, there is always room for improvement, Professor Quirrell added. I would still like to offer you those additional lessons if you're willing. Of course, Hydrus grinned. Ready whenever you are, sir. You have a free period, now, correct? He asked but didn't wait for an answer as he pulled out his wand. Now, given your nature as a snake speaker, I'd expect that your mother would have taught you the snake summoning spell. Of course, Hydrus snorted. Good, I'd have been disappointed if she hadn't, Quirrell responded. Now, I will teach you to summon a different animal. Sir, how do you feel about spiders? Professor Quirrell asked. The incantation for this spell is, Vocare Aranirum, watch me, please. He waved his wand before jabbing it forward, summoning forth a large swarm of spiders which landed on the floor before forming a circle. There is a similar spell that summons hundreds of ants which would then devour your target. Obviously I'm not allowed to teach you that, though if you learn this spell quickly enough then I suppose I could be persuaded. I'll learn it, Hydrus said, a hungry look in his eyes as he stared at the spiders. Good, Professor Quirrell smirked. Now, many people have a great fear of spiders or can at least understand why other people do, even in this country where you're extremely unlikely to run into a dangerous spider, with the obvious exception of magical ones like Acromantulas, or the green-vested throat puller. The trick to this spell is not just learning how to summon the spiders, but also learning how to control them. Do you understand? If I can't control the spiders then they're useless to me, Hydrus frowned thoughtfully. Exactly, Professor Quirrell nodded. When one uses magic they must be in control of it. Control yourself, control your magic, control your enemy. Hydrus recited. Ah, your mother's words. Professor Quirrell grinned. She's right, it's all about control. Do you have that control? Can you control your magic? Can you control yourself? Definitely, Hydrus said determinedly. And today, we will be working on the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick announced. Any questions, class? Ah, yes, Mr. Black. Sir, I already know that spell, Hydrus said matter-of-factly. Oh, in that case, perhaps you can demonstrate the spell for us. Professor Flitwick suggested with a smile on his face. If you want, Hydrus shrugged before pulling out his wand and aiming it at the book in front of him. Wingardium Leviosa, he intoned. The book slowly began rising into the air until it nearly touched the ceiling, and then Hydrus slowly lowered it back down until it was eye level with him. Told you, Hydrus told Flitwick who was beaming at him. I shouldn't be surprised, Professor Flitwick chuckled. One doesn't simply just become a dueling champion, do they? Excellent work, Mr. Black, 5 points to Slytherin. I suppose I'll find another spell for you to learn. Perhaps the freezing charm, not the one that makes ice, mind you, I'm referring to the one that stops your target from moving. It's normally a second-year spell, but let's see if you can handle it. Thank you, sir, Hydrus smiled. He waited patiently as Professor Flitwick began taking the rest of the class through the levitation charm. He was quite happy with his progress. In most of his classes he was on top and he was even getting extra lessons from one professor and now another was teaching him advanced spells. Things were indeed going well for the heir of the Black family. It's ridiculous, Hydrus heard Draco complain for what felt like the 100th time as they sat in the Great Hall. He was currently sitting at the Slytherin table with the other Slytherins in his year, barring Daphne and Pansy who had decided to head to the toilet before coming here. Today was Halloween, which meant that today Hogwarts was having a Halloween feast. The hall was decorated with floating pumpkins, each containing a candle inside. Fake bats and ghosts were decorating the walls, something that Hydrus thought was a bit stupid given the actual ghosts that occupied the castle. Pretty much all the ghosts had shown up to the feast, even Peeves had been allowed to attend, though he was to be kept in close contact with the Bloody Baron who was making sure the poltergeist would behave. Between the Baron and Hydrus, Peeves was on his best behavior, which wasn't really much but he at least wasn't bothering anyone too much. Why must we celebrate these stupid Muggle traditions? Draco sneered, looking around. Food's nice at least, Crabbe grunted out. Hydrus couldn't help but somewhat agree with that. The food here was nice, the Halloween-themed food was amusing and there was much more variety of food than usual. I think that's the only saving grace, Theo snorted. I'm with Draco, why do we have to celebrate it? Exactly, Draco said quickly. They don't make the Muggle-born celebrate the Day of the Dead, why do we have to celebrate their stupid traditions? What's next? Do we have to dress up in costumes? They've no interest in our traditions, Draco sniffed before suddenly grinning. Look at the Gryffindor table, Granger's not here. So? Theo asked in a bored voice. Apparently, she argued with Weasley in charms and ran off, Draco smirked. Pansy told me she was apparently crying in the bathroom. How interesting, Hydrus drawled, feeling as strongly about the subject as Theo. He glanced at the Gryffindor table and saw Liv was glaring at Weasley, who was shoveling his chicken legs into his mouth. At a slightly slower pace than normal. Troll! A voice shouted as Filch rushed into the hall, his cat held firmly in his arms as he looked around wildly, every pair of eyes in the hall staring at him. Troll! It was leaving the dungeons, headmaster. Troll! Big, fat, stinking troll! He roared and suddenly the hall erupted into screams as many began panicking. This continued for a couple of seconds before Dumbledore raised his wand and a cannon blast sound shot out, silencing everyone. Enough, he said, firmly and calmly. Prefects will escort the students to their dormitories, teachers with me. The troll has apparently left the dungeons, we shall locate it. Calmly make your way to your dorms and stick together. How the hell does a troll get in? Theo wondered as they began following the prefects out. Someone probably let it in, Draco guessed. Might have been those weasels, they probably thought that it would be a fun prank or something. Bloody imbeciles. Shit, Hydrus's eyes narrowed once they were out of the hall. Parkinson and Daphne weren't here, they don't know about the troll. Oh, well, I wouldn't worry too much, Theo frowned. I mean, hopefully, if they come across it then Daphne will use Parkinson to distract the troll long enough for her to get away. That's not funny, Draco replied. It's mildly funny but that's not the point, Hydrus said impatiently. You two, come up with a cover story if anyone asks where I am, keep them distracted if you can. Wait, what? Draco blinked. I'm going to go get Daphne quickly, she went to the toilet after charms so she'll likely be on the 3rd floor, Hydrus said. I'll get her and quickly come back. What about Pansy? Draco couldn't help but ask. What about her? Hydrus replied before slipping out of the group of students and sneaking away. Once he was far enough away he began rushing towards the 3rd floor, almost running over a stray cat and accidentally running through a ghost on the way. Once there it didn't take him long to find the girls' bathroom. He quickly rushed in, his mouth open and ready to either offer an explanation for any girl that happened to be there or explain to Daphne why she had to come with him and potentially throw Parkinson at a troll. However, once he was inside, his mouth promptly snapped shut as he looked at the sight in front of him. Granger was here, he absently recalled Draco telling him that she was crying in a bathroom. She was currently hiding and trembling under a bathroom sink, with tear spots on her face, and her hair seemed more frazzled than usual. Parkinson was on the floor next to her, sitting against the wall, a small cut on her forehead. Perhaps Daphne had already proceeded with Operation Parkinson Bomber. Unfortunately, it turns out she might not have as the troll was still here and wasn't exactly focused on Parkinson. The troll was a massive lumbering oaf with massive two-toed flat feet with disgusting yellow toenails. It had gray skin, large black and gray boils on its legs, a bald head with very large ears and a big, wide nose. It wore a brown loincloth and a brown jacket, both of which looked really worn and used and smelled almost as bad as the troll itself. In one hand was a giant, wooden club that was raised high in the air while the other was covering his face from spell fire. Daphne was currently on the right of the troll, throwing spells at it, while Liv Cooper was also here and tossing spells from the left of the troll. Though it wouldn't do much good, the troll was obviously a mountain troll, the most violent type of troll. And like other trolls, it wasn't very smart but it was strong and magically resistant, meaning none of their spells would likely do more than irritate it. They were only first years after all. Though with its back to Granger and Pansy, the two of them were obviously safe for now at least. Liv had shot some red sparks that hit the troll in his left eye, causing it to roar in pain. It raised its head slightly and Daphne quickly shot a spell up its nose, making it cough violently. The enraged troll took a wild swing with its club. Hydrus quickly raised his wand and aimed it at her. Carpe retractum. A bright orange cord of light shot out from his wand and wrapped around her waist, pulling her to him, and causing the club to swing violently past her. He caught her quickly while absently sending a blast of fire at the troll. "You're welcome," he told her before walking past her. "Our spells aren't doing anything," Liv called. "I know," Hydrus told her without looking back, aiming his wand up in the air and sending out several brightly colored fireworks at the troll's face. "Get Granger out of here." "What about Parkinson?" Liv frowned, raising her wand and sending a spell that bounced off the troll's round stomach, not seeing a safe way to get to Hermione with the troll currently blocking them. "What about her?" Hydrus asked before jumping out of the way of the troll's club as it smashed the spot where he used to be, creating a large crack in the ground. "Hydrus, you have a plan?" Daphne asked, sending several spells at the troll. "Yeah, distract it long enough for me to think of one," he replied, joining her. "Good enough," Daphne replied. "Trip it," he ordered, sending a cutting curse at one of the sinks, causing water to shoot out near the troll's feet before shooting some more water out of his wand. His stream of water hit the troll, covering all of it while adding to the collection of water on the floor. Thankfully, Daphne was quick to pick up on what he wanted. Glacius. Her freezing spell hit the troll, causing the water on him to turn into ice whilst also freezing the water on the floor. The troll grunted and took a step back when Hydrus hit it in the head with a fire blast, causing it to trip and fall on its back with a loud bang that shook the floor. Hydrus knew that with the amount of noise they were making, it wasn't long before someone would hear and help would come. The troll, obviously not in a good mood since he was covered in bits of ice and was on the floor thanks to a trio of 11-year-olds, was not happy at all with just staying down. In a fit of anger he raised his club and smashed the nearby toilet stalls. He raised himself to his knees before reaching in and picking up a toilet and chucking it right at Daphne. Daphne jumped to the side but wasn't safe as the toilet smashed into a nearby stall door, sending wood everywhere, including one large piece that shot out and struck Daphne across the head, knocking her to the floor. Hydrus froze as he stared at her. He barely noticed Granger's shriek or the way Liv was continuing to send spells at the troll, nor did he put too much care into the way the troll had gotten to its feet. His gaze was focused on Daphne, lying on the floor, her eyes closed with her hair sprayed out on the floor, a gash on the side of her head. He saw the blood drip out of the gash, slowly crawling across her head and dropping harshly into the ground. A large footstep shook the floor. He barely made out Liv calling his name when he turned his gaze back to the troll as it raised its club, preparing to strike him, hurt him, kill him, just like it tried to do Daphne. Had it killed her? It tried to kill her, a voice whispered in his ear. Hurt her, kill her, killed her, hurt her, killed her, hurt him, kill him, hurt him, kill him, kill. Hydrus's wand rose and a blast of fire shot out, hitting the club, and leaving a flaming club in the troll's hand. It blinked stupidly at the now hot weapon in its hand. Hydrus didn't wait long enough for it to learn that holding hot things was bad and quickly moved into action. Carpe retractum. He cast the seize and pull charm again while moving to his left, looping his orange cord around the club before sending the other half of it around the troll's head. The cord pulled and the club bounced right off the troll's thick head. By this point Hydrus had positioned himself at a good enough angle for his next spell. Depulso. His banishing charm hit the troll's club, sending it once more at the troll's head, knocking the troll back, making him stumble onto one knee before Hydrus cast the spell again, repeating his earlier results. Being hit in the head with a club the third time was what it took to knock the troll down onto its back for a second time. Wow. Liv blinked, staring at Hydrus with wide eyes. Is it dead? Hermione asked after a couple of seconds when the troll didn't seem to be moving. She gingerly climbed out from under the sink while Parkinson slowly got up. I don't. Liv's reply was cut off when Hydrus shot a levitation charm at the troll's fire club and raised it into the air, tilting it so the heavy part was downwards. He slashed his arm downwards and the club shot down and slammed into the troll's head. Hydrus, She trailed off when he raised the club again before repeating the same thing, slamming the club hard onto the troll's head. Hydrus, stop it. It's knocked out. She shouted at him, not that he appeared to hear as he raised the club again and slammed it on top of the troll a third time, then a fourth and a fifth. We need to stop him. Hermione yelled, wincing when another club strike dented the troll's head. Why should we let him kill it? Pansy yelled back, though she was noticeably trying not to look. God damn it. Liv cursed around Hydrus's eighth strike. She took a deep breath, shoved her wand into her pocket, rushed forward and shoved him against the nearest stall door, causing his spell to end, even if she did time it quite horribly as the club was already in the air and ended up landing on the troll again. Her eyes widened when she saw Hydras's narrowed gaze turn on her. She felt his wand poke into her stomach a second later. She raised her right hand and pressed her palm against his forehead, trying to act quickly as his wand was starting to feel hot and she didn't fancy a stay in the hospital wing. A gasp escaped Hydras's mouth, his head suddenly tilting upwards and he slumped against the door, sliding down it and sitting on the floor. He blinked repeatedly, staring up at her with complete and utter bewilderment. She removed her hand and took a step back, taking a deep breath as she did so. He stared at her for another moment before he shot up, quick as a viper, grabbing her hand with his free hand and shoving his wand into her neck. She froze and remained completely still when he placed her hand back on his head. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, sounding quite worried. Hydras ignored her and pulled Liv's hand off his head, staring at it like it was a particularly confusing puzzle. He put it against his head again and frowned. He tried a second time, then a third. "Do it again," Hydras told her impatiently. "Do it. I don't know what you're talking about," Liv said quickly. "Don't lie to me," Hydras shouted, shoving her hand away and growling at her. "How did you do it? Tell me." "I didn't do anything. You." Hydras stopped himself just as the sound of footsteps made its way into the room. Liv took a step back as she stared at him. Liv gulped. Hydras looked ready to rip her throat out and she didn't want to tip over to that point. He glanced at Daphne before looking back at her. "This is not over," he told her, lowering his wand before the doors quickly opened, revealing Professor McGonagall, Snape and Quirrell. The trio looked stunned as they took in the sight of a damaged bathroom, a flaming club covered in what appeared to be blood, a seemingly dead troll with a dented head that was also covered in blood and 4 students with various states of damage. "She needs medical attention," Hydras cut them off before any of them could say anything, diverting their attention to Daphne. Professor McGonagall quickly conjured a stretcher and levitated Daphne into it before turning to the other students. "The 3 of you will follow us to the hospital wing. There had better be a good explanation for this." Yeah, this is definitely awkward," Liv thought to herself as she sat on a hospital bed in the hospital wing. On the bed to her left was Hermione, who was thankfully uninjured beyond a couple of scratches, but was slightly shaken up. On the opposite side of the room were the Slytherin students. Pansy was sitting in a bed opposite Hermione while Daphne was lying in a bed opposite Liv with a bandage wrapped around her head. Sitting in a chair beside that bed was Hydras, who held Daphne's left hand in his right, alternating between talking with Daphne and staring at her. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey was talking with the other professors about their injuries. "Forgive me," a voice said just before Professor Dumbledore walked in. "I had my own bits of business to attend to, frightfully busy day, as you can all imagine," he said casually as he stopped and stared at everyone. "Now, if it's not too much to ask, perhaps some explanations are due." Liv opened her mouth to speak when Hydras cut in. "Where's Lord Greengrass? And where's my mother?" Hydras all but demanded. "Heck, where's Parkinson's parents? And why would any of them need to be summoned?" Snape sneered at Hydras. "I know the Hogwarts bylaws and it clearly states that if anything serious should happen then the parents of those involved should be summoned. The 4 of us were involved in a battle with a troll. I'd count that as serious enough," Hydras stated, looking a short step away from glaring at Snape. "Cooper and Granger are Muggle-born, so obviously you can't bring their parents up here, but you obviously haven't contacted mine, as she would have already been here by now or at least on the way." Now, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore spoke up. "We are first trying to establish what happened so we may decide if it's Black." Hydras growled, sounding barely civilized at this point. "My name is Hydras Black." "Hardly much of an improvement," Snape muttered. "The hell did you say?" Hydras demanded, standing up. "Are you insulting my family?" he asked, emerald green eyes glaring holes at the potions professor. Liv knew who she was rooting for in a fight between the two. She wasn't Hydras's biggest fan, but even he was miles more preferable than the Dungeon Bat of Slytherin. Everyone except for most Slytherins hated him, and for good reason. "So what if I am?" Snape snarled. "What do you intend to do about it, brat?" "Severus." Professor McGonagall gasped. "You'd better watch yourself," Hydras warned. His voice switched and was now oddly calm and detached. The look in his eye was entirely different, not that Snape seemed to pick up on it. Teacher or not, nobody is allowed to insult my family. I'll say anything I want regarding your stupid family. Snape snapped. Will you? A female voice asked softly. Everyone turned to the hospital wing entrance and Liv spotted the prefect that she remembered to be Hydrus's cousin, and standing in front of her was a regal-looking woman with sharp features, curly black hair, expensive black clothes and bright violet eyes. Go ahead then, Bellatrix said calmly, a pleasant smile on her face as she walked up to Snape who had pulled out his wand. Liv couldn't help but shiver as she looked at this woman who had to be Hydrus's adopted mother, this beautiful woman with the same crazed look in her eye as Hydrus, a look that said the floodgates were barely holding back the madness within these powerful and not fully sane individuals. Severus Snape, Bellatrix purred as she stopped in front of Snape. Always had a lot to say, didn't you? Always starting fights with your big mouth, crying whenever anyone did anything to you, no matter how much you deserved it. Why, I remember your first day in the Slytherin common room, you let your little tongue go wild and you ended up hanging upside down in your underwear. Bellatrix laughed lightly, licking her lips whilst Snape turned a worrying shade of red. I'm pretty sure I have the picture somewhere at home. Black, Snape glared at her, the tip of his wand glowing a bright red. I am sick and tired of what? Bellatrix asked lightly, taking a step forward. Her own wand came out so fast that Liv had barely seen it. You're sick and tired of what? She asked, her wand tip glowing a frighteningly hot shade of blue. Liv looked at Hydrus and saw his own wand was out as well. Hydrus's eyes were glowing brighter than normal, wind was blowing around him and Liv could feel his magic from the other side of the room. Enough, Dumbledore said, calmly and firmly. There will be no fighting in my school. Severus, lower your wand, you as well Miss Black, Mr. P. Mr. Black. Wands down, now. You heard him, Sevi, Bellatrix grinned at him. Wand down now, that's a good boy. Snape glared before putting his wand away, with extreme reluctance. Wand down, Hydrus, no need to make a scene, she said in a far more pleasant voice. Mother, Hydrus nodded respectfully before putting away his wand, though he did keep glaring at Snape. So, Dumbledore, she turned to the headmaster. Are you often in the habit of allowing your staff to insult your students? Or is it that simply a treat for my son? I do not condone Professor Snape's actions, Dumbledore sighed. And I think that, Mother, Hydrus cut in. He got my name wrong again. Has he? Bellatrix grinned evilly at Dumbledore. Perhaps my initial thoughts about your mind were correct. I assure you, my mind is as well functioning as ever, Dumbledore said stiffly. If that was the case, then why wasn't I notified of my son being in danger? I had to find out from this pink thing here, she replied, gesturing to Tonks. Love you too, Aunt Bella, Tonks chirped, bouncing dramatically on her tiptoes, though Bellatrix didn't so much as twitch. As I was about to explain to the children, I wished first to establish what happened before deciding if what had happened was serious enough for you to be contacted, Dumbledore replied easily. Though, of course, given the nature of what we already know had happened, you likely would have been contacted soon. Now, Dumbledore quickly turned away from Bellatrix before she could respond. Perhaps you can all tell me what had happened, he said, glancing towards Bellatrix out of the corner of his eye. Liv saw that Hydrus had very quickly stopped next to Bellatrix who now had an arm wrapped around his shoulder. Miss Cooper, perhaps you could start, Dumbledore suggested. Well, so we had charms earlier today, Liv began explaining. Hermione was trying to help Ron and then the two got into an argument. I noticed she wasn't there at the feast, and one of the other girls told me that she was crying in the bathroom, so I went to go and get her. I didn't want her to miss out, so I went to the bathroom and found Daphne and Pansy there. Daphne was washing her hands but I saw Pansy insulting Hermione. All eyes looked towards Pansy who was looking down, red-faced. And that's about when the troll came in. Liv continued. Daphne and I were shooting spells at it when Hydrus burst into the room and started helping us. He saved us, sir, Liv admitted, glancing out of the corner of her eye and seeing a small smirk on Bellatrix's face. Then the troll ended up hurting Daphne and he, kind of went crazy. Crazy how? Professor McGonagall asked. I would think that the dead troll is probably a good enough answer, Daphne said, sitting up on her bed. Miss Greengrass, don't overexert yourself. Madame Pomfrey said worriedly. I'm fine, Daphne said dismissively before turning her attention to Dumbledore. Cooper is right, Hydrus is a hero, he saved us all. She said, quite firmly for an 11-year-old girl. A hero. Bellatrix repeated thoughtfully with a grin on her face. I quite like the sound of that, she admitted. Hydrus Black, the hero. Now, that's quite fitting for such a brave young man. So, Dumbledore, apparently my son saved 4 students of yours. Why, I do think that's something that should be awarded. I suppose that being presented with an official reward from the school will suffice. Miss Granger, Miss Parkinson, Dumbledore spoke to the 2 remaining girls. Do you both agree with Miss Greengrass and Cooper's interpretation of events? He asked. Why? Yes, Professor Dumbledore, Hermione quickly agreed while Pansy simply nodded. In that case, I suppose that I must agree with you, Miss Black, Dumbledore replied to Bellatrix. Though I would like to know why he was in the girls' bathroom. He added to Hydrus. Were you not at the feast when we heard about the troll? I was, but Daphne and Pansy were not, Hydrus answered. I figured if the troll was supposed to be by the dungeons then I could have gotten the 2 and gotten back quickly enough without delaying anyone. Dumbledore nodded, looking quite calm and thoughtful, but Liv wasn't fooled. She wasn't sure about everyone else, but she could tell that the headmaster was happy now, really happy. Very well, you shall be rewarded, as you deserve. Tomorrow, I shall announce it to the school. Right, well if there is nothing else, I would like a few minutes to talk with my son, Bellatrix declared before taking Hydrus out of the room without waiting for a response. Professor Dumbledore let out a sigh before turning to Daphne. He took a moment to smile at her. Miss Greengrass, please inform Mr. Potter. Black. Daphne cut him off with a glare. His name is Black. As you've been told repeatedly, Tonks cut in cheerily. Perhaps Aunt Bella wasn't so far off about your memory, she couldn't help but comment. Miss Tonks. Professor McGonagall said disapprovingly. What? Tonks asked innocently. I didn't intend to be offensive, Professor, but at this point he's either purposefully ignoring my aunt and cousin's wishes or he just can't remember, which is it? She asked Dumbledore casually. The old headmaster stared at her for a moment before simply turning his attention back to Daphne. Tell Mr. Black that I would like to award him with 50 points, I would like to also award each one of you girls an additional 20 points for standing up to a troll. He said before turning around and walking out of the hospital wing. Miss Parkinson, Professor McGonagall spoke up. Do not think I have forgotten Miss Cooper's comment about you bullying Miss Granger. And we are to believe this girl. Snape cut in. She's a Gryffindor, can we truly expect her to be unbiased against a Slytherin? Last week you took away 10 points from Ron because Draco said he tossed something. You believed him straight away, Liv couldn't help but point out. Silence. Snape snapped at her before turning to Greengrass. Miss Greengrass, tell us, was Miss Parkinson? Yes, Daphne cut in. If you're asking if she was insulting Granger then the answer is, yes, she shrugged. Snape gave her an irritated look but didn't get to say much more as Professor McGonagall spoke up. Now that we have that settled, I think 10 points from Slytherin will suffice this time, Professor McGonagall stated. I am tempted also to give you a detention, Miss Parkinson, but given the events of tonight, I am willing to let you off lightly. Do not let me hear of this type of behavior again, she said before walking out with the other teachers following after her, Snape sending one more annoyed look at Daphne. Thanks for backing me up, Pansy huffed at Daphne. Hey, you get caught shitting yourself then don't expect me to come to wipe your ass, Daphne replied. Tonks snorted before reaching across and patting Daphne's hair. I see my cousin has rubbed off on you, she grinned. And how long has Snape acted like this? Bellatrix asked, talking to Hydrus in an abandoned classroom. The first thing that she had done was ask his version of tonight's events, and now she was moving on to other topics. Start of the year, Hydrus answered honestly. He's always disliked me, I could tell. And why haven't you said anything to me about it? Bellatrix frowned. Mum, Hydrus sighed. What do you expect me to do? Am I supposed to say, my mother will hear about this every time something doesn't go my way? It took me ages to break Draco out of that habit and the twit still occasionally threats people with his dad. I can handle Snape, I am a son of House Black and no 2-bit, sorry excuse for a teacher will make me cry out for help. It's not about that, Bellatrix sighed. Firstly, you're my son, the only person allowed to bother you in any way at all is me and me alone. You never bother me. That's because I'm perfect, but my point is that he should not be allowed to bother you. Besides, as the heir to the Black family and my son, you are an extraordinary wizard and deserve the best education possible. Potions are an important subject and I will not have my son's education suffer because of some greasy little shit stain that can't let go of a decade-old grudge. Why does he hate me anyway? Hydrus couldn't help but ask. Years ago he had a crush on Lily Potter. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. Stupid dumbass made himself as undesirable as possible and then cried when she goes with your father instead of him. He was friends with your mother until some incident where he apparently called her a mudblood. He hated your father and hates him even more since he stole Lily from him. Now, he is apparently taking his anger out on you like the pathetic prick that he is. Wow, Hydrus took a moment to think about what she said and formed an appropriate response. What a dickhead. Yep, and I'll deal with him soon enough, Bellatrix vowed darkly. Mother, Hydrus said suddenly. I need to talk to you, about the Cooper girl. What about her? Bellatrix asked, raising an eyebrow. She did something to me when I killed the troll, Hydrus admitted. What? Bellatrix asked, her voice freezing cold. Not like that, Hydrus said with a quick shake of his head. I was angry, pissed off and all I wanted to do was kill the troll and then she did it. She touched my head and the voices were gone, Mum. What did you say? Bellatrix blinked. The voices were gone, Mum, Hydrus repeated, tapping the side of his head. I don't what she did and I don't know how she did it, but the voices were gone, Mum. For the first time in years, my head was clear. He added with a watery smile. I need to know how she did it, Mum. Cooper. That was her name. Bellatrix frowned thoughtfully. Lillian Cooper. Liv Cooper, Hydrus corrected her. I think her first name is short for Livian but I'm not really sure, she always goes by Liv. I'll look into her, Bellatrix told him. Keep an eye on her, tell me if you see anything worth mentioning. Done, Hydrus nodded firmly, he would find out about Cooper, no matter what it took. Bloody hell, Pansy thought to herself as she followed a short distance behind Daphne and Hydrus down to the Slytherin common room. Today did not go how she planned it to. Truth be told, she hadn't really had any plans, but it definitely was not like this. Classes had just finished and she had gone to the bathroom with Daphne where they had stumbled upon that mudblood Granger. The next thing she knew, an ugly and disgusting troll had burst into the bathroom. She didn't remember much after that, it was a bit fuzzy, the only thing she was sure about was that Hydrus had burst in and toughly killed the damn thing. She knew he was strong. Draco was certainly happy to brag about being friends with such a strong wizard, but a part of her had always thought that Draco was exaggerating a bit. Perhaps Draco was being humble when he admitted Hydrus was stronger than him. Pansy's father had told her many times that half-bloods were inferior and she knew that Hydrus was a half-blood, even if he had been adopted into the House of Black. But she was starting to struggle to believe that now because Hydrus was on top of most classes and he had just now killed a large troll in his first year, no normal first year could do that. She nearly tripped over a suit of armor as they rounded a corner. She looked ahead and saw that Daphne and Hydrus were discussing something, but what? Moving closer, she was able to hear bits and pieces. Patient. Gryffindor, your mother, Daphne was saying. Spell. Cooper, we've got to keep an eye on her, she heard Hydrus say once she was near enough. I want to talk to her, soon. Who? Cooper. Pansy couldn't help but ask. Why would you want to talk to her? She's just a stupid little mud. A pair of hands grabbed her by the collar of her school shirt and robes, slamming her harshly into the nearest wall. She looked up into the blazing green eyes of one Bellatrix Black. Parkinson, I am not in a good mood right now, Hydrus warned, slowly and coldly. You had better stay quiet the whole way down to the common room or I'm going to cut off your tongue. But something cold and sharp pressed against her jaw, threatening to cut deep into it if she moved her mouth at all. Not a word, Hydrus said coldly, stepping back and putting the knife, one that she hadn't even seen him pull out, back into his robes. Come on, Daph, he said, walking off, Daphne quickly coming after him, grabbing onto his arm. Pansy felt herself freeze for the second time that night, unable to move for a few moments. She shook her head and saw the two Slytherin students had nearly left her alone in the hallway. She gulped before rushing after them. Soon they arrived in the common room and found the Slytherins all waiting there. All of them looked up as the trio came in. Hydrus. Draco called them over. The trio walked over to the other first years. The rumors are already spreading, apparently you single-handedly defeated a troll. He burst out. It wasn't single-handedly, Hydrus grunted as he sat down on a chair. Daphne sat down on the chair's armrest, leaning against him. Pansy stopped, looking awkward for a moment before sitting down next to Draco. Daphne and Cooper held their own until I arrived. But you did do the actual killing part, Daphne pointed out with a smirk, feeling quite happy as she listened to the other eavesdropping Slytherins currently looking at them and gossiping. That is true, Hydrus admitted with a smirk of his own. Ha, we're friends with a troll slayer. Draco grinned at the other first-year Slytherins. Oh, I can't imagine the look on Longbottom and Weasley's face when they find out. Black, one of the older Slytherins called him, the rest of the room still listening in. Word spreading around is that you saved a couple of mudbloods. He went up there to save me, I'll have you know, Daphne said coldly. Is there a problem with that? Or are you trying to imply that my life is worth less than their deaths? No, just asking, he said quickly. If you don't mind, we're having a private conversation, Draco said snootily. So would the rest of you please get back to minding your own business? A great many Slytherins grumbled at that, but slowly they all began doing as Draco had not so quite suggested and were no longer eavesdropping much. What did the teachers say? Theo asked, giving Hydrus a curious look. There are talks of Hydrus getting a reward, Daphne revealed before her face darkened. Though Professor Snape certainly had a lot to say. Yeah, Hydrus growled, the temperature around them dropping slightly. A little too much to say. That will not stand. He should be punished, Daphne told him matter-of-factly. Let's do it, Hydrus agreed. Draco sighed. Are you sure that you're okay? Percy Weasley asked for the third time. Liv barely resisted the urge to point out that all of her limbs were still attached and that she was still amongst the living. Ever since she got back, the whole of Gryffindor house had been looking at her and Hermione like they were the best thing since sliced bread and cleaning charms. Professor McGonagall had come over, escorting the pair of them back to the common room and gave everyone a brief summary of what had happened before she informed Ron that he had detention for a week, starting tomorrow. That was probably why the redhead in question was sitting in a corner, red-faced and trying not to be noticed. Professor McGonagall had told the Gryffindors that they were not to bother them, so naturally they had started bothering them as soon as Professor McGonagall had left and began asking question after question to try and work out what had happened beyond what Professor McGonagall had told them. We're fine, Percy, Madame Pomfrey checked us over, Liv told him. I was wondering if we'd ever leave that place. She is quite serious about her job, Hermione said diplomatically. We've been there, Fred and George said with a sigh and a dramatic shiver. That woman worries too much, Oliver Wood huffed, having had his fair share of run-ins with the school nurse. Can we get back on topic here? You're saying that Hydrus Black really fought a troll. One third-year student gaped at them. That's exactly what we're saying, Hermione gulped. It was quite intense, Liv offered. Yes, Hermione gave her a thankful look. I really thought we were all going to die. Then he came along. I still thought we were going to die, but I think the troll pushed him a bit too far. Ya think? Liv couldn't help but snort. How'd he do it? A voice suddenly cut in and everyone looked towards Neville, who was sitting on a chair, red-faced with his hands squeezing the armrests of the chair. How did he beat a troll? Neville asked. He's a first year, like us, there's no way he could beat a full-grown mountain troll. My gran said that's not possible, you'd need, at least 5 really strong wizards to stop one. 5 to stop one, yeah, a 7th year agreed. Not 5 to kill one. He must have been using dark magic, right? Neville said loudly. Why aren't the teachers expelling him? Neville, I don't think I remember everything, it was all quite terrifying, but I don't think Hydrus used any dark spells, Hermione said doubtfully. She knew that she was hardly an expert on dark magic, she was a first-year student, after all. But still, none of his spells seemed overly dark to her. He must have. Neville insisted. There's no way he couldn't have. Neville, Liv said softly. He used a lot of spells, but I don't think any of them were dark. He was just really smart about how he used them. At one point he used a cutting curse to damage a sink and send water everywhere, then Daphne Greengrass turned the water into ice and tripped the troll. Neville stared at her for a moment before he looked down, muttering something under his breath. Liv couldn't help but sigh. It appeared like Neville wasn't going to be cordial with Bellatrix Black anytime soon. Cooper, Granger, Bellatrix called as he and his fellow Slytherin yearmates arrived outside of the potions classroom. Granger and Cooper were waiting outside while the other Gryffindors had yet to arrive. "Still alive, I take it?" he asked with a snort. "Surviving," Liv said as casually as she could, staring back at Bellatrix who was staring at her. She watched as his gaze traveled down to her hands. For a second she saw an intense hunger in his multicolored orbs before he quickly snapped his gaze back up to her eyes. "Hello," Hermione said politely, a small blush on her face as she stared at Bellatrix. "I wanted to thank you for your help last night." "Oh, my dear Miss Granger, it was my absolute pleasure to help such a delightful person," Bellatrix assured her with a charming smile, causing the existing blush to amplify. "You are not hurt, I'm sure?" he asked, sounding like her health was a genuine priority for him. "Oh no," Hermione squeaked before taking a moment to compose herself. "I mean, I'm fine." "That's good," Bellatrix smiled before turning to Liv. "And yourself, Miss Cooper?" "I've had worse," she shrugged. "I'm sure," Bellatrix said, sounding amused. "I was wondering, Miss Cooper, if we could talk in private?" he asked politely. "About what?" Liv asked suspiciously. "About our hard-fought battle against the troll, of course," Bellatrix said in a voice that made it clear he expected her to already have known that. "I don't know what there is to talk about," she said lightly. "You showed up, killed a troll, saved us girls, yippee. Why not just take the credit?" "Don't for a moment think that I'm not taking credit," Bellatrix replied, sounding mildly offended that she thought he wouldn't. "But it was a team effort. You and Daphne were both holding your own until I got there. Now, I simply just want to have a small talk with you, nothing bad, I assure you." "So, what do you?" "Black," a voice blurted out, announcing the arrival of the other Gryffindors. Liv looked at Bellatrix and saw his face twitch and watched as his eyes burned with restrained anger before he turned to her. His expression smoothed out and the seemingly genuine smile was fired at her and the look in his eyes had died down, mostly. "Soon," he mouthed to her before looking past her. "Longbottom," Bellatrix said patiently. "You've not gotten lost again. Shame. One of the Ravenclaws must have pitied him enough to draw him a map," Draco grinned. "Shut it, Malfoy," Ron snapped at him. "Going to make me, Weasley?" Draco asked, rolling his eyes. "I just might." Ron growled and took a step forward, only to pause when Bellatrix did the same. "Oh, give me a reason, I beg of you." Bellatrix licked his lips, staring at the 4 Gryffindor boys in front of him. "The troll didn't quite do it for me, how about you 4? "No," Liv said, quickly stepping between them. "You need to stop. You'll get in trouble," Hermione pleaded. "Liv, we don't need your help," Neville hissed. "I saw what he did to the troll, trust me, you definitely need my help here." She glared at Neville, she looked back, only to blink and jump back when she saw Bellatrix a couple of inches from her. "If you want to keep them safe, you'll talk with me," Bellatrix whispered. "Don't make me wait," he told her before taking a step back, giving her a polite smile before rejoining his fellow Slytherins. "Hey, what did you say to her?" Neville demanded. "That's between me and her, isn't it, Bottom?" Bellatrix smirked. "You crazy. Is there a problem here?" The irritated voice of Snape cut in as he arrived. "No, sir," Neville muttered, bowing his head. "I'm sure," Snape drawled. "That'll be 10 points from Gryffindor in detention, tonight. Now, in." He flicked his wand and the door opened, revealing what appeared to be a black wall. "What?" Snape blurted out, staring at it. It's moving." Dean Thomas blinked. Is that what I think it is?" Theo gulped. "Dean's right, it's moving." Hermione realized. Snape had been staring at the wall with horror. He raised his wand and was about to fire off a spell when the wall erupted into a large swarm of spiders, seemingly thousands. The spiders charged the dour potion master. He fired off a spell, destroying a very large amount of them but was unable to stop all of them. He fell back, banging his head off the floor. The remaining spiders climbed up him, some under his clothes even. A few managed to get up to his face, one big one had leapt into Professor Snape's mouth. Fortunately for Snape, he still had his wand. A couple more waves and all of the spiders were gone. Snape gasped loudly, lying on the floor in pain, spider bites spread all over his body, his vision blurry and he was nearly unconscious. I guess lessons are cancelled today, Hydrus said under his breath, his lips twitching as he resisted the urge to grin. He felt someone staring at him. While everyone was focusing on Snape, he was being watched by Cooper. He looked back at her, he knew that somehow she knew he did it. He couldn't help but smile at her, something that caused her to become stiff. This girl is getting quite interesting, he thought. I find this all to be highly unfair and quite frankly grade, outstanding, level bullshit, Hydrus stated bluntly as he sat opposite Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Standing next to Dumbledore and glaring viciously at Hydrus was Snape, also standing along with the headmaster was Professor McGonagall. Language, Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall said in a warning tone. My humble apologies, Professor McGonagall, Hydrus said in a respectful and apologetic tone. But my point still stands, I have done nothing wrong yet. Professor Snape is intent on punishing the best student of all the first-year Slytherins, and arguably the rest of the year. You are not the best, spat Snape, still glaring at him. The grades in our year say I am, so far at least, Hydrus shrugged. In the majority of our classes, I'm at the top, am I not? If you truly are the best then that's just more evidence against you, Snape said triumphantly. Enough. Dumbledore spoke up, softly. Let us start from the beginning, shall we? Professor Snape, I would like you to tell me first, in your own words, what exactly happened. It is as I said before, Headmaster, Snape growled. I had arrived at my class and saw the Gryffindors and Slytherins waiting outside, with the Gryffindors naturally causing trouble again. Severus, Professor McGonagall gave him a mild glare. I opened the door to my classroom and found myself attacked by a swarm of spiders. Snape continued on, shouting angrily. It was clearly the work of Potter. Black, Hydrus said mildly. I don't care. Snape snapped at him. Might I now be allowed to tell my side of the story? Hydrus asked respectfully to Dumbledore. You may, the old headmaster nodded his head, gesturing for Hydrus to continue. Hydrus gave him a small nod before he started speaking. Well, Professor Dumbledore, he began. It all started when I arrived at the potion classroom with my friends. When we were there I started having a rather delightful conversation with two of Professor McGonagall's lions, Granger and Cooper. Then Neville Longbottom and his friends arrived and interrupted. He started trying to have an argument with us when Professor Snape arrived and punished him. After that point, he opened the classroom door and suddenly found himself attacked by a wall of spiders. He then started insisting that this was my work. Because it obviously is. Snape hissed. Why would you say that? Hydrus asked mildly. Why would I attack you? After all, it's not like you had ever done anything to me that's worth attacking you over, right? You arrogant, little. Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall cut him off with a glare. Is it too much for you to act with the sort of behavior befitting a man of your age and an employee of this school? If so then perhaps we should do away with this conversation until you find the ability to control yourself. You are supposed to be a professional at the most prestigious school in the wizarding world. Act like it. I wouldn't be so harsh on Professor Snape, Hydrus said, giving the man an innocent smile that only seemed to enrage him further. After all, he's had quite a trying day. I'm sure the stress of everything has simply gotten to him. Perhaps a day or two off would sort matters out. Thank you for your input, but that's unnecessary, Snape glared at him before turning to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I insist action be taken. In that case, so do I. I'm being blamed here with no evidence and no witnesses to say that I did it, Hydrus replied. We can always check your wand then if you're so innocent, Snape sneered at him. Unfortunately, there's this little thing stopping you from doing that. I believe it's called the law. Hydrus pointed out. You don't have the authority to check my wand, you're not an Auror. If you have nothing to hide, then why not let us check it? Snape said with a victorious smile. I'll let you check my wand if you let me dose you with truth serum and ask you some questions, after all, if you've got nothing to hide. Hydrus trailed off and looked pointedly at Dumbledore. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Unless you have proof that young Hydrus is the one that attacked you then I'm afraid that he's free to go. He told his potions master, who looked quite furious. Since I don't believe you have any proof, I'll just take my leave now, Hydrus said respectfully, rising up from his seat. Professors. He nodded at them all before turning and walking out of the room, allowing himself a small grin once he was outside of the headmaster's office. He had barely walked down a couple of corridors when he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Liv waiting at the entrance of an unused classroom. "Come here, quick," she said, gesturing him over. He smiled before quickly joining her in the classroom. She shut the door and quickly turned to face him. "Heard you had a meeting with Dumbledore." Professor Snape seemed quite insistent that I was the one responsible for that unfortunate incident, Hydrus said with a dramatic sigh. "Don't know what would give him that idea, I'm just an innocent little boy." "Innocent my foot," Liv scoffed. "So, did you get in trouble?" "Why would I? Like I said, I'm an innocent little boy," Hydrus smirked. "Is that why you called me over her, Miss Cooper? Were you worried about me?" He grinned at her. "Don't flatter yourself," Liv huffed. "You were the one that said you wanted to talk, remember?" "That I did," Hydrus nodded. "Very well, straight to business then. I want to know what you did to me during that troll battle." "I didn't do anything to you," Liv crossed her arms and stared at him. "Are you sure that you didn't hit your head or something? Maybe you're imagining things." "Miss Cooper, I do not insult your intelligence, do not insult mine. We both know that you did something to me," Hydrus said, staring right back at her. "What did you do? What's it to you?" she asked, stubbornly refusing to answer. "I want you to do it again," Hydrus told her honestly. "No," Liv said bluntly. "Why not?" Hydrus asked, sounding more irritated than before. "I don't have to, do I?" she replied, shrugging her shoulders. "Yeah, you do, actually," Hydrus glared at her. "In case you haven't noticed, your little friend won't stop bothering me and won't leave me the hell alone, and you seem incapable of controlling him. So, here's how this works, you'll do your little mind magic again, or the next time Longbottom does something, I'll break something." "You're blackmailing me, really?" she demanded, glaring at him. "I have the right to retaliate if someone wants to keep going after me," Hydrus glared back. "You're lucky that Longbottom can still walk. All I'm asking in exchange for him being able to stay breathing is for you to do your magic and fix up my head. You'll do this and Longbottom doesn't visit the hospital wing, that's the deal that I'm offering." "You're a jerk," she spat angrily. Proudly, "Do we have a deal or what?" he asked in an almost bored tone. "Once a month," she said, still glaring. "A day, a week," she shouted at him. He opened his mouth to respond when she shouted again. "Once a week. Take it or leave it, jerkwad." "Agreed," he said, staring at her curiously. Unsure why she was so upset about it, it seemed perfectly reasonable to him. She does her magic and in exchange, he doesn't put her friend in the hospital wing, it's not like she loses anything from doing it. "Shall we start?" he said, walking over and sitting on the nearest chair. "Fine," she grunted as she came over and placed her hand on his forehead. "For the record, I hate you." Hydrus opened his mouth to respond when he suddenly froze, a gasp escaped his mouth and his whole body relaxed. A wide grin appeared on his face as he slumped in his chair. "That's the good stuff." He laughed as Liv stepped back and stared at him with an unmoving gaze. "Thank you, Cooper," Hydrus said, barely able to stand up. "I needed that." "I'm sure you did," Liv said in a neutral voice. "Well, if that's all. For now," Hydrus confirmed. "I'm a man of my word, mind magic once a week and Longbottom stays safe." "Be seeing you," he smirked as he turned and left the room. Once he was gone, Liv waited for a minute, just in case he came back. When she was sure that he wasn't, she dropped down into the nearest chair. A noise escaped her lips, she wasn't sure if it was a laugh or a cry, perhaps an odd mixture of both. She was dimly aware of the tears dripping down her face. She shook her head back and forth, breathed deeply in and out and used every technique she knew to calm herself down. She thought of Hydrus Black. Despite what she told him, she didn't really hate him. Not after he had saved her life. If anything, she felt like she understood him better than ever. Someone who had this madness constantly in his head, how could she feel anything for him other than pity? It took another minute or two, but eventually, she found the strength to make herself presentable and leave the room so she could head back to the Gryffindor common room. Luckily the halls weren't that busy, she only passed a couple of ghosts that were too busy trying to strangle each other to notice her. Plus there was that one Hufflepuff that kept trying to hex Peeves, who constantly dodged and taunted him. It didn't take long before she found herself in front of the Gryffindor common room. Noli esse stultus, she told the portrait of the fat lady. If you're sure, dear, the lady said before her portrait swung to the side to reveal the entrance to the common room. Liv let out a small sigh before she walked in. It didn't take long for her to spot the other first years. Lavender and Parvati were talking with some upper years about magical makeup while Dean and Seamus were arguing about whether Quidditch was better than football. She found Hermione sitting in a corner, reading a book as she often did, a short distance away from Neville and Ron, who were in a chess match with each other. "Hello Hermione," Liv said as she walked over and sat down next to the bushy-haired girl. "Good read." "Just the standard book of spells," Hermione answered with a smile, looking over her book, though the smile quickly vanished. "Liv, are you okay? You look really tired," she said in a concerned voice. "I'm fine," Liv waved her off. "Just went for a little run, it was fun. You want to try it with me?" "No thanks," Hermione frowned, never one for physical activity. "Well, if you're sure you're all right, but you should really see Madame Pomfrey if you're not feeling well." "Thanks, Mother," Liv said with a small roll of her eyes. "Seriously, I'm fine. If you're sure," Hermione said, looking somewhat doubtful. "Anyway, have you completed your charms homework?" "Did it this morning," Liv confirmed with a nod. "Good, it's glad to see you're not leaving it for the last minute, like some people," she said with a pointed look at Ron, who looked up from his chess game. "I'll do it after I finish my game," he groaned. "I'll win in a minute." "How do you reckon that?" Neville frowned. "I'm winning, aren't I?" "For now," Ron said confidently. "Anyway, you still got to go to your detention." "Yeah, it's not like Snape cancelled it," Neville huffed angrily. "It's all Black's fault. It's all his fault that you tried to start a fight with him," Liv said slowly, glaring at him. "You're bloody lucky I was there to stop him, or he would have turned you into a paste and smeared you all over the Hogwarts walls. I'm not scared of him." Neville seemed almost offended by the idea. "You should be," Hermione told him matter-of-factly. "He's a dueling champion, and that's not to mention what he did to that troll. It takes several witches and wizards to stop one. He killed one. Like him or hate him, there's no denying that he's a dangerous person. Especially with the other Slytherins following his lead," Liv agreed. "He's nothing more than Bellatrix Black's puppet," Neville said firmly. "They're both evil and I'm not scared of him." "Maybe you should be," Liv shouted at him. The whole common room turned to look at them, but that didn't stop Liv from continuing. "For heaven's sake, every time you go up against him, he ends up winning. You even tried to beat him in a 4-on-1 fist fight and he ended up beating you all. How many damn times do you need to end up in the hospital wing before you realize that he'd bloody leave you alone if you did the same thing to him?" she snapped before standing up and storming out of the room and up to her dorm. "Bloody hell, wonder what's her problem?" Ron frowned. "That will be all. Homework will be due for your next lesson," Professor Quirrell said. The class all stood up and left at their own speed, all except one Heir Black. "Mr. Black, ready are we?" he asked, standing up from his desk. "Sir," Heir nodded respectfully. "Good, now I will be teaching you a spell known as the Scorpion's Sting," Professor Quirrell told him as he pulled out his wand. "Stand up, attaboy, now I will show you the wand movements for the spell. But before that, I want you to repeat the incantation with me. Scorpio Ictus. Scorpio Ictus," Heir repeated slowly. "Exactly, now watch me," Professor Quirrell told him before aiming his wand at a training dummy at the side of the classroom. Scorpio Ictus, a bright purple bolt shot out from his wand and crashed into the dummy. "It's not a very flashy spell, it won't kill a person, but it does hurt a lot. Now, you saw the wand movement, yes? Go on then, you try. Scorpio Ictus," Heir incanted. The spell shot out of his wand, not quite as bright or fast as Professor Quirrell's, but it did so and crashed into the dummy. "Very good, Mr. Black, very good," Professor Quirrell smiled brightly. "Not perfect, mind you, but still, very good for a first attempt. Once more, please." "Thank you, sir," Heir smiled back at him before casting the spell again. "Again, Mr. Black," Professor Quirrell told him. "Imagine your opponent in pain, imagine how much you want to hurt him and cast the spell again. Again. Once more, Mr. Black. That was good, do it again. 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 Make your enemy feel the pain he deserves. Again." The lesson continued for another 40 minutes or so before Heir was allowed to leave, the boy left the room with a bright smile on his face. Professor Quirrell had spent the whole session praising him and had even taught him a second spell called the Spartan Spear, a spell that shot out a red spear-shaped light that burned anything it touched and pierced through the training dummy like it was made of paper. Hydrus happily made his way down the hallway, looking like the perfect happy student. He had barely turned a corner when his smile dropped along with his shoulders. The boy continued walking to the Ollery, intent on delivering a message to his mother. She had to know that for some reason or the other, his defense teacher was trying to hook him onto the dark arts. Bellatrix sighed deeply as she looked over the letter her beloved little prince had sent her. Apparently, there was some asshole at school who was trying to trick her lovely son into falling victim to the dark arts. Bellatrix was many things, she'd admit. One of those things was an expert in the dark arts. Heck, she had once made a couple of books on the dark arts. She had never got around to getting them published though, something for her to-do list. She had taught Hydrus everything she believed was safe for him to know, including how to recognize what he should and shouldn't do in regard to the dark arts. She had taught him how the spells make a person feel, how addictive they were, how to control your mind and how not to fall into the same spiral of madness that so many other witches and wizards had. A large part of why the Black family was so infamous was because of previous members of the family who had fallen victim to the dark arts. That along with the rumored insanity of the family, well, there were few that wanted to cross paths with the Blacks. Bellatrix's own father had fallen victim to the dark arts. The man had been quick to anger and would curse anyone if given a reason. Another victim would be her cousin's mother, Walburga. It had been leaked among the family that she had cast the Cruciatus curse on her two children. Bellatrix was thankful that her contact with that woman had been extremely limited. Still, back to the matter at hand, some asshole at school was trying to trick her lovely son. And that would not stand. Creature, Bellatrix called. A second later the loyal house elf appeared in front of her. Mistress Bellatrix summons Creature. Creature asked, bowing his head. Creature lives to serve the House of Black. Yes, yes, Bellatrix said dismissively. Creature liked to say that every now and then. It got old quick. Now, make me up some breakfast. I need some energy if I'm going to charge down to the school and create a fuss. If Mistress wishes, Creature nodded before pausing. Is Mistress going to cause a big fuss? He asked. Fairly big, yes, Bellatrix nodded in confirmation. Creature will need to make a bigger breakfast, Creature whispered to himself. Oh, I love that. Hydrus grinned madly as Liv removed her hand from his forehead. Thank you, Miss Cooper. Should I just start calling you by your first name? I feel like we've gotten to know each other enough. You can call me Hydrus if you want. You will call me Cooper. Liv snapped at him, glaring at him like he was personally responsible for everything that had ever gone wrong in her life. All right, if you insist, he said slowly, wondering just what was up with the girl. I do, now get lost. She growled. We're done today. Okay, he said, standing up from his seat. He couldn't exactly feel much beyond happy, thanks to her magic. But he was starting to feel uneasy as he looked at her. Her face was far redder than normal and her hair looked messier than normal. Bags under her eyes let him believe that she hadn't been sleeping as well. There was something familiar about it. Are you okay? He couldn't help but ask. You look unwell. Do you want to go to Madame Pomfrey? I'm fine, she all but yelled. Now, get out. If you insist, he said, staring at her for several seconds before he slowly walked out of the room. He frowned as he walked back to his common room. Something was off with Cooper. He felt like he knew what it was, but the knowledge was out of reach, just dangling out of his grasp. It didn't take long for him to reach the common room. Once entering, he headed over to the other first years. Where were you? Draco asked, looking up from his chess game with Not. House Black business, Hydrus shrugged as he sat down next to Daphne. So, what have you all been doing? Chess, homework and so on, Daphne shrugged, gesturing to the charms book in her hands. Hydrus, we were thinking of spending some time playing with Longbottom, Draco said with a grin. I should point out that you just said you wanted to play with a Longbottom, Daphne said lightly. Please continue, she told them before going back to reading her book. No, Hydrus said. We're not playing with a Longbottom or Longbottom. Longbottom is off limits, he will be left alone. He declared. Beg your what? Theo asked, looking up from his game. Longbottom will be left alone, Hydrus repeated. That's not up for debate. Are you kidding me? Draco asked with obvious disbelief. We can't do anything to him. If he attacks you then you're more than welcome to fight back, but no, we will not initiate anything with him, Hydrus responded. Why not? Draco blurted out incredulously. Maybe because I said so. Hydrus growled, his eyes flashing a bright green, causing Draco to gulp. I'm just curious why, Draco said with a forced calmness. Draco liked having Hydrus as a friend, he really did. He thought Hydrus was fun and great to be around, not to mention that the Slytherin part of him couldn't help but appreciate all the benefits that came with being friends with him. But with that being said, sometimes dealing with the boy was like dealing with a tamed bear, one wrong move and you're in trouble. The only person in the group who didn't have to worry about that was Daphne, though she and Hydrus would likely be a couple sometime in the future, so that's probably why. Hydrus stared at him for several seconds before the light in his eyes died down. I've made an agreement with Cooper, Hydrus told them. She possesses something I want. In return, Longbottom stays safe. For this year at least. What could she have that's possibly worth that? Blaise frowned. You'd be surprised, Hydrus said softly. Still, Longbottom will be left alone. If you're sure, Blaise said, looking more confused than anything else. I am, Hydrus confirmed. Still, Theo frowned. It's surprising, is it not? Does Longbottom know about this supposed agreement you've made with Cooper? No, he does not, as far as I know, Hydrus answered truthfully, a small frown on his face. He'd have to talk about that with Cooper, he didn't want her to mention it to Longbottom and risk him stopping their little deal. I hope you know what you're doing, Theo said to him. Back off, Pansy suddenly cut in. If Hydrus said we're to leave him alone then we'll leave him alone, she said in a firm voice, causing everyone around to stare at her. She blushed slightly but made sure to firmly keep her gaze on Hydrus who looked slightly surprised. Wow, Draco, Hydrus drawled, looking at his B***owned friend. You managed to teach tame Parkinson after all, well done to you I suppose. Yeah, of course, Draco nodded, along too confused to do anything else. The potion should be slowly turning into a dark shade of green, Snape drawled as he walked around the classroom as the students continued working. Hydrus and Draco were working together on their potion and both felt that they had done a pretty good job as they looked at the potion in front of them. That looks good enough, Draco whispered to Hydrus, who nodded with a satisfied smile as he stared at his potion. He looked up and saw the others had all made similar attempts, some looking a few shades wrong but nothing too bad. Of course, Snape would vanish the potion if it was even a single shade wrong, if you were a Gryffindor, that is. However, some looked less than perfect. What in Merlin's name is this monstrosity? Snape demanded as he stared at the potion that Longbottom and Weasley had made. The potion, which should have been a dark shade of green, was a rather angry shade of red. The two boys blushed so hard that both their faces looked like good matches for Weasley's hair. I suppose you added too many Latverian leaves to the mixture. Tell me, did your guardians teach you how to count before coming to school or did you deem that knowledge to not be important enough to be worth learning? 20 points from Gryffindor, he said, pulling out his wand and waving it, causing the mess to disappear. 20. Ron blurted out in shock. That's not fair. Let's make it 25, Snape glared down at him, causing Ron's face to turn even redder as he bowed his head. Snape then turned his attention to Liv and Hermione who were still working on their potion. Liv was stirring while Hermione had a smile on her face as she was about to drop the last leaf into the potion when suddenly it vanished from sight, causing the two girls to pause. They both looked at Snape who stared down at them, a triumphant look in the potion master's eyes. I said a dark shade of green, he drawled. Is there a single person in Gryffindor's house capable of following instructions? But sir, we weren't finished. Hermione protested as Liv glared angrily at the potion master. Liv needed to do a few more clockwise stirs and I was going to add the last leaf and... No excuses, Granger, Snape said coldly. You are to finish the work on time, not after it is supposed to be done. Are you kidding me? Liv demanded before pointing down the classroom at Crabbe and Goyle who were still working on their potion. Those two are a step behind us and you haven't said anything to them. That'll be 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape hissed, glaring down at her. I do not need you to tell me how to teach my class. I think you do since you don't even know how to teach. Liv shouted. All you do is put instructions on the board and shout when people get it wrong. A muggle could do that, you overgrown bat. Don't you dare speak to me like that. Snape said furiously, slamming his hands on her desk. That'll be detention, Cooper. Beep a cock, dickwad. Liv spat before picking up her stuff and storming away under the horrified gaze of Hermione, the furious gaze of Snape, the shocked looks of the rest of the class and the thoughtful look of Hydrus. A month's detention, Snape shouted after her just before the door was slammed shut, hard. What the bloody hell's wrong with her? Draco couldn't help but wonder. I have a feeling, Hydrus frowned. I hope I'm wrong. By dinner time, the whole school had heard of the confrontation between Liv and Snape, which was why she had basically turned into a celebrity at the Gryffindor table with nearly everyone trying to congratulate and talk to her. The Weasley brothers, with the exception of Percy, looked extremely pleased with her, and Longbottom looked at her like she was his new hero. Granger obviously wasn't pleased with Liv but did give the girl sympathetic looks. Nearly everyone in the school had heard about it. Hydrus had made sure he was able to see Cooper by sitting so that he was facing her. He idly listened to the others as they talked, occasionally chiming in with an answer when asked a question. Daphne was probably the only one who noticed that he wasn't truly paying attention. She gave him a questioning look and he shook his head to say that it wasn't serious. But it was. A theory had been growing in his mind, one that he didn't really want to think about. He was staring at Liv Cooper, the girl who smiled at the other Gryffindors around her as she listened to their jokes and conversations. The girl whose fist opened and closed every now and then like she wanted nothing more than to reach out and deck the nearest person hard in the face. The girl whose pleasant smile would occasionally become slightly sharper as if she wanted to laugh loud enough for the heavens to hear. But it was the eyes that worried him the most. They looked brown as normal. But Hydrus knew what to look for. He saw the look that he had seen occasionally in his mother's eyes, the looks that he knew his friends sometimes saw in his own. The girl was mad. Hydrus, a hesitant voice spoke up. He saw Parkinson of all people giving him a concerned look. Are you all right? She asked. Hydrus had barely opened his mouth when the doors to the Great Hall opened and in walked a squad full of Aurors. At the front of them was a square-jawed witch with graying red hair and a monocle on one eye. Walking next to her was none other than Bellatrix Black. That's your mother, Theo said blankly. Thank you for letting me know, Hydrus said dryly as he gave his mother a wave. She waved back with a bright smile before the group headed towards the teacher's table. Hydrus barely noticed Longbottom being restrained by the other Gryffindor boys. Auntie, Susan Bones, from the Hufflepuff table blurted out. What are you doing here? Work, I'm afraid dear, the monocle woman replied as she and the rest stopped in front of the teacher's table. Madam Bones, Miss Black, Dumbledore said as he stood up. What is the meaning of this? He asked calmly. At least he got my name right, Bellatrix muttered to herself. Old dingbat. A concerned parent has brought to our attention that one of your staff members has been breaking the law, the now identified Madam Bones informed Dumbledore. This person has put students in danger and I am here to make sure that they are punished properly. This is ridiculous. Snape snapped as he stood up, glaring at Bellatrix. Your little brat makes a complaint so you bring the head of law enforcement to this school. He demanded. Bellatrix let out a deep sigh as she turned to Madam Bones. She shrugged her shoulders and gestured at Snape as if to say, I told you so. Madam Bones glared at the potion master. I am not here for you, despite the many complaints I've heard about you, though now I'm starting to believe that perhaps I should investigate you as well, Madam Bones said, causing Snape to look like he had swallowed something unpleasant. Now, Amelia, Dumbledore spoke up. Professor Snape had my complete trust. I'm sure, Madam Bones said. Though he never had mine, be sure of that. Says a lot that the man so easily suspected we were talking about him. Either way, I'm not here for him. Professor Quirrell, please stand up and raise your hands in the air. She had barely finished her sentence when all the Aurors pointed their wands at Quirrell. Me. A surprised look appeared on Quirrell's face as he slowly stood up. My dear woman, whatever for. I am but a humble teacher who has been gifted the opportunity to spread my knowledge to these bright young minds. Sir, I am arresting you on suspicion of teaching dark arts without a license, and teaching dark arts to an underage individual. Madam Bones told him. I didn't try to teach your son the dark arts. Quirrell told Bellatrix. Yes, you did. You see, I taught my son quite a lot. As soon as he realized what he was being taught by you, he contacted me immediately." Bellatrix smirked. "You messed with the wrong family. You could have been great, boy." Quirrell glared in Hydras's direction. "All the power I have, you could have had all that and more. You foolish little, no, 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 no." He cried out in pain as he fell forward, his body collapsing on top of the table. "Master, no." He let out one last cry as his turban fell off of his head. A black cloud rose from out of his head, a face formed inside with glowing red eyes. Meanwhile, Quirrell remained unmoving. "Voldemort." Bellatrix raised her wand and aimed it at the cloud along with every other adult, most of which were frozen in fear. Several students screamed at the sight of the cloud, many froze learning that the cloud was the dreaded Dark Lord. "Bellatrix Lestrange." Voldemort hissed. "I'm a black, you fool." Bellatrix glared heatedly at him. "You were once mine, I'm tempted to kill you. But I have a better fate in mind for you." The cloud chuckled, staring in Hydras's direction before flying away. Madame Bones and Bellatrix shot spells after him, along with the Aurors who hadn't been frozen in shock. But the spells simply passed through him as he flew out of the window. "Damn," Madame Bones hissed furiously. "That was Voldemort. Shit, that's going to be a lot of paperwork." The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.